Nidoume no Jinsei wo Isekai de L, A Second Chance at Life in Another World Volume 12. I'll tell you a story. It was, yes, 36. Giliel gazed at the little girl, who was holding up an umbrella for some odd reason and had started to mumble about something in some kind of narrative tone with a distant look in her eyes, while repeatedly clenching and releasing her fists. The teku with their unrefined design, Giliel's specialized weapons, were already covering both her hands. Each time she moved her fingers, a low squeaking sound could be heard, but the little girl showed no signs of noticing the sound, as if immersing herself in something else. No, 10,000 years ago. No, wait, how much was it again? Well, whatever. For me it's as if it happened yesterday, but for all of you it must be. Okay, you can stop right there. Giliel said as she swung her fist with full force, hitting the little girl's head. Without even leaving an impact sound behind, seemingly because of the difference in mass, the little girl's figure vanished on the spot, without Giliel receiving any kind of feedback from her fist. Difficult for a being with a predestined lifetime to even imagine, it was a blow that used almost 100% of the physical power Giliel had been given as an angel. And even throughout Giliel's lifetime, it was a magnificent attack that could be called a critical hit. Giliel froze, remaining in the stance of having swung her first, for a moment, as if relishing in the lingering memory. Before long, Giliel fixed her posture, and bumped her fists, causing the boorish teku to shine with countless tiny sparks of light which vanished, melting into the atmosphere. Following the sparks with her eyes, Giliel looked up into the sky for a while, but once she lowered her gaze back down, she said with a flat voice that seemed emotionless, "Master, are you planning to pick a fight with someone?" Giliel. The little girl unleashed a deep voice that one would hear at the very depths of hell without even twitching after having fallen down like a stick slightly far away from where Giliel stood. Giliel's face showed no reaction to the voice, filled with so much wrath that the other angels might have turned pale in dread if they had heard it. Still, perceiving that the little girl hadn't received a single scratch even though she normally should have died and turned into a little girl splatter with pink and red mucus scattered everywhere since Giliel had punched the little girl's defenseless head with a surprise attack that had all her power and weight behind it, Giliel really quietly clicked her tongue. "Is this a revolt? Do you want to overthrow me? If you want my position so much, just tell me and I will pass it over to you right away, Giliel. It would be preposterous of me to tell you, Master, to switch with me." This Giliel has never considered asking or doing such a thing even once in her whole life, nor does she hold even the tiniest shred of ambition for your position. Giliel said with a voice and attitude that seemed to ooze with hypocritical courtesy. Once Giliel bowed respectfully, even if it was completely superficial. The little girl goddess stood up with an annoyed expression, rubbing the back of her head, with tears at the corners of her eyes. Even though her face should have slid across the ground for quite a bit of distance after being punched, the little girl's face was unscathed. Noticing that after the little girl looked up, Giliel clicked her tongue once more. "It sure looks like you've grown conceited, just because you've gotten slightly stronger, Giliel. That's an absurd misunderstanding. This Giliel is convinced to only offer the greatest respect and honor she possesses to you, Master." The greatest you possess, you say? Around how much is that?" "Approximately the amount of a teaspoon," Giliel answered calmly and without hesitation. A blue vein appeared on the little goddess' forehead due to Giliel's attitude. Even though she was still smiling, her eyes were gleaming fierily, and flames so black and sinister that it was obvious from just looking at them that they would devour anything they touched were rising up from her arms, which were loosely hanging by her sides. Seeing that, Giliel kept her arms close to her body while not wearing the teku on her fists this time, and once she drew the clenched fists towards her mouth, she started to slowly weave her body in and out while gradually raising the speed. Master, you don't intend to reconsider? I'm pretty sure, only a sad conclusion will await you. Don't take me as being on the same level as the supervisors of that world. What, Giliel? You don't need to worry. After pulverizing you down to your atoms, I will reconstruct you from scratch while properly carving respect towards me into your body. Master, hatred doesn't give birth to anything. So there's a reason for me to hate you. The little girl goddess retorted to Giliel, who didn't stop weaving despite casting her eyes downwards in sadness. Once the little girl clenched her fists tightly, the intensity of the black flames rising from her arms increased significantly. Noticing that, Giliel fiercely kicked off the ground, shortening the distance with a dash. How foolish, Giliel. I will thoroughly prove to you that it's easy for an opponent to grasp the timing of your technique because of its straightforward, systematic pendulum-like movements. The little goddess bluntly declared, but Giliel didn't stop moving, taking her on from the front. The little goddess sneered at the fierce punch unleashed by Giliel, whose face remained expressionless. The instant the little goddess launched a counter-attack with a timing and trajectory of unmatched accuracy, she was certain of her victory precisely because she was a goddess. And then, after being one-sidedly hit by Giliel's fist and sent flying even further than the first time, she ended up revealing a sight unbecoming of a goddess, namely, sliding across the ground with her face even further than before. What is the meaning of this? Giliel answered the little goddess, who got back up faster than before, with a fed-up tone. Master, no matter how perfect your counter might be, the difference in reach between your current form and myself is far too big to begin with. Being told so, the little goddess looked at her own arms, then she looked at Giliel, and finally looked down at herself again. After nodding once as she had apparently realized the circumstances at long last, she suddenly collapsed then and there, stopping her movements completely. So, Master, what is it that you wanted to do? Guessing that things wouldn't go anywhere at this rate, Giliel asked the little goddess from where she was standing, not getting any closer to her. Giliel not approaching the little goddess was of course due to her fear of suffering her retribution, and Giliel didn't forget to get everything ready in advance so that she could escape to the world she was managing at a moment's notice. That is, I wondered whether I should settle the situation for the moment. That's what you were acting out at the beginning. Giliel believed that there should have been a plethora of other, better choices for that sake, but she somehow understood that the little goddess was a disappointing little girl, and that she had a tendency to make jokes that reflected this. Even if you talk about settling the situation, since the resources of that world keep decreasing, I asked you to tie resources to the souls of people, and send these souls to the world in order to scatter said resources. Doing this bought us enough time to arrest the current human and beastman supervisors by taking advantage of their blunders and mistakes. Meanwhile, the dragonoid and elf supervisors have been killed by the demon supervisor, who's currently missing. So the usurpation of all supervisor domains is already taken care of, and yet you can't find the demon supervisor. While standing up with a heave-ho that had a tinge of an encouraging yell used by elderly people, the little girl pondered, in reality, if I only consider the issue of spreading resources, it'd be fine to say that Renya's task has finished for the most part at this point. Since they have gotten a hold of all the management domains by now, the problem should have been resolved by providing enough resources to the world. This could be done relatively easily as long as Giliel, who was currently acting as the world's manager, accepted the little goddess assistance. However, if one were to ask them why they hadn't solved the problem yet if there was such an easy solution available, it would be largely owed to the missing demon supervisor. Pouring resources in a quality and quantity that could maintain the world in any situation, while it was unclear where the demon supervisor was and what kind of trap he was setting up, was something the little goddess considered dangerous. The effects of the blessings given to all kinds of beings by the resources were apparent if you looked at those around Renia. However, the resources had the same impact on the angels and supervisors of the world. Moreover, even the amount of resources Renia carried with him as a stopgap measure, which was like a drop in the ocean considering the actual amount necessary, continued to cause various phenomenons. When it comes to an amount of resources that allows for the revival and maintenance of a world, which is on the path to destruction, and assuming those resources were to be used for an unintended objective for some kind of reason, the one receiving the blessings would undoubtedly become untouchable for angels. If I were then to use my power to somehow deal with such a being, the world would probably get destroyed pretty quickly, assessed the little goddess. That's why I must consider things very carefully. I will be putting all my energy into the search of the demon supervisor now, but, since I'm forced to manage all the domains, which were originally run by 5 supervisors, with only 2 of them, it's quite an unreasonable and difficult endeavor. It was actually a situation where calling it a difficult endeavor was too much of an understatement. The human and beastman supervisors, who were in the process of turning into undead work slaves, were handling 2.5 times the workload they had before this chain of events in order to maintain the world. Additionally, they were simultaneously trying to track the demon supervisor, who had most likely escaped to the lower world, without knowing when all this work would come to an end. Both supervisors shared the opinion that it would have been better for them to resist till the bitter end and ultimately get destroyed, if things were going to turn out like this, but they were now in a situation where they didn't even have that option anymore. It's because you switched to direct support, isn't it? How's the issue going on that side? Well, I feel like that side will work out one way or another, although the sensation of being overlooked is almost flawless. It still looks like he's pretending to not know anything even after I mentioned it. While looking at Gilliel, who donned a wry smile and scratched her cheek, the little goddess casually decided that it must be something considered as insignificant by that human. To put it extremely, he will treat most matters as insignificant and won't care about them as long as they don't cause him and those around him any real harm. Up until now, he has fought demons, rescued the elves, killed the human hero, ended the war, and gathered all the heroes of the 4 races. If someone unrelated were to hear of his actions, they might end up believing that he's the type of hero that only appears in legends. However, in reality his actions are motivated by 3 major guidelines. He hates any harm befalling those close to him, he has no choice but to remove elements that obstruct him from doing what he wants to do, or he merely falls into a situation where he can't pretend he's not involved. None of his actions follow some greater goal. In other words, he's very hard to read. It was very difficult to understand what would trigger him and what kind of action he would have, and that fact also confused the little goddess. If he were a human of that world, there would still be some cards left to play, but he isn't. In short, he isn't part of that world's flow. He has already passed away in his former world. In other words, you could say that he doesn't have any ties with that world anymore, meaning that he's also disconnected from that world's flow. Because of this, I can't make any predictions about his behavior, regardless of which world's logic I use. It makes me realize that I'm not all-knowing either, but it's not like I can spend all my time making such complaints. The little goddess ponders in silence, about whether she should let things take their own course or make some kind move, It would still be better if poking the thicket made a snake come out. However, what would we do if some indefinable being popped out after poking the thicket? Giliel quietly said something like a warning after seeing the little goddess' pensive look. That was a point of view the little goddess could definitely agree on. There was no doubt that the risk would be high while the return would be unclear. If this was a bet, it would be way too disadvantageous. It's not that the little goddess didn't understand that, but if she determined that it was necessary despite the bad odds, she would still take the bet while fully aware of the risks. It's something to consider, isn't it? Though I think things would be resolved in one stroke if we managed to locate the demon supervisor. Outwardly, Giliel pushed the two former supervisors around without mercy, but even she was fully aware that she was being unreasonable. For that reason alone, Giliel understood that she couldn't force any more work onto them. Speaking of the demon supervisor, there's something I'd like to ask, if you don't mind. What might that be, Master? Tell me. In the end, the little goddess paused briefly after saying this, and then continued with an expression that made it clear that she considered something as really odd. What kind of game were they playing in that world? Pardon? Giliel wondered why she asked that question after all this time, but immediately perceived the meaning behind the question. She tilted her head to the side, puzzled. Now that she tried thinking about it, she had received reports that they apparently played a base-stealing game, but she had no information about how they actually decided on the winner and losers, or what rules they set. I'm sorry to ask this of you while you're busy, but can I have you check with those two? Even though they should have played that game until now, how come all 5 of them kept the setting of 1 power per continent? Normally, one side should be somewhat stronger, or a fraction of the powers should have perished. No. Now that you mention it, Giliel, who muttered this as if saying that the idea hadn't occurred to her, bowed to the little goddess once, got permission to leave, and immediately departed in order to confirm the game conditions and rules with the 2 former supervisors who were currently running around, managing the territories of the world, with such hecticness that it would immediately make one's eyes spin. The little goddess, who had been left alone, muttered, I wonder, just what were those children trying to accomplish? Of course, since no one was there to answer her question, it simply vanished after being released into the empty space. The place regarded as the most important location of the Kunudai Margraviate was Klinj, the city where Margrave Renia Kunudai's castle stood. Even though there existed many big and small cities on the human continent, Klinj was considered abnormal by those of an established reputation. It even went as far as Klinj being titled as the strangest city on the human continent almost immediately after the city was founded. Moreover, that status was in the process of being set in stone at an astonishing pace. This city, which was surrounded by a wall covered in ivies and was also the city closest to the miasma forest, had become the center of attention, be it inside or outside the principality. Of course, a considerable number of spies had been dispatched to this city, and originally all these spies should have provided a huge amount of information, regardless of whether that information was true or not. However, after a short time those, who had dispatched spies, started to doubt their eyes, ears, and sanity. The reason being that not a single one of the spies, who had been sent out in droves, returned to their employer. Not one. All the spies sent would vanish without exception. A man-eating city. Klinj had reached the point that it was called as such by those living in the dark areas of society, but on the other hand, it received high praise by those living in places the sun reached. Just going by its living environment, Klinj possessed very decent, full water and sewer services, and any building in the city could benefit from their blessings. Even if you looked at the public order, Soldiers with somewhat oddly decent movements continuously patrolled the city, and slums, which you'd normally find in any city, didn't exist here at all. The existence of poor people simply wasn't permitted since there was work to be found at every corner, as long as one wasn't too picky. Above all everything else, the taxes were low. If you were to ask how low they were, it could be described that the combined tax for 3 families in Klinge was equal to what one family would pay in any other city. The answer as to why the taxes were so low was simple. The treasury of Margrave Kunujiwas was currently bursting with all kinds of jewels and money. The magic stones produced in heaps within the Kunuji Margraviate, the produce imported from the elven country, the processed goods based on the elven produce, the monster resources yielded by the fortress in the forest which Keith and the others built during their previous training session by Renia, and the lumber produced by the forest itself provided Klinge with a mountain of riches. However, Renia, who should be the one to invest and manage these riches, had absolutely no talent in the field. On top of that, because Renia was more interested in the things he could buy with money than in money itself, Maria and the civil officials under her were currently managing all those funds, using a fraction to pay the Trident Principality's taxes. Renia had no idea how much money the city was making, but it was an amount that any other noble would never be able to surpass. Moreover, as the territory closest to the miasma forest, its taxes had been lowered with its location as an argument, which allowed Renia to pay most of the taxes out of his own pocket, which was yet another reason for the low taxes in Klinge. Of course it's not like he could cover all the costs by himself, so it went without saying that what Renia couldn't cover became the people's taxes. Nevertheless, with the taxes being less than half that of other territories, it was a natural outcome for people trying to settle down and merchants trying to get into the residents' wallets, which they concluded to be full, to endlessly stream into the Kunuji Margraviate. Is it really all that bad if I just run everything over by accident? Emil muttered with her fingers tapping the steering wheel in the driver's seat of the car, which she had built, while looking somewhat irritated. In response, Shan and Rona, who had been sitting in the back seat, got startled and were about to lean forward, but as the back seat originally intended only for 2 people had become slightly cramped due to Killy having joined them, both of them ended up wriggling around without being able to move as they wanted. On their way back to Klinge, Emil let the car fly across the well-maintained street but only in sections with few people, but as they got closer to Klinge, the number of travelers, merchants, and adventurer-like people started to increase, giving Emil no choice but to slow down the car. Driving in a situation where she couldn't go as fast as possible seemed to be quite stressful for her. Consequently, those words just now escaped her mouth unconsciously, but if they were to change the road into a splatter scene from hell for such a reason, it would start nasty rumors about the Margraviate being very dangerous. Should we put the car away and walk? Emil frowned at Renia's suggestion, who believed that way would be less stressful to her, while shaking her head. This way is still better than walking. Please endure then. Even if the pace was slow, it was faster and more comfortable than walking. Given that they sent all their luggage ahead of them through the Kachurul-based transfer facility that had been put into operation, the group's load was light, but since they felt that not having to walk would be quite relaxing stamina-wise and on a mental level, the 3 in the back seat also agreed with Emil's bitter words. Rather, how about forcing them to make way by telling them that Margrave Kunujis is coming through? I don't really care much about incurring the enmity of others, but that still doesn't mean that I want to provoke it deliberately, you know. Renia cast a glare at Killy, who said this, seemingly thinking that she had a great idea there. It'd be another matter if they had some kind of urgent business to attend to, but Rinya didn't have the slightest intention to wield his authority as the Lord for fun. In Rinya's eyes, this way of thinking was only natural, but it couldn't be called common for the nobles of this world. Knowing that, Shin and Rona smiled, feeling somewhat proud of him, and the sullen face of Emil turned into a wry smile. What is it? Rinya was bewildered by the sudden atmosphere change in the car. As if acting as the representative for the women in the car, Shin answered with a laugh, "Nah, we just thought that it's very like you, Rinya." Revealing a faltering look for an instant in response to Shin's reply, Rinya turned his eyes at the landscape outside the car, and remained silent without answering. It's pretty obvious that he's wondering whether Shin's words just now are just a simple praise or if they contain some kind of hidden meaning. Shin and the others somehow grasped but decided not to comment on Rinya's behavior in any way. With a visibly, slightly improved mood, Emil adjusted her hold on the wheel once again. By the way, as long as there was nothing in particular to talk about, silence naturally dominated the car's interior during the drive. After Emil's dangerous muttering, their car fell into complete silence and it slowly advanced along the road while dodging people, carriages, and wagons, but the one who broke the silence was Rinya. "Somehow I think that we will reach Klinge very soon, but how about you?" "Let's see, it should be any time soon, I'd say." No matter how efficient and far beyond the standards of this world the car built by Emil might be, Emil's skill didn't go so far that she could reproduce a navigation system similar to the ones added to cars in Rinya's former world. In the first place, not being able to recreate a navigation system was completely reasonable since it's not like they had launched any satellites into space in order to make it feasible. While calculating the direction and distance according to her mental map, Emil somehow inferred their current location by intuition. "Are you sure the city is in this direction?" Although the terrain could be described as plains, there were still quite a few ups and downs. Hence the city of Klinge wasn't yet visible from their current location. However, Emil was sure that Klinge was lying in the direction pointed out by Rinya according to her intuition. "I don't think I'm wrong, but why are you asking?" "I see, somehow. I feel like something similar to smoke is rising over there," Rinya said while narrowing his eyes. In response, the atmosphere in the car immediately became tense. Since Klinge was a city inhabited by quite a few people, it was normal for smoke to rise up from the city to some extent. However, something that would cause smoke to be visible at a distance, where the city itself wasn't in full sight yet, couldn't be quite considered a frequent occurrence. Going with that line of thought, they couldn't think of whatever was causing the smoke in Klinge right now as being an overly good omen. "Ah, you don't need to worry. The smoke's color is white, so it's probably water vapor. It's not 100% clear yet, though." Although they were still fairly far away, Rinya judged that the smoke, which he caught sight of, wasn't the type that would occur when something was being burned, but rather something similar to steam rising from a bath. Water vapor. Unsurprisingly, it was Shin who asked back. Going by the fact that Rona also has a somewhat questioning expression, Rinya perceived that this word wasn't common in this world apparently. Going by Emil's reaction, it didn't seem as though no one knew of the term since it didn't look like she had a particular problem with it, so Rinya thought that there might be some who know of the term. Rinya also used some time to brood over how he should explain the concept. In the end he came up with a somewhat passable reply. "Would you understand if I told you that it's the smoke that occurs during baths?" "Ah, you're talking about steam. If it's that, I know about it, but was there a facility in Klinge that would release so much steam that it'd be visible this far away?" Shin asked curiously, but even Rinya couldn't think of any such place. At the very least it shouldn't have existed when we left Clinch. In that case it would be logical to assume that something that could produce this much steam was built during our stay in the Gordonal barony, but there's too little information to conclude what was built exactly. Frau, Frau, for sure. It's gotta be Frau Tilda. 3 people voiced out the same name in 3 different ways. Shin turned her eyes towards the outside with a gloomy face. Rona sighed while placing a hand on her cheek as if troubled, and Emil fell towards the front while draping her body over the wheel. All of them basically commented, "That girl again, huh?" As expected of Renia, he had to at least come to her defense here, and thus he was on the verge of saying that it'd be unfair towards Frau, who was working so earnestly for their cause. However, after flapping his mouth open and shut for a while, and then remaining silent for a further while, he closed his mouth in the end for some reason. Renia. Seemingly worried about Renia, who now had a somewhat dispirited air hanging around him, Shin bent herself forward from the back seat and tried to peer at Renia's face from behind. "I couldn't find any counter-arguments," Renia muttered with a disappointed tone while covering his face with both hands. As a result, Shin tapped his shoulder, obviously telling him to not mind it. Whenever some kind of big incident took place in Clinch, the ones behind it were most likely either Renia or Frau. Renia himself had fully grasped that fact. Since one of the 2 possible ringleaders wasn't in Clinch right now, the possibility of it being the other one was extremely high. Going by his experience so far, Renia couldn't find any words capable of denying Frau's involvement. By the way, another candidate would be Leopard, and the dark horse would be Shin. Emil was someone with the potential to jump up high in that ranking if things were to go west for her, but because of her position as a researcher, she would usually take countermeasures so that things wouldn't totally go out of control even if an experiment were to fail, and would otherwise conceal everything in secrecy, so it wasn't often that her name came up when these kind of stories took place. For starters, it's wrong to make decisions based on nothing but speculation. Even if we know that the probability is extremely high based on past examples. You're right. It's wrong to jump to conclusions. It's not like the possibility that someone else is responsible is zero. Shin immediately agreed with Renia's words, which he had somehow managed to come up with after some time had passed. No matter how low her ability to read the mood was, Shin apparently had scruples about delivering the finishing blow to Renia's remark, which he had managed to squeeze out after being unable to come up with even one counter-argument to defend Frau, who idolized him so dearly. Shin tried to soften the mood at least a bit by immediately agreeing with Renia on this, as she didn't have the heart to kick him while he was on the ground already, but just then Killy dropped a bomb. But, if that's the most likely case here, acting under that assumption might also have the highest probability of avoiding the situation from worsening any further, I thought, Moga. Apparently having a bad premonition the instant Killy opened her mouth, Shin covered Renia's ears with her hands from behind, and Rona, who had judged that it would be better to shut Killy up after letting her talk for a bit, forcibly silenced Killy by grabbing her head and pushing it into her chest. Renia, who had his ears covered by Shin, didn't even try to look at the state inside the car, and kept staring at the landscape outside as if not having heard anything. Killy, who was embraced by Rona, struggled for a while, but eventually became obedient after her limbs lost all power, limply dropping down. Geez, to have all this happen before we even reached our destination. This is gonna be a pain, I can tell. Contrary to what she said, Emil smiled happily. While stepping on the car's accelerator with more force, as she thought that it would be better for them to get back to Clinch as fast as possible, Emil drove the car off the road, continuing to plow across the grassland with its intense undulations. As soon as the car arrived at Clinch City Gate, guards ran up to it. Even for Clinch, the car built by Emil was unusual, but it wasn't something that was kept completely hidden. Since Emil was occasionally taking it out for a drive through the city by herself, the soldiers weren't surprised to see it, but because it was a machine that people, who weren't from Clinch, would have never seen before, it gathered the attention and astonishment of those waiting outside the city for their turn to enter through the gate. However, for 4 people in the car, drawing attention each time they did something wasn't something noteworthy since they were already used to it. Only Killy, who had relatively little experience in that area, darted her eyes around restlessly, which looked somewhat suspicious. Among the soldiers stationed in Clinch, there wasn't a single one that wouldn't have been able to recognize Renia. This was something that could be considered natural since he was the feudal lord, but among the nobles, there were some who almost never left their mansions, and in this world it was still normal for the soldiers at the lower end of the hierarchy not to know what their lord looked like. However, because Renia was frequently leaving his mansion to stroll through the city or eat something at restaurants or stalls, most of the soldiers had seen Renia close up on several occasions, and thus such a concern didn't exist. "Milord, Welk," one of the soldiers, who rushed over, started to say when he recognized Renia, but he stopped in the middle of it, surprised by the weight and the light impact he felt from the helmet on his head. Even Renia, who was about to answer the soldier, became speechless after turning his eyes slightly above the soldier's face. All the women except for Killy smiled bitterly, and Killy was bewildered as if she was witnessing something unbelievable. "Welcome back, Master Tildenano." Any resident of Clinch, ranging from little babies to old men on their deathbeds, knew the name connected to that voice, with around 70% of them harboring heartwarming feelings, 20% feelings of respect, and 10% fear. The little girl lightly pinched the hem of her skirt, and while making the hemline draw a gentle curve, she performed a flawless bow in order to welcome the return of her master. However, Frau having chosen to do this on top of the soldier's head wrecked almost all of the good mood. By the way, the soldier Frau used as a foothold tightly pressed his eyes shut with a frozen expression, and stood completely still without even twitching, just as if he had turned into a statue. "I can't imagine that she's not heavy," Renia thought absent-mindedly. Going by the whole situation it was very unlikely, but if the soldier opened his eyes and looked upwards, or even if he raised his face just a bit, something that mustn't be seen by him might be reflected in his eyes. Or, it might happen that his head would get stuffed inside her skirt if she missed her footing and consequently slipped on top of his head. If any of that were to take place, he'd die. Most likely he would be killed. The cruel nature possessed by humans was occasionally described as being so nasty to behold that it made even the gods draw back, but the soldier would doubtlessly be killed in a way so repulsive that it'd be hard to put into words, and that even witnessing some of the other cruel acts humans were capable of might still be much better than watching the scene that would unfold. Precisely because the soldier managed to instinctively understand that fact somehow, he didn't move at all while acting as Frau's foothold. Persuading himself that he was a statue, he was stoically enduring something that was far more dreadful than a death god to the point that he gave up his own humanity. "Thanks for coming to welcome me. But, isn't the place way too poor? Get off him right away. You're troubling the soldier, you know." Once Renia ordered her like this while worrying that the soldier might voluntarily stop breathing any moment now if he didn't throw him a lifeline. Frau, the reason why the soldier had transformed into a statue, casually hopped off his head like a rabbit. For an instant the soldiers got entranced by the gentle scent of an unknown flower wafting through the air which appeared in concert with Frau's jump, but immediately understanding just what had happened, all the soldiers turned about with a speed and force that made it look like smoke was rising from their feet, pointing their backs on Renia and the others. Their behavior was triggered by them having caught sight of the hem of Frau's skirt that was faintly blown up by the wind pressure alongside Frau's hair, which scattered a floral aroma into the vicinity due to the force of her jump. But then again, on top of it not having been blown up to a dangerous extent, it wasn't as though Frau had jumped off without considering the wind at all, but sometimes the worst-case scenarios came true. What would have awaited them if they ended up drawing that possibility, which wasn't impossible, might have been a future where they would have no other choice but to ask for a quick death. Thus the soldiers' reaction could be seen as very reasonable. In reality, the extent of the soldiers' thoughts was well within Frau's expectations. If something like that had actually happened, Frau had planned to hug Renia while complaining to him that her underwear had been seen while blushing out of embarrassment with tears in her eyes, and certainly not what the soldiers had imagined she would do. If it had played out like that, Master would have likely forgiven the soldiers since it was an accident while consoling Frau. With Frau forgiving them then, it would have resulted in the soldiers obtaining a good impression of Master, who would have smoothened things over in their favor. After all, Frau can behave like a spoiled child towards Master without caring about what others might think about her. It truly would have been the best plan where no one would lose anything from it. If it's for Master's benefit, Frau wouldn't mind showing her underwear, Frau judged. But at the last moment she gave up on it with her reasoning kicking in. Frau probably shouldn't act so shamelessly as Master's maid. The retort that she shouldn't have landed on top of a soldier's head but instead on the ground in the first place didn't even occur to Frau, and there was no way that someone, who could point it out, existed in the Kunujai Margraviate, except for Renia. Frau, who had executed a soundless landing while suppressing the flapping of her skirt by releasing a faint amount of mana, ran up to Renia, who got off the car, with noisy footsteps, the exact opposite of her quiet movements just now, and energetically hugged his waist. "Welcome home, Master Tildenano. I missed you Tildenano." Frau, who embraced Renia with so much force that he let a groan escape, rejoiced as she ground her face against Renia's belly. The surrounding people were puzzled as to whether they should stop Frau's rubbing and hugging, which made one think that any common soldier might easily faint from just the rubbing damage. However, seeing Renia shake his head, indicating that it was no issue, while accepting Frau's body, alleviated the surrounding people's worries. As such, the soldiers returned to their stations, and Shin's group got out of the car. Frau fully immersed herself in the sensation of burying her face into Renia's abdomen, but noticing that the number of people getting off the car had increased compared to how many had mounted it when they departed, she suddenly stopped moving altogether. "Did you increase the number of girls again, Master Tildenano?" "It's not again, stop putting it like that. It sounds so scandalous." After pulling back her arms which she had put around Renia's waist, Frau turned around and made a short bow towards Killy, who had gotten off the car. "Hello, I'm the super beautiful peddler Killy." Just as Renia wondered whether this was the right place to introduce them to each other, Frau responded to those words while lowering her head. "How polite of you." "Thank you. I'm called the Transcendentally Beautiful Maid, Frau Tildenano." "Nice to meet you Tildenano. That's where you compete." Renia rolled his eyes, and Shin as well as Rona laughed dryly. However, Frau's next words caused the blood to drain from their faces. "Over there is Frau's master, Renia Sommer, the super militaristic noble Tildenano. And next to him are the super disappointing beauty Shanae Sommer, and the super fleshly desires beauty Rona Ain Sommer Tildenano. It's not necessary to introduce me, is it? Or rather, you don't need to throw me in the mix there, do you?" "Disappointing. You're talking about me. Renia, what's the meaning behind the second part of your remark? Flesh. I'm fleshly. Somehow I was left out as if it were completely natural. Renia, since I kinda feel like crying, lend me your chest or back, okay? Emil laughed loudly without even showing the slightest hint of sadness or such. Nothing came to mind in regards to you, Emil ain't some Matilda, no. Once Frau said so to Emil without a shred of shyness. Even Emil made a somewhat pitiable expression, seemingly affected by Frau's words. Look, wasn't that the perfect moment to come up with something related to our relationship? Excuse me for not having come up with anything tilde nano. Rather than that, let's go back home instead of standing around here talking tilde no. Completely cutting Emil down with a smile that told everyone that she didn't feel sorry at all, Frau tried to lead the party to Renia's mansion, but just as she was about to leave, Renia called her to halt. Frau, there's something I'd like to check with you before going back home. If it's the color of Frau's underwear today, it's pink with frilly lace tilde nano. Frau declared such a thing nonchalantly, which surprised everyone around them and drew their gazes towards both Renia and Frau, but seemingly having anticipated that Frau would give some kind of silly comment, Renia remained indifferent, showing no visible change in his expression while also managing to ignore the gazes of those around him. All's fine as long as it's cute. It's not my favorite color, though. Anyway, what I wanted to confirm wasn't that, but something else. Frau, who had been easily brushed off, made a slightly disappointed face, but tenaciously hung on to the bit as if unwilling to lose. Then, Rona ain't Summers tilde no. Black, right? No matter how you think about it. Shanaine Summers. At first glance, it'd be white, but I've somehow got a feeling that it's light blue. Elaine Summers. Pretty sure, violet. Wanna bet on it? For Renia all of these were quite unserious and casual answers, but the members, who had their names called out, reflexively pinned down the hems of their clothes, looked down while blushing, or laughed weakly and foolishly. Going by their reactions, it looked as if Renia hadn't been that far off with his guesses. However, the soldiers, who had been listening to their conversation intently, mentally applauded Renia's mental strength to dispassionately and boldly talk about the colors of women's underwear without even minding the gazes of the spectators waiting at the gate to enter the city. It wasn't something they could imitate even if they were told to do so. Having been brazenly warded off up to this point, Frau, who had been unable to tease Renia, unleashed what she considered her game-changer blow in order to somehow tear down Renia's calm facade after lightly chewing on her lips. Then, Killer Summers, I'm not wearing any, you know. Faster than Frau could finish speaking, and before Renia could even react, Killy's short comment instantly silenced the area around them, and at the same time, made it seem like time had stopped. While everyone doubted their sanity and their own ears, unable to move or speak, Killy restlessly looked at the situation in the frozen space around her, and then suddenly said in a somewhat troubled voice, "It's a joke. A joke. Ha ha ha. There's no way it's true, is there?" Killy's voice sounded extremely flat and fake, but it was impossible for Renia to check the veracity of her words. Denying Frau's questioning look, implicitly asking him whether she should undress Killy, with his eyes, Renia gave a deep sigh, as if trying to pull himself together, and once again stated to Frau that he wanted to confirm something after turning towards her. When we were driving back here, I saw smoke rising in the distance. I don't remember there being a facility that could cause something like that when I departed. So, did something happen? After pondering about it for a moment, Frau suddenly clapped her hands together. Master, come to think of it, Klinge's famous tourist spot was finished. No. Frau's words seemed completely unrelated to Renier's question. While suspecting that she might be trying to dodge his question by avoiding the topic through the vagueness of her answer, Renier reminded her just in case. "That's your answer to my question?" "Of course, Nano. I'm certain that you have seen the steam from far away, Master Nano." Hearing the term steam, Renier grimaced, looking somewhat displeased. That's because when he combined the fact that he had made the heroes dig a huge hole for the transfer device and the information he obtained from Frau just now, that what he had seen from far away was water vapor, there was only one possible conclusion. On the other hand, the only places that caused phenomena corresponding to that in Renier's former world would be areas with somewhat active volcanoes. Renier couldn't quite believe that such a phenomena would occur in an area like Klinge which didn't have any volcanoes nearby. However, Frau's next words downright denied Renier's considerations. "Once we dug the ground up, hot water gushed out. No." Renier didn't recall giving them instructions to dig that deep into the ground, but he thought that maybe it was something that would appear near the surface with light digging. While pondering about that, Renier led everybody to his mansion, in order to get more details from Frau, and to move somewhere else where they wouldn't be standing in the way of other people. After moving from the city's gate to Renier's mansion, the party rested in a parlor Frau had prepared. While Frau gallantly laid out tea and tea cakes for everyone, Renier asked about Maria and Croix, who were nowhere to be seen. In response, Frau gave him the silly reply that Maria was mowing the lawn in the mountains, and Croix had gone out to wash the laundry at the river. After Frau flashed a smile that lacked any ill will at Renier, who was fixedly glaring at her, she chose the instant Renier briefly looked away with a doubtful expression, to quickly turn around and flee the scene by dashing away. However, Frau's attempt ended in tragic failure as Renier's right hand, which lunged out with a movement similar to that of a flying swallow, grabbed the back of Frau's head with an eagle grip. While wondering how a fairy tale from his former world found its way into this one, Renier immediately put strength into the hand holding Frau's head. As the back of her head was instantly assaulted by a brutal pressure, Frau screamed, struggled violently, and before long ran out of strength with her limbs hanging down, powerless. "Are you happy now? So, let's return to my first question, okay? Assaulting an innocent girl, that's an act of savage violence. Nano." Frau uttered with her legs and arms swinging back and forth as her body was solely supported by Renier's grip on the back of her head. Renier narrowed his eyes immediately. Seemingly sensing this change from his presence, Frau, who shouldn't be able to see Renier's face, hurriedly put power into her limbs and adopted a stance of standing at attention. Croix Sommer is in the bath, and Maria Sommer is swamped in paperwork, as usual. No. Contrary to its location at the edge of the Trident Principality, the amount of people and goods that streamed into Klinge couldn't be taken lightly at all. In proportion to that, the amount and complexity of the paperwork had reached absurd levels. Moreover, with the influx of marine products from the Gordonal barony thanks to the establishment of the transfer facilities, the amount of documents which had to be processed increased. According to Frau, Maria was drowning in work, be it day or night. Additionally, due to her appearance having become something similar to a ghost, hardly anyone other than the civil officials and Maria's subordinates approached Maria's office these days. It sounds like the paperwork of the Nidoume Margraviate would fall apart like a house of cards, if Her Majesty the Archduchess were to retire and Maria were to take the throne, doesn't it? Rona said, as if it was entirely someone else's problem while slurping her tea. Renier responded to her with a faint tinge of teasing mixed into his voice, "Rona, you should take measures so that it won't happen any time soon." After all, you're the next candidate for the paperwork, you know. Me. Rinya nodded his head at Rona, who was all panicked, with a serious look. Why me? Rinya, do you bear some kind of grudge against me? There's no one else qualified to do it. Speaking about abilities, even Krua and Emil should be able to get it done properly. However, it was unthinkable that Krua, who had a symbiotic relationship with the forests, would be suited for a work that would keep her in a dimly lit room for extended periods of time. And since Emil was very talented and very able as a researcher, having her stop that and instead putting her in charge of office work wouldn't be beneficial. Given that Frau was the head maid, she should devote all her power to that field. As for Shen, Rona had no choice but to admit that Shen was completely unfit for this kind of work, after adding the annotation "while she's my mistress." As a result, Rona became fully aware, while shocked by the revelation, that there was no one besides herself suitable to succeed Maria, according to her process of elimination. In that case I must come up with a method to avoid doing paperwork in the future while the breakwater called Maria is currently managing the paperwork of Clinch, otherwise my future will be an eternal hell of documents and stamps. However, there existed a simple method to avoid that. It was to abandon anything and everything, in other words, escaping from Clinch. But that would mean leaving Rinya and bidding Shen farewell. Rona felt that she wanted to avoid that future as much as possible. Bidding Shen farewell was unthinkable for her, she didn't even want to consider it. And on top of that, Rona loved Rinya quite dearly. Moreover, Rona, who had grown accustomed to life in Clinch, a city that allowed her to spend her time a lot more comfortably than any other city could, didn't want to part with her current life since it was so pleasant. Rinya nonchalantly gazed at Rona's state as she started to come up with plans so as to avoid doing paperwork. In reality, if Rona was a bit shameless, the option of staying in Clinch after rejecting Rinya's demand existed, too. He didn't put it in words, nor did he commit the foolishness of showing it on his face, but there was no way that Rinya would tell Rona to leave just because she had turned down his demand. Furthermore, there should still be around 20 years left until the current Archduchess would abdicate, as long as no problems arose. As long as they had this much time, it should definitely be possible to gather a reasonable number of civil officials with abilities above a certain threshold, but Rinya deliberately chose not to point this fact out to Rona. Cornering Rona might lead to a slight reduction in Maria's workload if Rona comes up with some kind of ingenious idea. And even if that's not the case, it's not like it'll worsen the current situation either. Enough of that. Frau, you said something about hot water appearing, but just what happened? I don't recall having instructed you to dig so deep that you'd find hot water, according to my knowledge of these things. Rather than depth and so on, as far as Rinya knew, there was no place capable of creating hot water around Clinch. According to Rinya's knowledge, hot water gushing out after digging only occurs in places like hot springs. And Rinya believed that hot springs mainly appeared in areas near volcanoes. Apparently hot springs also existed in places other than that. However, no matter how much you might say that underground water had a higher temperature the deeper it was, it should still be necessary to dig down several kilometers in order to reach a water temperature so high that steam would rise from it. After pondering for a short time as to how she should answer Rinya's question, Frau started to speak fluently, seemingly having determined that she should explain everything from the beginning. According to her, the heroes, who had been ordered to dig the hole, dug obediently as instructed at first. They used pickaxes and shovels. However, the scheduled size of the hole was far too big for only 4 people to dig manually, no matter how much greater the physical abilities of the heroes might be when compared to ordinary people. As might be expected, the first to throw in the towel was Leopard. Throwing away the shovel in his hands with the reason that he had had enough of this monotonous work rather than his body having tired out, Leopard made a certain suggestion to the other three heroes. Since any more of this is the height of boredom and doesn't suit us anyway, wouldn't it be way easier to get its shape or whatever manually fixed after blowing up the ground, thus creating a reasonably sized hole? Looking at it based on efficiency, it wasn't a bad suggestion. But Rinya clicked his tongue at this smart way to cut corners, considering that this work was also supposed to serve as training. It looks like me not being there had a big influence on their behavior, but regardless of how I look at it, it appears beastmen tend to try getting things done roughly and non-committally. Rinya considered that annoying, but pulling himself together as it had already happened anyway, Rinya focused on Frau's explanation once again. It was Katz who opposed Leopard's proposal. In Katz's eyes, they were told to dig, and not to blow away. Katz's claim was that doing something he wasn't told to do was unnecessary, and doing something unnecessary wouldn't result in anything decent. Isn't his trust in me a bit too strong? But he's an honest and good boy. Right? Even Rinya didn't feel like denying the smiling Shin's words. While thinking that it'd be fine for Katz to be a bit selfish seeing as he was still a young boy, according to his outer appearance, Rinya prompted Frau to go on. As always, Grun stuck to remaining neutral while calmly continuing with his work. As Grun declared his neutrality with a smile, saying that he would obey whatever they decided, the decision fell into the hands of Albert, the one with the final vote, but although it was unexpected in Rinya's eyes, Albert supported Leopard's suggestion. Hence the hero's course of action was decided with 2 agreeing, 1 disagreeing, and 1 abstaining. Why did Albert? Rinya believed that Albert had a more prudent character, but Emil's response made him understand Albert's reasoning, albeit only somewhat. Maybe various things built up within him. Isn't that what you'd call a backlash of a person who has accumulated a certain level of bottled-up feelings? He had been following orders while wondering why he had to do so, but beastmen and dragonoids seem to have the fundamental trait of preferring brute force approaches since strength is one of the areas where they are superior to humans and elves. Killy said as if adding some trivia, but everyone who listened to her agreed that it wasn't a good idea to go along with everything and anything. Putting that aside, now that the heroes had decided on a course of action, they had only to put it into practice. Thus a destruction spree caused by 2 heroes apparently started to unfold in the vicinity of Clinch. 2. It looks like Katsukan ran away, and Grunsan also took his leave to a quieter place. It would have been fine if Katz ran away because he was against what Leopard and Albert were doing, but Rinya was sure that Katz ran away because he didn't want to get scolded by Rinya if a problem occurred. In contrast to that, Grun should have stuck around and followed the suggestion they agreed upon since he was neutral, but it was plain as day that he ran away to avoid any consequences. Rinya believed that he should have opposed the suggestion in the first place then, but as the vote tally would have ended up being even in that case, and since Grun hated unnecessarily dragging out decisions, his vote was most likely a result of a self-preserving way of thinking since he would be troubled if he caused the other 2 heroes, who had cast a positive vote, to have bitter feelings towards him by making the mistake of getting in their way. I have no basis for it, but I don't think you can call the other 2's characters all that great. Where are those 2 right now? Frau shrugged her shoulders at Rona's question. Neither has been found yet till Nano. There was no need to go out of our way to search for them, but even if we tried to force a search, the probability of actually finding them is rather low, Rinya judged. Just like Katz can store away the two priestesses, who always accompany him, in that black fog of his, Katz himself will be able to hide anywhere as long as he can store himself away as well. It's obvious that hiding forever will be impossible, considering things like food etc., but still, I think it's pretty clear that finding him will be a pain as long as he doesn't show up by himself. As for Grun, he's a hero specialized in concealment and covert actions to begin with, so it'd be a lot harder to find him than to find Katz. Rather, finding Grun was far more difficult since, unlike Katz, Grun was equipped with all the necessary abilities to live by himself as long as he hid the fact that he was a hero. If things went south, it was possible that he would never be found. In that case I'd likely have no other choice but to ask Krawa to get him to come out through persuasion, Rinya sighed. With that said, as a result of the two heroes continuing to blow up the ground, they dug a hole deeper than necessary, and in the end struck hot water, is what you're saying. Before that, the earth and sand that was blown up, and the vibration of their attacks damaged the surrounding areas. No. We're being approached by Clinch's residents with reimbursement demands over broken windows or tableware, and destroyed furniture. No. Also, there were a considerable number of complaints about the noise. Petitions stating that it was troublesome because babies couldn't sleep arrived at the mansion. No. Apologize politely, and pay for the damages. If heroes started to attack the ground at full power right next to a city, the fact that damage occurred due to the scattered earth and sand hitting the wall or flying above the wall and hitting buildings close to the wall was obvious without doubt. Moreover, the vibrations of those attacks were similar to the tremors caused by earthquakes. It was quite possible for tableware to fall off cupboards, windows to break, and the walls of buildings to develop fractures. Furthermore, it went without saying that the sounds of explosions would trouble the surrounding citizens if attacks of such magnitude were carried out. We will precisely record the reparations paid, and slap the beastmen's and dragonoids' faces with the bill. As Rinya laughed with a low, subdued voice, obviously suppressing his anger, Frau roughly calculated the amount of money claimed by the residents, who had approached them until now, in her mind, and after further considering the financial situation of the beastmen and dragonoids, she found an amount that they would probably pay without complaint. In case they were unwilling to pay even a small sum of money, she would add a short comment of "My master will be angry." No. Either race knew Rinya closely enough to know better than to ignore the threat. So, where are those two idiots right now? When the hot water gushed out, both were drenched in boiling water, resulting in them experiencing burns throughout their bodies. They are being hospitalized at the medical ward. No. The water seemed to be quite hot, and, in addition, it also gushed out with considerable force. While it was just bad luck for them, or rather, it was more like they were paying for their own mistakes, it meant that the two heroes got swallowed up by the boiling water, unable to evade since they had just released big techniques. Consequently, the two heroes were nicely boiled together, which goes to show their scalding friendship. Tell the medical ward personnel to tie the two to their beds, hindering them from moving around for a while. Okay, Master. No. But still, their actions didn't only result in bad things. No. Frau continued to explain to Rinya, whose anger subsided to some extent as he apparently thought that they had gotten what they deserved. You're saying you built a bathing facility? Correct. No, I had someone observe the hot water for a while. There was quite a bit of it coming out, but its temperature wasn't as high as at the beginning. But since it was gushing out while maintaining a relatively high temperature, I thought that it would be a waste not to use it. No. Because of the water gushing out of the recklessly dug up ground, The hole had become quite big by then, and the hot water, which had accumulated there, looked unusable as it was mixed with dirt. Frau drained this hot muddy water into a tank, which had been built by neatly joining building stones together, and by letting the mud settle within the tank in addition to installing a filtering system at the tank's outlet. She managed to convert the muddy water into fully usable, clean, hot water. Frau then decided to use this processed water for bathing by drawing it along waterways. The bathing facilities were quickly constructed by Frau and Keith's group. The finished facilities were then covered by a single, huge building, resulting in a gigantic bathing facility, which was most likely the very first of its kind in the world, right next to Klinge's wall. Given that it was naturally impossible to allow hot water blended with mud to continuously gush out, Frau single-handedly took care of servicing the hot spring source, reaching the point where it became possible to provide clean hot water, albeit little by little. It was a story that couldn't be told to other people, but since the temperature of the water at the hot spring source was high enough that a person couldn't touch it, which would make it very difficult to service it at this rate, Frau made sure that no mud would get into the water by stacking up stone blocks and maintaining the shape of the hole using Pukei-obkun. Still, because the water blew out from the ground instead of seeping out from in between rocks, getting rid of the mud completely was impossible. And thus the need for a settling tank didn't change. The temperature of the water that gushed out wasn't suitable for bathing, but its temperature decreased to some extent after the mud settled and the flowing time. These processes had the completely unforeseen side effect of decreasing the water temperature to a point where it was fit for bathing by the time it was poured into the bathing area, even without adding cold water to it. Otherwise it would have probably become necessary to build a facility to draw the water used to cool the hot water. Were Keith and the others also responsible for finishing the hole for the transfer facility? If so, it'd mean that we have exploited Keith and his men quite a bit, making it necessary to give them some days off in addition to a monetary reward, or in other words, giving them a bonus, Renia thought while asking, but Frau denied this. Obviously Keith and the others would have collapsed if I had forced them to dig such a hole. No. Who dug it then? Don't tell me. The Kachural. If you made it do something like that, I wouldn't know how to pay it back at all. I don't think it needs money, and even if it wants food, I have no idea what it likes. Renia couldn't think of anything but to head over to the Gordonal barony once more, and use himself as a tea bag. Even if I wanted to get that to dig the hole. Frau doesn't know how to communicate with it. No. The ones who dug the hole for the transfer facility were Katskun and Grunsan, who had run away before Nano. The common ground between these two heroes was that they would likely be caught sooner or later, even if they escaped, since they couldn't stay away from Renia for an indefinite amount of time. In that case, it'd mean that these two, who would be trying to escape, and the other two, who acted like idiots, would be in the same situation of not having dug the hole as instructed. Hence they believed they might be able to file for extenuating circumstances when they get caught, as long as they did their best in one go and at least finished the hole as they were told. Once they saw that their views aligned up to this point, the rest was simple. Katz and Grun dug the hole with the instructed size as fast as they could while wrecking a considerable number of pickaxes and shovels, and then escaped. So what's their reason for running away in the end? They fear joint liability for the damages caused by their two comrades. Nano. I don't feel like Katz and Grun are related to this matter, so they don't really need to run away. Please tell them, if you can contact them. I will ask the patrolling soldiers to keep spreading the news. No. It wasn't as though they had a liaison to contact the two heroes who had disappeared. Hence, the idea was to have Katz and Grun, who were in hiding somewhere, hear about it by having the patrolling soldiers shout out, "Lord Summer isn't angry, so come out all over the city." But Rinya held his forehead over the fact that this was exactly like searching for lost children. That means that right now there's a building for the hot spring source, which had been excavated by two idiots, outside Clinch's wall, and bathing facilities that had been built for the sake of using the hot water. In addition, there's one more building for the transfer facility. So, the total number of buildings increased by 3. Leaving aside the hole, the buildings on top were built at a truly astounding pace. No. It was so quick that even Frau got slightly exhausted. No, if they had left the hole alone, its walls would have crumbled down sooner or later since they were made out of dirt. Thus they created a wall by piling up stones and bricks towards the bottom so that it wouldn't collapse, but this task was as difficult or even more difficult than digging the hole itself. Maria Ainsummer threw a fit of anger since we needed more than 3 times the building stones initially requested. No. I also wondered about it when you created Clinch, but you did a really good job securing so many building stones. Upon Rona's interjection, Rinya and Frau averted their eyes in random directions for some reason. Seeing their reactions, Rona immediately realized that she was about to touch upon a topic that mustn't be spoken about. As expected of Maria Sommer. If the next Archduchess is such an excellent person, the Trident Principality has a bright future ahead. Rona, who probably thought that it was a somewhat insensitive comment after voicing it out, regretted the slip of her tongue. With her first comment, Rona had felt that she was about to touch upon a dangerous topic, but now, as a result, she had instead touched on a topic she would have liked to avoid herself. Originally Shen should have become the next Archduchess, with Maria not even being a candidate for the post. While believing that she should be considerate of Shen's feelings on the matter, even if the current situation was a result of Shen declining the position of her own volition, Rona secretly took a peek at Shen's expression, who was next to her. Shen was sleeping on the parlor's sofa with a soft, peaceful breathing without Rona having noticed. "You're right, Maria did well. I think I should reward her in some way." Pretending not to have noticed that Rona was troubled that she might have changed the topic way too abruptly, Rinya went along with her while making sure his voice sounded as natural as possible. From Rinya's point of view, the topic that Rona almost brought up was something Rinya didn't want to expand on too much. For the sake of building Clinch, they had repurposed several smaller rocky mountains of the mountain zone not far away from Kukrika to get the large amount of building stones necessary. Although the fact he had forced the dragons to carry the stones couldn't be helped, Rinya himself didn't consider what he did worthy of any praise. Given that no one had closely examined the area inhabited by the dragons, on top of the fact that the maps circulating in this world were very vague, it didn't turn into a serious matter. However, normally such an incident should have caused a huge uproar since maps would need to be redrawn and such. Rinya wanted to avoid doing that again, but no matter how excellent Maria might be, providing something that didn't exist was impossible for her as well. Rinya wondered whether the area inhabited by the dragons might have shrunk again. This time it's not just Maria Ainsummer's achievement. No. What do you mean? While digging the hole, we ran into clay. No, I gathered day laborers and had them bake bricks. No. If they had tried to cover all of the used building materials with just stones, they would have never been able to gather the necessary amount without crushing the Rocky Mountains again, just as Rinya feared. However, since there was something clay-like amongst the sand and earth carried out of the hole, it could be used to make bricks, which saved the mountain's life, so to say. Having said that, even baking bricks consumed a certain amount of resources. To be precise, in order to bake bricks a large amount of fuel was needed, even if highly efficient furnaces were used. And the main source for this fuel were the forests. Well, there's a huge forest just outside the city, I suppose. Yep, there's a huge forest. No. Leaving aside its nature and name, the miasma forest was certainly a huge forest. The amount of timber obtained from it was nothing to scoff at. Even without deliberately felling trees, simply focusing on gathering dead branches should allow one to acquire a considerable amount of fuel. However, being able to do this was due to the fact that the wood was just laying around there. Originally, the people living in this world wouldn't really consider gathering the dead wood in the miasma forest just to turn it into fuel. That's because it simply wasn't worth the effort, seeing as you'd need to be on guard against monster attacks while gathering the wood. But Klinge soldiers possessed the abilities and skills that allowed them to completely ignore this issue. Frau, who likely thought that they had no other way to handle it, mobilized a part of the soldiers, and had them gather dead branches in order to use as fuel. By using that wood to bake bricks, they somehow managed to overcome the lack of building materials. Since green wood doesn't burn well, we didn't use it this time around. No. That's good to hear. It'd be really troubling if I heard from the elves about how we are destroying nature. There should have been several such organizations in his former world, but Rinja wondered whether the same applied to this world as well. He wanted to try checking back with Kawa, but unfortunately she wasn't present right now. Going by their image, the word elf would make one think that this kind of activity might fall under their jurisdiction, but since the elves of this world largely deviated from Rinja's image of them, they might not be against deforestation. The hot spring allows you to recover from fatigue and has an effect on skincare. Nano. You sure investigated that quickly. After hot water, or rather, something like a hot spring gushed out, it should take quite a bit of time until it reached a point where it could be used for bathing, and thus Rinja didn't expect that enough time had already passed for them to properly enter the bath. Because he seriously doubted that methods to analyze the chemical composition of water existed in this world, he was surprised over the fact that the hot spring's quality had been identified so quickly. However, since it was a world with medicines that could immediately heal injuries upon consumption, Rinja changed his way of thinking in the direction that it might be possible to immediately understand the effect of a hot spring upon entering due to some kind of different world correction. Until your return, Frau, Krua Ainsommer, and Maria Ainsommer have tried it out plentifully, Master. No. Oh, I see, a beautiful skin is obvious from the outward appearance, and you predicted the fatigue recovery by checking Maria's condition, huh? Emil nodded in a way that showed her comprehension of their testing. It might be what you'd call, no better method to judge than actually trying it out. Rather than that, hearing beautiful skin being mentioned, Shen woke up, and the look in Rona's eyes changed. We'd also like to test the bath out no matter what, right Shen? Indeed. Beautiful skin is essential. For women working as adventurers, skincare must be quite difficult. Upon Killy retorting while apparently having absolutely no interest, Emil replied in the same uninterested manner, "You just gotta stop working as adventurers if you care about your skin so much. That's a different pair of shoes." Once Rona insisted with glazed eyes while zooming her face in on Emil without any hesitation. Even Emil raised her hands as if surrendering after bending backwards, seemingly overpowered by Rona's intensity. Shen, Rona, neither of you has bad enough skin that you would need to worry about it, right? The muttered words that spilled out of Rinja's mouth, as he didn't understand why they were so frantic about this, had a dramatic effect. Rona pulled her face back from Emil, and started to fidget around with her face cast downwards while blushing. Shin broke into a really happy smile. Master, beautiful skin is one of the important, unresolved issues for any woman Nano. You could call it a woman's nature to desire beauty even if they are already plenty beautiful No. Frau said with the air of a know-it-all, but in the end it was an issue that was difficult for Rinya to comprehend. For the time being he decided to just accept it for what it was. Even Emilaine Sommer pretends that she doesn't care, but in reality she should also worry about it Nano. Emil was a being whose skin could deteriorate. Rinya, just what do you think I am? Seemingly unable to ignore Rinya's comment, Emil raised her voice in protest with her cheeks cramping up, but after Rinya and Frau looked at each other due to her objection, Rinya replied while looking at Emil's face, something I don't quite get. I concur with Master Nano. All right. Can I have you two step outside for a moment? I'll quickly show you what I think about your bullshit. Leaving Emil alone, who had started to crack her knuckles with a smile still clinging to her face, for the moment, Frau loudly clapped her hands together as if having remembered something. Oh right, Master, I forgot to tell you something important No. What's up? When Rinya asked as he held Emil, who had come to grab at him, in an iron claw without any panic or hurry while keeping her at bay with the difference in arm length as she swung her hands while enduring the pain, Frau told Rinya what she had just recalled. We widely announced the establishment of a hot spring in order to draw guests to clinch No. Okay. Making an announcement wasn't anything especially bad. It was unclear how much of an effect it might have. But if an announcement that the number of tourist attractions in Clinch had increased were to draw people in as a result, just that would already increase the number of people spending money in Clinch. Maria might be at her wit's end, but there was nothing wrong about it. Once we did, Her Majesty the Archduchess apparently heard of it as well, and ended up visiting in person No. Isn't that something you mustn't forget? Rinya didn't know what business the Archduchess might have with them that she would personally come all the way to Clinch from the capital. Rinya could somehow predict that she might have been lured in by that thing about the beautiful skin, but either way, the information that Archduchess Lydia, the highest authority of the Trident Principality, had come visiting was news that should have been brought to Rinya's attention before anything else. While wondering whether it might be necessary to scold Frau, who said that she forgot about it, on this occasion, Rinya asked, so, where's the Archduchess now? She's currently enjoying the hot springs with Queen Sommer Nano. Let's leave her alone for a while. For just an instant, Rinya thought that it might be bad to leave the Archduchess alone, but once he considered it, he wouldn't be particularly troubled even if she deprived him of his noble rank after accusing him of disrespect. Moreover, he readily decided that it might be fine to ignore her, if the person herself was in the middle of enjoying the hot springs anyway. Even if it was wrong to do so, there was definitely no way for Rinya to intrude upon the Archduchess while she was bathing. I see. Then, since it's like that anyway, Shin and the others can just join her in the hot spring. What about you, Rinya? There's no way that I can join you guys, is there? The bath has a proper section for men No. I will go there then. I have no interest in beautiful skin, but hot springs are nice either way. You guys, for now try to indirectly sound out the Archduchess as to why she actually came here. Rinya said while thinking that she might actually not have any particular business with them, and just came to Clinch to experience the skincare effect while healing her fatigue from work. Listening to Frau, the bath should be a facility that was built at a ridiculously fast pace, which would make one wonder about its quality, but the bathhouse built in the outskirts of Klinge was so neat that it surprised even Rinya. Seen from the outside, it merely looked like a warehouse or something similar, that only had bricks piled up on top of each other, at first glance, but the interior was decent, and on top of having a proper separation between men and women's sections at the entrance, the dressing rooms for men and women were also quite large. Baskets to put the clothes in, bathrobes apparently for covering the body after leaving the bath, clean towels, and many other accommodations had been prepared in considerable amounts. No matter how you thought about it, it wasn't a facility meant to be used by only one person, but because the facility itself was booked since the Archduchess was currently occupying the women's bath, Rinya was alone in the men's section. Going through something like a sign curtain that had men's bath written on it, he passed an attendant's booth, which had been placed there for some reason, and continued to the dressing room. It was apparently a trident custom for men to change into a yukata after taking off their clothes when at a bath. Incomprehensibly, such a custom didn't seem to exist for women, seeing how Rinya was told by Frau that this custom was limited to men. He had been fairly puzzled by the logic behind this, but as she insisted that it was a custom, he didn't have any room to object. Although it wasn't as though he didn't harbor any doubts about the existence of a bathing custom in a human country that shouldn't have the custom of entering baths often. The yukata for men was something similar to short pants with a size that had quite a bit of leeway. Of course they were made out of a fabric that wouldn't become transparent even after getting wet. The instant Rinya saw it for the first time, he felt like he somehow understood the reason why women didn't put it on. In the case of men, it'd work out one way or another with just wearing those short pants, but women would need to wear a yukata that covered them from top to bottom if they planned to hide everything. If something like that were made out of a thick fabric that wouldn't become transparent even after getting wet, it'd probably be impossible for them to wash their bodies, in addition to the yukata becoming too heavy while bathing. Wearing his yukata while admiring the fact that it actually followed some kind of logic, Rinya passed through the door separating the dressing room and bathroom, and was taken aback by the sight spreading out in front of his eyes. The bathtub that had been built there couldn't be called a bathtub according to Rinya's common knowledge. If he were to go with a word that would describe his impression of it best, it would actually be pool. The bathing area following after the area used to wash oneself was filled with somewhat white, cloudy, hot water, and endlessly long and wide. It continued all the way to the wall that very likely separated the men's bath from the women's. Rinya estimated the distance to be around 25 meters. Moreover, the length and width of the bathing area seemed to be around the same size. Seemingly as a measure against peeping, there were no windows in the bathroom. Rinya didn't know whether the lamps installed on the ceiling were some kind of sorcery tools or the bright light spell, but considering the bathing area's size, he felt that the illumination was somewhat lacking as it was slightly dark in here. The bathing area was so large that it woke the urge in him to ask just how many people would be able to fit in it, but persuading himself that just this might already be enough proof of the abundance in hot spring water, Rinya started off by scooping up hot water with one of the buckets provided. Rinya wasn't all that knowledgeable about the etiquette when entering a bath, but he at least knew that it was necessary to wash off the dirt on his body before getting into the bathtub. After he had poured plenty of hot water onto his body, warming himself up to some extent, he rubbed the soap provided across his entire body, creating bubbles all over. Rinya's foamy body was so slender that one wouldn't be able to imagine it being suited for combat. From the perspective of a third party, it didn't look like his body had too many muscles. Based on Rinya's appearance, many would look down on him since this world's soldiers looked muscular. However, the difference in physics was owed to Rinya's body having experienced a different way of forging compared to the soldiers of this world. Usually Rinya didn't have a body that would emphasize its musculature. Only when it was necessary to use strength, tough muscles like twisted wires would stand out on his face. *slurp*. Hearing something strange, Rinya shifted his eyes towards the bathtub. The steam rising from the hot water was considerably dense. Coupled with the magnitude of the bath itself, the visibility wasn't really good. However, leaving the women's bath aside, the only one using the bath was Rinya. Thinking that he had misheard since there was no reason for anyone else to be here, Rinya averted his eyes from the water, and focused on washing his body again. Although Rinya was washing his body, no obvious dirt was washed off since he regularly used the bathroom in his mansion. Even when he was in the Gordonal barony, his room had been equipped with a proper bathroom. However, given that sweat and similar things always stick to one's body, Rinya diligently cleaned himself with the soap, going as far as cleaning under his nails, and then, after scooping up some hot water with the bucket again, he let the water stream down his body that was covered with foam. The hot water that streamed down his body continued onwards, getting drained towards the wall on the opposite side of the bath as the ground had apparently been built with a slight incline, and flowed into gutter-like holes in a corner of the washing place. While being positively astonished by the well-thought-out setup, Rinya finally headed towards the bath. The edge of the bath was something like a stairway with the water depth gradually increasing as you advanced deeper within. Furthermore, it allowed you to enjoy the bath by sitting down on the steps. It was set up in such a way that the water level reached up to Rinya's chest or slightly below it once he went down the first step, and sat down with his feet placed on the next step. With half of his body submerged in the hot water, Rinya took a single, deep breath. Going by Rinya's standards, the water temperature was lukewarm, but it still felt fairly good. And now that he thought about it, the cloudy, hot water was interesting since it had a slimy touch that somehow felt comfortable on his skin. Rinya enjoyed the hot water in this state for a while, but thinking that a Japanese person should submerge themselves up to their shoulders when in a hot spring, Rinya rose half to his feet, and tried to lower his feet onto the next step. But in the next instant his body vanished within the hot water, as if he had fallen into a pitfall. Even if I say so myself, I must admit that just now was a fairly dumb sound. Without even the time to finish his thought, Rinya ended up completely sinking in the bath. In other words, the stairway reached from the edge to the second step, but beyond that the water was deeper than Rinya's height, seemingly having been designed that way. He might have noticed it if the water had been clear, but it was impossible to see the layout in the cloudy water, on top of which he wasn't expecting the water to become so deep all of a sudden. Rinya sank straight down into the deep water. Given that it was all too abrupt, he didn't even have time to close his eyes. Probably because of the water temperature, or maybe because of the hot spring's water quality, he was unable to keep his eyes open as they were assailed by a dull pain. Notwithstanding all that, Rinya somehow managed to surface again by swimming in a standing position without panicking, but now, unable to secure any visibility, his sense of direction had gone a bit haywire as he had struggled to some extent when sinking down, resulting in him not knowing in which direction the bath's edge was. If his body hadn't been submerged in hot water, he could have applied the method he used when fighting against Emil's clone in order to grasp the situation, but with his body being submerged in hot water, that wouldn't work very well either. The way sound was reflected and transmitted in air was different to how it behaved in water. Someone accustomed to the difference might have been able to adjust to the situation, but in Rinya's case it would ultimately be an auxiliary measure, and not something he was accustomed to. Rinya thought, please spare me from having to call for help due to drowning in a bathroom. But around the time when he started to believe that having to call for help was inevitable since he still couldn't open his eyes due to the stinging pain and had no other option other than loudly shouting for help, someone gently grabbed Rinya's hand even though there shouldn't be anyone besides Rinya in the bath. Rinya, are you okay? Come this way for now. If you don't rinse out your eyes, you won't be able to open them because of the pain, you know. There's something I'd like to say first, but, well, okay. Rinya, who still couldn't even open his eyes, immediately knew who the voice's owner was because of their characteristic way of speaking. However, the owner of the voice was a woman. No matter what, it was wrong for that person to be here right now. Even while wondering what was going on, Rinya moved through the bath while being led by her hand, and was finally able to sit down on the stairs part of the edge. Here, take this wet towel. This hot water is great for the skin, but I feel like the stimulus is slightly too strong. Accepting the towel which was apparently being held out by the presence, Rinya first wiped his face with the towel that was completely wet before opening his mouth. Once he finished, the unpleasant stimulus, which had assailed his eyes, was wiped away, and Rinya was finally able to open his eyes again. It might have been slightly cold because it was soaked in water I created with sorcery, but since there would be no point in a towel soaked with the hot water here, I'd like you to put up with it. No, well, that part is fine, but later we have to inform Frau that it's necessary to prepare normal water in advance. Having said that, I wonder why the bath is so deep. Before that, why are you here, Krua? Once Rinya turned towards Krua, he saw her puzzled expression. Without even trying to hide her slender, naked body, she was bending away from the bath with her knees on a part of the first step. She wasn't even wearing a towel, freely exposing her pure white, unblemished skin. Even her smooth butt and her flat chest were on full display from where Rinya was sitting. Her long, blonde hair being wet while partially submerged in the hot water is a sight for sore eyes, Rinya thought, but originally this was the men's bath, somewhere Krua shouldn't be. If I hadn't been here, you might have drowned, no. I'm grateful for your help. Were you also the source of that weird sound? The origin of the odd sound Rinya had heard while washing his body was apparently Krua. Having that pointed out, Krua said while gesturing as if waving it off, I saw something beautiful. I'm going to charge you money, you lil peep. I can get a front row seat if I pay for it. Not having imagined even in his wildest dreams that Krua would react in such a way, Rinya pushed the towel he had used to wipe his face into Krua's face, who had been hanging over the bath's edge the whole time, and pushed her body back while holding his head with his other hand. How did you sneak in here? It won't be possible to let customers in if it's that easy to pass back and forth between the women's and men's bath. I think it will be all right. Normally it's impossible. As Rinya pondered whether he should have Frau revise the security protocol, Krua continued pointing at the wall dividing the male and female baths at the end of the bathtub after winding up the towel that had been thrust into her face, and tossing it into a bucket that had been placed outside the bath. As a matter of fact, that wall has a gap at the bottom, connecting this place with the bath over there. Isn't that no good then? Creating separate water channels in order to draw hot water for the women's and men's bath would be a hassle, right? Anyway, as long as hot water continues to enter from one side, it means that both baths will be filled. That's an invitation to peep as much as you want, isn't it? Krua held Rinya, who was panicked that there was a problem at the very root of the bathhouse's design, back while waving both hands. No, not at all. The water around there is around 3 meters deep. Although you might call it a gap, it's so narrow that I barely fit through it. Being told that, Rinya rudely stared at Krua's naked body, who was sitting next to him. Krua's figure was very elvish with her narrow shoulders and her lacking proportions. As far as Rinya could see of what was supposed to be her chest, if one was lenient it could be described as modest, and if one wasn't lenient then one could say that she was lucky it wasn't sunken in. Krua splashed the bath's hot water at Rinya's eyes, who had assessed that there was probably nothing there to sway, while maintaining a smile. Having been careless, Rinya was completely covered by the water, causing him to bend backwards while holding his face as a dull pain assailed his eyes again. Ooh. Just now you were thinking something very rude, weren't you? While allowing displeasure to seep into her voice without even trying to hide it, Krua took the towel from the bucket, and passed it to Rinya, who was still holding his face, after wringing it out lightly. Receiving it, Rinya wiped his face again, and protested to Krua with slightly teary eyes. If you don't want me to think about it, then just hide them. Krua puffed up her cheeks at Rinya, who insinuated that he had thought about weird stuff because he could see her naked body. I don't see the point in hiding them since it's just you and me here. I'm fine with you as you are, if you're okay with it, though. I'm fine, you say? Krua quickly narrowed her eyes, and drew her body slightly closer towards Rinya. The words she had uttered in a subdued manner made Rinya feel a shiver travel up his spine. Her conduct and voice were so charming that he wondered exactly what he had permitted by saying he was fine with her. Rinya even ended up wondering whether the blood flowing through his body was flowing upwards or downwards. Meanwhile, Krua was trying to lean in closer to Rinya, who had started to become so flustered that he started to hallucinate. In order to apply even more pressure on him was forcefully interrupted by the appearance of a certain intruder. Okay, that's the end of the indecent conduct. It was such a flat and lackluster voice that it immediately threw cold water on any overheating mind. Once Rinya turned to see what Krua was looking at with such overwhelming bloodlust as if her charming expression until now had been a lie. His mouth dropped partly open due to the figure standing over there imposingly. Rinya couldn't believe his own eyes. Enter the strongest power within the human realm, the highest authority of the Trident Principality, Archduchess Lydia Femme Fatale Chan, while introducing herself with rather dangerous titles and a slow voice lacking even a splinter of tension. The one entering through the men's bath's entrance with vigor, a smile all over her face and freely flashing her two heels that might very well be the highest peaks of humanity, was a person who definitely shouldn't be here, and someone one could call Rinya's current boss, Archduchess Lydia Femme Fatale. Because of her all too sudden entry, Rinya couldn't avert his eyes or look down, which would be the least problematic behavior in this situation. In other words, the outcome was him directly staring at the Archduchess' body, which was on full display with her dauntedly posing in the nude, an action anyone would consider questionable for a woman. As for impressions, you could somehow sum it up with the word bombastic. Rinya had harbored a similar impression of her when they first met, but either way, right now his mind was filled with the thought that the Archduchess, who wasn't hiding anything, was bombastic. It wasn't as though she was fat in any way whatsoever. However, Rinya couldn't say anything due to the intensity of the Archduchess' fleshiness, which likely overpowered Rona by leaps and bounds. She possessed a beauty skirting the dangerous line of possibly becoming an indecent, comical figure if she were to gain a little bit more weight in some parts. Moreover, Rinya was astonished by the fact that there were no drooping parts to be found on her body, which was endowed with such a quantity of mass. You could truly call it the finest masterpiece which conquered gravity with the natural capabilities of the human body. But then again, Rinya didn't have a clue about whether the people of this world would be able to understand the concept of gravity even if he were to explain it to them. Since Rinya had been using the bath, he ended up looking up at the Archduchess, who was standing imposingly at the washing place, and that also resulted in the Archduchess' body having even more of an impact. The Archduchess flashed a faint smile of triumph due to Rinya having become frozen with his eyes still pointed at her, unable to speak thanks to his blank amazement. For an instant, Rinya was about to get pissed off, thinking that she might make fun of him, but immediately noticing that the Archduchess' eyes weren't pointed in his direction, he tried to follow her line of sight, wondering what she might have seen to cause her to reveal a smile, and was immediately hit by a strange sensation. He had been feeling the warmth of the hot spring water being transmitted by the part of his body submerged in the bath, but the part above the water's surface had instead started to feel an intense chill. Once Rinya timidly looked in the direction that he felt the chill was coming from, he instinctively pulled back while splashing water around due to the presence he found there. A face completely void of any expression, with the eyes open wide. Even though the long, wet, blonde hair had released a bewitching sex appeal until just moments ago, it was now repelling the light from the ceiling, giving it a metallic coldness like icy wires. The small, cute lips endlessly continued murmuring something with such a low voice that it was barely audible, but Rinya had absolutely no clue what she was saying. While calming his racing heart, which was throbbing for a completely different reason than just several moments ago, by placing his hand on top of it, Rinya speculated that she was murmuring in Elvish, which Krua hadn't used very much recently, and changed his mind to Elvish. Immediately following, the sounds, which he had been hearing, rushed at him as words which he could understand the meaning of, a meaning that terrified Rinya. Crush, kill, burn, tear, beat, break, pierce, stab, split, gouge, torment, strike, kick, whittle, slice, cut. Crush, kill, burn, tear, beat, break, pierce, stab, split, gouge, torment, strike, kick, whittle, slice, cut. Crush, kill, burn, tear, beat, break, pierce, stab, split, gouge, torment, strike, kick, whittle, slice, cut. Kill, burn, tear, beat, break, pierce, stab, split, gouge, torment, strike, kick, whittle, slice, cut. Kill, burn, tear, beat, break, pierce, stab, split, gouge, torment, strike, kick, whittle, slice, cut. Kill, burn, tear, beat, break, pierce, stab, split, gouge, torment, strike, kick, whittle, slice, cut. Kill, burn, tear, beat, break, pierce, stab, split, gouge, torment, strike, kick, whittle, slice, cut, kill. Forgetting even the warmth of the hot water, Rinya shuddered, believing that he was probably going to die here. While scattering such intense pressure into her vicinity that it caused Rinya, who hadn't felt anything like it since coming to this world, to tremble, Krua stood up from the bath, swaying like a snake. Her elven, naked wet body was fairy-tale-like within the faint light, but right now Rinya didn't have the leeway to admire it. Behind Rinya, who was pondering whether he should try to do something about this or simply turn tail and run away, the Archduchess looked at Krua, who was standing in the bath, and laughed scornfully while still standing boldly at the washing station. If you don't have any bulgings, the water easily flowing down your body must be nice, and on top of that, drying off should be easier too, right? Is it fine for me to take this as your last will, human? Her manner, which swelled up explosively, turned into physical pressure, causing the surface of the bath to stir violently. As the water's surface was splashing and billowing, although not enough to wash Rinya's body away, he began to subtly move deeper into the bath, trying to get as far away from Krua as possible, while protecting his eyes so that no hot spring water would get in them, seemingly having learned from him previous experiences. You have pissed me off. That crime deserves certain death. Oh my, I wonder, is that an inferiority complex of someone not possessing what others have? Even though she was probably sensing the heavy manner pressure and anger thrown at her, the composure didn't vanish from the Archduchess' expression and demeanor. Wondering whether she might be hiding some kind of secret weapon, Rinya observed the situation while using a bucket that had been tossed his way as a cover, but the Archduchess was visibly nude, and it didn't seem as though she had anywhere to hide stuff. But then again, since Rinya had heard that there were countless places to hide something on a woman's body, he knew that he couldn't trust his eyes unconditionally. But either way, even if the Archduchess had some kind of countermeasure at hand, it shouldn't be suitable to deploy it in a bathroom. Even while thinking that it might be a waste of breath, Rinya called out to the two for the time being, "Can't you guys at least enter a bath quietly? Or rather, this is the men's bath. If you really want to have a fight, go back to the women's bath." Rinya thought that it was a decent remonstrance considering his current situation, but the reply only made it obvious to Rinya that he had wasted his time. "Rinya, please stay silent and watch. This is a place where I can't back off as an elf. It's the duty of a senior to train lasses who haven't even given birth yet, of course." Even Rinya wasn't expecting that the situation would calm down with them obediently accepting his remonstrance. However, he had hoped to gain a little bit of time. Because of the huge amount of mana gushing out of Krua's body, the area around her was getting damaged. He needed that time to understand what the Archduchess, who didn't even budge within that violent mana wind, was planning to do. Her own weight, and her leg strength, Come to think of it, she's Shen's mother. If I consider physical strength, it wouldn't be odd even if she were as strong or stronger than Shen. As for her weight, I think it's needless to say, but it's impossible for a body that boasts that much volume to be light. Still, her strength and sense of balance to remain standing in the face of that devastating mana pressure on top of the wet, slippery stone floor is nothing to scoff at, Rinya thought in astonishment. In other words, it means she's confident that she can somehow handle it at their current distance, even if Krua takes some lethal action. The probability that Krua would use sorcery indiscriminately, swallowing up the surroundings, was exceedingly low. After all, such a spell would naturally involve Rinya, who was close to her. In that case, it was possible to predict that whatever spell Krua was going to use would only affect a single target. If it was that kind of spell, it wouldn't be all that difficult to knock out the caster, as long as one had the leg strength to instantly close the gap without missing the moment the spell was activated. In short, she's saying she's confident in battle since she isn't a mere figurehead. Rinya gazed at the two, who remained in a deadlock as they glared at each other, while being submerged in the hot water up to his shoulders, asking himself what he should do. The quickest and easiest methods would be to either escape or to blow them both away. However, if I chose either of these methods, I wouldn't be able to avoid damaging the bathhouse. Leaving the Archduchess aside, he felt that if he were to carry out an attack capable of knocking Krua out, just the aftermath would cause considerable damage. And if he ran away, Krua wouldn't need to worry about involving Rinya anymore, losing all restraints in the process, and could in turn deploy an area of effect spell without any need for hesitation. The second to best plan would be to side with one of them, and knock out the other one together. Since a 2 versus 1 would be a very advantageous situation for the numerically inferior side, it'd be possible to wrap this up without much damage to the building, but it'd have the demerit that the party he didn't support would develop ill will towards him. He also considered calling the others, but immediately rejected the idea. At the moment there was no one in Clinch who would be able to stop the Archduchess with words alone, and even if there was someone who could stop Krua by force, it would definitely lead to the destruction of the building. I'm at a loss. It'd be a different matter altogether if he were okay with causing damage, but Rinya didn't want to break the facility, which Kurtz, Grun, Keith and his men had built with utmost effort, without even having used it much yet. While pondering what he should do, Rinya sunk into the water until it covered his shoulders. The white, cloudy hot spring water, said to be good for the skin, felt somewhat slimy on Rinya's skin, causing Rinya to suddenly realize, come to think of it, hot springs that are good for the skin are often alkaline baths, aren't they? Once he considered it like that, he could also explain the pain that assailed his eyes when water got in them. The hot spring water that gushed in Clinch very likely contains a very strong alkaline. Because of its ability to dissolve old keratin, it's known to cause beautiful skin, but on the other hand, it's also known to cause a strong stimulus on the skin and mucous membranes. Its nature of breaking proteins apart is actually quite dangerous. There existed cases where strong alkalinity was said to be more dangerous than strong acidity. Rinya decided to ask Frau to add an installation that would provide normal water at the washing station after this. Going by how Rinya felt after actually taking a bath himself, the alkalinity wasn't so strong that it would have an immediate effect on the human body. But there were also people who should wipe their bodies ahead of time since it wasn't quite clear what would happen if they allowed a weak alkaline to come in contact with their skin for an extended period of time. Putting off those thoughts for later, Rinya called out to Krewa and the Archduchess, who were still scowling at each other, in order to carry out the method to suppress them, which he had somehow managed to come up with, while soaking his hands in the hot spring water. Both of you, if you don't give it a rest already, I will use force. Rinya, please be quiet. I can't forgive this old hag who got in our way even though we had a good mood going at long last. Phew phew phew. Margrave Qnudai is going to have a blast with Maishan by having a wet make-out session with her in the bath later. There won't be any turns for a washboard elf. What's with that description? While wondering about that, Rinya scooped up some of the bath's water, albeit not much, with his palms. I warned you, okay? Water sphere, dot. The bath water Rinya scooped up turned into 2 water bullets, and headed for the Archduchess and Krewa's faces. However, the Archduchess slapped it down with a wave of her hand, and Krewa scattered it apart with a single sweep of the mana gushing out of her body. Ah! The one raising her voice was the Archduchess. Her ability to repel the water bullet, which came at her with a considerable speed, was something that could be expected of her, but the broken water bullet turned into a fine mist, spraying her face. Several drops got into her eyes. Although it was just a small amount, the stimulation assailed her eyes, causing the Archduchess to stagger as she reflexively covered her face. Krewa tried to attack her, seeing it as a good opportunity, but Rinya's comment stopped her in her tracks. Krewa, above. Pardon. Reflexively looking upwards as told, Krewa noticed the sphere, which was filled to the brim with a lot of hot spring water, hovering above her head. For an instant she was unable to understand, but after a second, Krewa understood that Rinya had gathered the bath water above her head using manipulation. She realized that the first water bullet served as a restraint and decoy, and moreover, that her next action wouldn't be in time to deflect the sphere because she mowed down the decoy with her mana. Rinya. Too late. Once he released his constraint through manipulation, the large amount of bath water that had been floating in the air poured down on the Archduchess and Krewa. The water hit Krewa directly in the face as she had looked up. The Archduchess, who had been rubbing her eyes while holding her face due to the small amount of water that got into her eyes at the beginning, was hit diagonally by the water since she was in the middle of lifting her teary face after perceiving the falling water. Both screamed at the same time. My eyes! My eyes! The Archduchess, who had been at the washing station, and Krewa, who was washed out of the bath due to the pressure of the falling water despite being at the bath's edge, were both suffering as they covered their faces with their palms. Their appearance as they rolled around was nothing but comical, being very far from having any sex appeal. If she were to calm down and think it over, Krua would realize that she just needed to make some water with water sorcery and wash her face with it, but because her eyes were assailed by pain, she was apparently unable to make a calm judgment as she was crying out. While sighing, Rinya made some water using sorcery and poured it into a bucket that had been washed over in his direction as he looked towards the bathroom's entrance. Rinya had perceived since a little while ago that several presences had gathered by the entrance. "What are you guys doing there?" The ones who opened the entrance door very slightly and peeked inside through the gap were Shin, Runa, and Killy. "We came after Mother, Her Majesty, the Archduchess to stop her, but, just as we were about to rush in, we couldn't, so instead we decided to wait to see how things would develop." "Rinya-san, you sure have a nice body, don't you? Is it okay for me to take a picture with a recording magic tool?" A bucket full of water hit Killy's face directly as soon as she voiced out the last comment. Of course it had been thrown by Rinya. Killy's body slowly crumbled to the floor due to the impact of the bucket in addition to the strength behind Rinya's pitch. The entrance door was thrown open because Shin and Rona, who were surprised by the water splashing around after the bucket hit Killy, moved in order to dodge said water. Thanks to that, Rinya could tell that their clothes had become quite disheveled. It looked like they had been taking a bath in the women's section originally, but hurriedly chased after the Archduchess who had suddenly rushed out after learning that Rinya was in the men's bath. "You will catch a cold, so warm yourself up." "Ah, really? If you say so, Rinya." Please excuse me then." Shin, who had apparently misunderstood Rinya's concern as acknowledgement for mixed bathing, started to get rid of her clothes in the dressing room. Rona looked back and forth between Rinya and Shin, flustered. Rinya was about to correct the misunderstanding, but seeing the Archduchess and Krua still rolling around in the nude, he reconsidered. In the present condition, where he had ended up seeing this, he felt the urge to do something similar to getting rid of a bad aftertaste. "While at it, I'd like to have some personnel clean up Krua and the Archduchess, who will likely continue rolling around until they run out of strength." "Rinya, is it really okay?" "Do as you please. However, if you're going to enter, cover your body with a cloth or something. And, if you can get in contact with Frau, tell her to prepare normal hot water so that people can rinse their bodies after getting out of the bath. As you can see, this hot spring water seems to be a bit too stimulating." Once Rinya jerked his chin in the direction of the two rolling around on the floor, Rona lightly shook her head after seeing such a scene, and confirmed Rinya's request. That was really terrible." Rinya, who had been enjoying the view of Shin and the others preparing for the bath in the dressing room while coiling a cloth similar to towels around their bodies without having to peep, revealed a startled expression when he saw the Archduchess abruptly standing up while speaking up as slowly as she normally did. Rinya knew very well since he had experienced it as well, but the pain from the hot water, which Rinya had used just now, entering one's eyes wasn't something that you could recover from in such a short amount of time. Rinya believed that it might be recognized as simple stimulation since high recovery didn't work on it, but either way, the Archduchess' recovery time was so short that it far surpassed Rinya's estimation. Without minding Rinya's gaze, who was wondering just what was going on here, the Archduchess slowly submerged her body in the bath while briskly rubbing her eyes. Just in case, Rinya checked Krua's side as well, but she had completely run out of strength due to continuously rolling around in pain, showing no signs of getting up while breathing roughly as she laid face down. Margrave, it's no good to look at a woman as if she's a monster having submerged herself in the bath up to her shoulders. The Archduchess grinned broadly, apparently having noticed Rhaenyra's stare. As far as Rhaenyra could see, her eyes were only slightly bloodshot, but it seemed as if the pain had completely faded away. Without knowing what he should say in return, Rhaenyra said the first thing that came to his mind as he watched her huge boobs float in the water. "How about covering your private parts a bit, Your Majesty? I don't possess anything so seedy-looking that I would get embarrassed if it's seen once," the Archduchess replied in such manner while making her flabby boobs sway in the water. Crua reacted with a twitch while still laying on the floor, but since she didn't appear to have recovered enough her strength to even get up, she gave no response except the quiet sound of her grinding her teeth in vexation which managed to reach Rhaenyra's ears. "Besides, the towels provided here don't have enough fabric even if I tried to hide them, you know." Being told that, Rhaenyra once again turned his eyes towards the dressing room that was in full view since the door had been left open. Over there, Rona was in the middle of barely managing to cover up her body with one of the towels provided. Of course it had been Frau who had prepared those towels, but Rhaenyra was sure that Rona was probably registered as having the biggest proportions in Frau's mind. In which case, it was only natural that the towels wouldn't be able to hide the Archduchess' body, seeing as it boasted a volume greater than Rona's. "Margrave, you're also happy if you can see them, right? I prefer a slightly hidden state over a showcasing." In response to Rhaenyra smoothly answering the Archduchess, who had a broad grin on her face, with an unmoving expression, she started to splash bath water at Rhaenyra with a considerably disappointed expression, apparently extremely unhappy with his answer. Just as Rhaenyra blocked the water by holding his hands up, Shen and the other two, who had finished their preparations, modestly entered the bathroom. "Rhaenyra, sorry for making you wait." "No, it's not like I've been waiting, you know." Shen had slid into the water next to Rhaenyra while combing her hair up with a smooth, natural motion. The parts that shouldn't be seen were properly covered by the cloth wrapped around her body, but just the parts that were visible were already so stimulating that they caused Rhaenyra's heart to race. Moreover, because she sat down right next to him, the Archduchess succeeded in splashing hot water into Rhaenyra's face through a gap in his hands as he had unintentionally lowered them. Even though it was quite painful, Rhaenyra had prepared himself, seeing as it was the third time, and thus he rinsed his eyes out with water from a bucket, which he had prepared outside the bath in advance, while bearing the stinging pain. In the brief moment when Rhaenyra had his sight stolen, Killy tried to wedge herself between Shen and him, but that ended with a short intermezzo as Rona grabbed her by the nape, and mercilessly slammed her into the bath far away from Rhaenyra. However, since Rona's actions took place speedily and quietly while Rhaenyra was washing his eyes, he didn't realize it. When his sight returned, Rhaenyra could only see Rona sitting down next to Shen with a nonchalant expression, and Killy splashing her own face with water she created through sorcery while clinging to the edge of the bath on the opposite end in panic. "Just what are you people playing at?" "Nothing in particular. By the way, Your Majesty, I wonder what I should think about the fact that you rushed out in the nude when you heard Rhaenyra was in the middle of taking a bath." The prerequisite of me being in the bath is weird, Rhaenyra thought, but didn't say it out loud. Rhaenyra chose not to because he felt that he would get an answer that would be wrong on several levels the moment he spoke up. "I wonder, was there anything more important than seeing the Margrave's nude body?" Rhaenyra sighed deeply after receiving a reply that he shouldn't have heard even after he withheld his retorts. "Mother, that's not a response you should give in front of your own daughter," Shen protested while quietly placing a hand on Rhaenyra's arm. Just when Rhaenyra was about to warn her that it would be way too risky in various ways for her to place her hand on his arm while wearing such an attire in a bath, The Archduchess very smoothly replied to Shin's objection. Oh, as a matter of fact there was something, an important topic. Pardon? Rinya asked back while wondering whether he had heard her correctly due to the totally unexpected reply. As I said, there is an important matter to talk about, the Archduchess asserted with her slow way of speaking without a shred of tension, but even after hearing it again, Rinya couldn't perceive it as anything other than having misheard her. Rinya turned towards Shin, who was still resting her hand on his arm. Since Shin's slightly flushed face was closer than he had thought, Rinya was startled, but while putting great effort into not showing his surprise, he asked Shin. Did you hear her say something about an important matter? Yeah, I did. What about it? Having confirmed that he had apparently not misheard her, Rinya turned towards the Archduchess again. An important matter? How often are you going to ask, Margrave? Rinya stopped himself from arguing that asking the same question several times couldn't really be helped, since he couldn't feel a serious atmosphere from her which would indicate that she was going to start talking about important matters. Moreover, he wondered whether a bath was the right place to start such a conversation, but he kept silent about that part, too. On top of inevitably feeling that it would be meaningless to repeat this exchange several times over, the other party was tentatively the country's highest authority and his boss. So, what kind of important matter would that be? Rinya urged her on, thinking that right now it might be better to go along with the Archduchess in order to advance the conversation, even if there were some aspects that were somewhat hard to swallow. However, for some reason the Archduchess put on an expression similar to a child scheming a prank, and said, saying it in a serious or casual manner, which would be better? Please go with the serious option. Rinya thought, it probably won't register as an important matter at the moment if it's treated unseriously, but it was plain as day that the Archduchess would dodge Rinya's argument with a "you sure?" if he were to point it out. What a bummer. Even though it's about whether we should decide on a day for the wedding, mother, I can't really turn a blind eye towards the fact that you're using that as material for an unserious discussion. By the way, the bride is me. Can I talk with you outside, mother? Rona grabbed Shin's shoulder, who was about to stand up in the bath with glazed eyes, restraining her. Rona did this because she fully understood that the Archduchess was joking around. Furthermore, if Shin were to go on a rampage here after her physical abilities shot up in Baron Gordonal's city, it was almost certain that the building wouldn't be able to evade fatal damage, regardless of how sturdy it might be. If she had completely lost it, Shin wouldn't be stoppable with only this level of restraint, but she apparently had enough reason left in her to understand that it was Rona's hand that had been placed on her shoulder. While submerging herself into the bath again, albeit reluctantly, she didn't stop at simply placing her hand on Rinya's arm this time, but instead hugged it closely. In Shin's eyes, she was probably intending to make her own claim on Rinya clear with this. However, as Shin's naked body was only covered by a towel right now, and since there was no way for Rinya, who had his arm embraced by her, to shake her off, the first thing he did was to put strenuous effort into continuously dismissing the various signals, which were transmitted from his arm to his brain, out of his consciousness. It's a joke, just a joke. Speaking of important matters, there are actually several. First, I will be appointing Rona-chan as a saint in the name of the Trident Principality. An impressive splashing sound was audible from behind Shin. At the end of Shin and Rinya's line of sight, who had turned around wondering what had happened, Rona, who was apparently about to get up, spontaneously slipped and fell into the bath. Moreover, since the hot spring water had seemingly managed to get into her eyes, she started to struggle due to the pain she was experiencing for the first time. Right now Killy was in the middle of frantically trying to pull Rona to the bath's edge. However, Killy was almost dragged down into the depth of the water instead, probably because of the difference in body weight, but once she somehow managed to drag Rona to the edge, she carefully created some water and showered Rona's head from above with it, telling Rona to wash her eyes, which were assailed by the stimulus of the hot spring water. "Why, Your Majesty! Just what the heck is me becoming a saint about?" Rona yelled out while rubbing her eyes, using the water gushing down on top of her head. Rina had never heard the term saint before, and thus turned towards Shen looking for an explanation. MMH. "Oh, I see. Although the title is referred to as saint, it doesn't really connect with anything for you, does it, Rina? Is it something like a hero?" Rina tried to make an educated guess going by the word's nuance, but Shen shook her head at his answer. "So far as it goes, standing and authority are attached to the title hero. However, a saint, how to describe it best? Is someone respected, allowed to carry out their function with a lot of flexibility, but they have no authority. Can you understand from that explanation?" Rina somewhat managed to reach his own interpretation through the explanation Shen somehow managed to come up with. He thought that it might be something like an honorary title. The religion originating from the Holy Kingdom, which had widely propagated until just recently, has become obsolete, right? Because of that, a new teaching originating from the Trident Principality has started to spread on the human continent. Did you know about that? Except for Rina, the other three nodded at the Archduchess' words, but Rina tilted his head to the side in confusion. Rina irresponsibly believed that the religious group located in the Holy Kingdom had probably lost its power since they were the leading authorities behind the criminal he had annihilated. But it was the first time he heard that a new faith had sprung forth from the Trident Principality, taking their place. You see, it seems to stem from a beautiful girl with twin tails and 6 pairs of shining wings standing at the bedside of several of our country's priests and proclaiming that she'll hand out plenty of divine protections if they were to start a new religion, or something like that. Rina was astonished at how this whole process got started by an action similar to a bar's solicitor calling out to people. Apparently his thoughts showed on his face. Shen smiled, Rona made a face full of mixed emotions, and Killy started to splash the hot spring water behind Rina for some reason. After silencing Killy by driving a cluster of hot spring water into her face with manipulation, as if to counterattack her while thinking, "What would you have done if you had splashed some water into my face?" Rina faced the Archduchess. "Well, all those priests afterwards said that they received an oracle that Rona Chevalier, who's currently staying at Clinch, should be nominated as saint also from that beautiful twin-tailed girl or whatever. Yeah, she seems to be the main subject of worship. What's the merit of being acknowledged as a saint?" The Archduchess revealed a faint smile at Rina's question because she understood that titles were insignificant to Rina and that he apparently saw no worth in considering something like the religious implications stemming from it. "As a result, I'll have to take her back to the capital for some time, but she'll be able to read as many of the church's treasured books as she wants. Where's the merit in that? It'll widen her repertoire of divine arts in the first place." Rona held the position of an apprentice, and thus she only had a limited number of divine arts at hand as people of her standing had restricted access to information about them. Unlike sorcery, divine arts couldn't be acquired with money. You wouldn't be shown or taught any divine arts unless you piled up a fair amount of achievements for a church and held a reasonably high position within the organization. However, when it came to a saint, it was a position that allowed one to have insight into any divine art without restrictions. Jumping to such a position in one leap from being an apprentice could certainly be called advantageous. It's not that I won't be allowed to come back from the capital or anything along those lines. Once Rona asked so while pondering that the title might have some aspects worthy of consideration. The Archduchess turned towards Rona, and asked in return, maybe if there's some reason that you wouldn't want to return. Unthinkable. My place will forever be by Shin's side. The Archduchess smiled in satisfaction at Rona making such a clear-cut statement. Then you just have to return, right? I'd also hate to incur the Margrave's wrath by restraining you against your will. Wouldn't it be fine to just have the headquarters of the church relocated to Clinge then? As Killy cut in, Renia suddenly wondered whether it was really all right to allow Killy, who ought to be an outsider, to listen in on the important matters that the Archduchess was saying. Even though such a question should be a natural one that anyone should be able to come up with, no one except for Renia seemed to be bothered by this issue. If that's what you say, it might be fine to consider that option. Moreover, the Archduchess obediently agreed with the words of a simple peddler. Renia didn't even try to hide his suspicion as he wondered just who the hell this person might actually be. Unclear as to whether Killy knew what Renia was thinking, she stared directly into his eyes, returning a broad smile that seemed somewhat shady to Renia. What the Archduchess referred to as an important announcement was apparently a considerable shock for Rona. Renia decided that he should leave Rona, who kept mumbling under her breath with her face cast down as she brooded over the matter with half her body submerged in the hot spring, to her own devices for the time being. Mother, is that all you wanted to talk about? The Archduchess suddenly and forcefully threw out her chest with a somewhat triumphant expression upon Shin's question. Seemingly perceiving this from the Archduchess' presence, Krua repeatedly twitched while still laying face down on the floor, but Renia made an effort to ignore this as well. I said that it's several matters, didn't I? You simply don't listen to what others say, Shin-chan. But could there be any other matter as important as appointing Ro as a saint? Renia couldn't really connect with the story, but the appointment of a saint seemed to be a rather major issue. Renia believed that Rona's reaction might be reasonable in such a case, but even Renia couldn't come up with a matter that could be just as important. You see, I'm going to appoint you as a general certified by the Trident Principality and pass on the ancestral armor of the fertile house. No, thanks. Shin immediately gave an indifferent reply, without putting any emotions into her words. Stuck between Shin, who seemed to enjoy the hot bath with a composed expression, and the Archduchess, who completely froze in a state of wanting to insist on it, Renia didn't know how to deal with the silence that had suddenly occurred between the two. He let his eyes wander, looking for some assistance, but Krua remained motionless. Rona continued mumbling something under her breath, and Killy was whistling while looking into the far distance, apparently having no interest in getting involved with someone else's affairs. As Renia was glaring at Killy's profile, believing that her acting was way too obvious, the Archduchess, who finally revived, asked Shin in a tone teeming with disbelief, "Why, Shin-chan? I'm not suited to be a general or something like that. In the first place, with our family armor you mean the one used by our honorable ancestor, right?" "Correct, it's that black, hard, big thing." While grinning broadly again after completely changing her attitude, the Archduchess made sure to lean forward in Renia's direction. Harboring a feeling of dejection as he wondered what he should think about her phrasing, Renia scooped up hot spring water with his palms, and splashed it into the face of the Archduchess to counter her approach. Without looking at the result of his counterattack, Renia asked Shin, "What kind of armor is it?" "It's a set of plate armor that covers your whole body." "Certainly, it's big and black, but more than that, it's heavy. I heard that my ancestor could easily move around while wearing it, but that's impossible for me. It's been passed down that the armor will repel any kind of blade or magic attack, but if you use that many thick armor plates, that's only natural." That's not all it has going for it. Apparently, having been more than cautious enough, the Archduchess had managed to fend off Rhaenyra's counterattack somehow. Still, as she would be troubled if the water got in her eyes after dripping down from her hair or face, she wiped it off with her hands and arm, and now that she had become even warier of Rhaenyra's follow-up attacks, she didn't try to go for another approach. Even as a weapon, it's amazing. You mean that thing where it's unclear whether it's an iron plate or a sword, mother? After answering the Archduchess with a tone that made it clear she was fed up and bored, Shen turned towards Rhaenyra, and began to explain. It's a long sword with a crest that's said to have been used by our ancestor as well, but the blade's length is around my height, and its width is approximately equal to Krawa's shoulder width. Since the comparison targets were in front of his eyes, Rhaenyra could more or less picture its shape. Even if he couldn't imagine its detailed molding, it would be a great sword with a length exceeding 2 meters if you added the hilt part, assuming that Shen's explanation was correct. If it had been created with its whole body being made out of metal, its weight would be beyond imagination, making it very difficult for Rhaenyra to consider it a weapon that could be handled by a single person. It's just a marginal note, but the one with the smallest shoulder width among those present in the bathroom right now was Krawa. Making sure to keep the comment, it's because she has nothing that needs to be supported, locked away in his heart. Rhaenyra brought up another matter. You won't be able to wield something like that, will you? At least Rhaenyra himself had absolutely no intention to fight while swinging around something so heavy. But after thinking about it for a little while, Shen answered in a way Rhaenyra hadn't anticipated. If it's just swinging, that's possible one way or another. One way or another, you say? If it's simple physical strength, she might soon exceed me, I suppose, Rhaenyra assessed. Then again, Shen's body doesn't look all that muscular at a glance. That meant Shen's body was forged in a way similar to Rhaenyra's. From Rhaenyra's point of view, it could be called ideal, but he also felt like the effect had gone slightly too far. No matter how you think about it, fighting with such a large sword is impossible. Though I think just being able to swing it is already amazing enough. That evaluation doesn't really make me happy, is what I'd like to say here. Anyway, mother, even if you want to confer such a boorish, heavy armor to me, I'll turn it down since it's useless. The Archduchess dropped her shoulders in disappointment due to Shen's clear-cut rejection. Even though I wanted you to use it, if you want to confer something to me either way, make sure it's usable, mother. Rhaenyra tried to overlap his image of the armor he had heard about just now with Shen's appearance as she said this to her discouraged mother. The image of Shen wearing a thick plate armor suit while swinging a great sword as tall as herself around, coupled with her rampage from the other day, only reminded Rhaenyra of the term berserker. For some reason he felt like he could even hear a rough snuffling in the background. It was something he didn't want to experience firsthand, but considered as possibly quite amusing to watch from a safe distance. Rhaenyra was absent-mindedly following such thoughts, but he was suddenly pulled back to reality by a stinging pain assailing his arm. Since the pain originated from the side where Shen was, he turned his eyes towards her. Over there, Shen had apparently stabbed her nails into Rhaenyra's arm with quite a bit of strength, but not enough to penetrate through his skin. After looking at his skin that had become slightly red, he shifted his eyes to Shen's face. Shen spoke up while staring at Rhaenyra with a huffy look. Your face made it seem like you were thinking about something very rude. Being told that, Rhaenyra let his eyes wander so as to gloss over the fact that he was more than aware of what she was talking about. Perceiving from his actions that her words had apparently hit bullseye, Shen grabbed Rhaenyra's shoulder, violently shaking it left and right. You were most likely thinking that it would be very funny for me to look like a thick-headed iron woman, weren't you? I haven't gone that far. That far means you've thought about something close to it, right? Rinya frowned, realizing that his shoulder was about to complain about the pain anytime soon. Even though her instantaneous power is a different matter altogether, her continuous strength has reached quite a high level, too, Rinya suddenly thought as he was looking at Shin, who was shaking his shoulder. Shin's equipment had never changed since they met for the first time. The weapons she used were only items buyable in stores or the training weapons Rinya made for her. Her armor hadn't changed since their first meeting at all, but although it looked like it had been made carefully, it also didn't leave the category of being a carefully made set of armor. Given that clothes were outside Rinya's field of expertise, he didn't know what would be good, but compared to Rinya's clothes, which Frau had especially created for him, Shin's clothes were remarkably inferior in performance, even if they were doing their job as armor. Rinya wondered whether it was about time for her to change them. At present Rinya didn't know how much or who he would fight in the future, but he couldn't shake the feeling that this girl would be at his side, no matter what he might fight down the road. For better or worse, Shin had obtained the ability which allowed her to do as much, moreover she was fully aware of this herself. On the technical side she still had a long way ahead of her, but now that she had gotten rid of the shackle known as lacking ability, Rinya believed that it might be difficult to keep Shin away from the upcoming battles. Isn't the Fertile family's armor the perfect time to change her equipment into something that will compensate for her technical shortcomings then? Well, leaving aside turning you into an iron Daruma. It looks like my preceding lost haven't introduced the concept of Daruma in this world. Your Majesty, I will take care of Shin's equipment. Based on my way of thinking, stuffing her into equipment that's hard to move in would have a bad outcome, as it would lower her combat prowess instead. Really? If that's what you say, Margrave Qnudai, it can't be helped. I guess I just thought that it'd be a waste to keep it around as a useless ornament. The Archduchess' expression as she said this didn't look all that unhappy in Rinya's eyes. What if she has brought up this topic while being fully aware that Shin wouldn't accept the ancestral armor of the Fertile house from the very beginning? Or maybe the Archduchess brought it up with the intent of telling me that I should do something about Shin soon, seeing as the battles around me have been gradually getting more intense, Rinya considered. I can't believe that she's a person that would choose such a roundabout way. But if it comes to the highest authority of a nation, there might exist various circumstances that have to be considered when requesting something from a subordinate. Either way, let's not pursue the matter any further. To begin with, the only one that knew the whole truth was the Archduchess, who had brought up the topic. It was also possible that all of Rinya's guesses were just a result of him overthinking the matter. The Archduchess might have seriously planned to confer the ancestral armor, which was apparently just a clump of iron, to Shin. The possibility of either story being true is around 50-50, I suppose, Rinya thought to himself. Rinya's current impression of the Archduchess was that she seemed absent-minded, but actually wasn't, and that she was a sharp and capable person, albeit having some parts to her that didn't fit that description at all. I think I can feel relieved if it'll be based on your judgment, Margrave. Please take care of it, okay? At your will. I don't have a third topic. Rinya, who had wondered whether the Archduchess still had more important topics to discuss, let out a relieved sigh secretly. No matter how you looked at it, it had become a conversation far too long to be held in a bath. Runa, who had been silent since a while ago, now had a bright red face for some reason, and her head had started to sway unsteadily. Even Krua, who still hadn't moved after collapsing, might have become completely boiled by the bath's steam since she had completely run out of strength. Shin's expression showed that she still seemed to be fine, but Rinya could perceive how even the Archduchess, the originator of all the topics in question, was gradually starting to look beside herself. Your Majesty, should we change locations? I feel like everyone's going to faint from dizziness very soon. You're right, there's just a little something left. However, seemingly understanding that she was getting close to a dangerous point herself, the Archduchess groaned while deliberating. At this point, Killy, who had been watching their exchange quietly until now, cut in. Your Majesty, should I inform Margrave Summer about the remaining topic? Let's see, it might be smart to tell the Margrave about the remaining topic and leave the decision up to him. I guess Rinya thought that the Archduchess' response was odd, but he tried to question her about something else. Your Majesty, is that peddler over there an acquaintance of yours? That girl, you know, is a member of our intelligence unit. Since the last topic comes from them, it might be easier to have that girl explain the rest. Intelligence unit, eh? Once Rinya looked at Killy as if scrutinizing a shady crook. Killy quietly averted her face from Rinya, pretending that it's a very natural occurrence. In Rinya's mind, the idea of strangling her until she spat out the truth popped up. But if she really was a member of the intelligence unit, she should have been trained to endure something like that. Rinya, who wasn't a specialist, had no confidence that he could force her to divulge the information. I'm going to listen to Killy's issue, so can you take Her Majesty, Rona, and Krawa with you, and get out first? I want to hear. No, I got it. Shin was on the verge of objecting, but she decided to follow Rinya's instruction, apparently having reconsidered. She got out of the bath with the cloth still wrapped around her body, put Krawa on her back, lifted Rona and the Archduchess up at their waists with her arms, and exited the bathroom. Her bare feet made squishy sounds as she walked across the wet stone floor. Rinya ended up fascinated by her movements as his eyes unintentionally followed her back, since she had picked up the three very energetically without delay. Once Shin vanished inside the dressing room, closing the door behind her, Killy quickly brought herself next to Rinya from where she had been, which was quite far away. Intelligence unit, tentatively, it's not a lie. Though I would be troubled if you keep staring at me with such doubtful eyes. For the time being, there's two pieces of information I can tell you. Killy formed a V sign with her right hand. The first is related to the demon's domain. Information has completely stopped coming in from that side. It seems as if some kind of barrier has been deployed over there. The reconnaissance units that were close to the demon domain have apparently become unable to enter the demon's domain. Rinya didn't know how long the border between the human and demon domains might be, but assuming that the entire area has been covered by something like a barrier that prohibited entry, the barrier's scale had to be enormous. For an instant Rinya believed that there must be some kind loophole somewhere, but he immediately denied such a possibility. It's because he believed that it was impossible for an organization whose sole purpose was to gather intelligence to provide the Archduchess with information resulting from such a sloppy investigation. However, assuming that to be true, it means that a very massive barrier has been deployed, which likewise raises the questions of where they obtained this much energy and for what reason they deployed such a large barrier. Before Rinya could rack his brain over a question without an answer, Killy brought up the second piece of information. Second, we still don't know how it's with the other continents, but it appears that things like coastlines and mountains on the human continent have started to collapse. Leaving her remark aside, Rinya, who happened to have a slight inkling as to why the coastlines and mountains had started to collapse, was panicking for a moment that those incidents might have come to light unexpectedly, but obviously having anticipated Rinya's worries, Killy shook her head. It's unrelated to your deeds, Rinya-san. The mountains turn into sand and sink into the ground, the coastlines break apart and fall into the ocean. These kinds of events have been observed all over the place. Rinya was hard-pressed for words as he tried to say something. It's because Rinya actually had an idea about the cause for these events as well. Because the resources to maintain the world were decreasing, this world was slowly but steadily heading towards its ruin unbeknownst to its residents. However, it was very likely that no one in this world besides Rinya knew about that piece of information. I wonder whether the collapse of the mountains and coastline aren't omens of this world's decline. Having arrived at that idea, Rinya felt a cold shiver run up his spine. It's damn insane to have just the two of us do the work that was originally being done by 5 supervisors. She, who had originally been the human supervisor, cursed deep down in her mind without showing even the slightest inkling of it on her face or in her emotions. At the same time, having the reality that they should have been doing this originally thrust in front of her made her realize just how much they had forgotten their primary duty while amusing themselves by playing around. To tell the unvarnished truth, this world should have collapsed by now. The exhaustion of the component referred to as resource, which was the foundation that formed the world and the beings on it, had already reached a point where saying it was too late would be an understatement. From the start, resources were always decreasing little by little. They would continue to decrease in small amounts over many millions of years, and the moment they completely run dry would spell the end of a world's lifespan. However, there are exceptions to every rule, including this one. Whenever she thought about that matter now, the former human supervisor's thoughts and feelings would nearly get drowned by the desire to just hold her head and scream to no end. A world that formed the foundation, albeit only a part, of a universe branching out into infinity. A world that could even destroy the other worlds connected to it as a chain reaction, if it broke down. A world that could even affect that master of hers who controlled every world. A sheltered world that was set to not perish and was guaranteed a replenishment before it succumbed to a fatal shortage of resources. The shock she suffered when she learned that all this referred to the world she was managing was beyond imagination. Considering it logically, stationing 5 supervisors, who all held the same authority, in a single world was weird by all accounts. Normally, even deploying 2 and not just 1 supervisor with the same powers she had possessed to one world should already be a luxury. Deploying multiple supervisors meant that the management of the world in question required that much more meticulous attention. I guess I've been wrong for complaining to Master for not having explained all that from the beginning, the former human supervisor judged. After all, there wouldn't have been any issues, if they had followed their master's advice and requested support early on, if only they had managed the world adequately. And yet, they amused themselves by toying around with this world, and ignored their master's warnings as being just a hindrance to their game. The outcome of that was the world's current state. Precisely because she now fully understood the consequences of their actions, she gritted her teeth and remained silent, using a part of her consciousness for countless processes that would whittle down her very existence. But, this is, she, who had been given more than ample ability to manage a fifth of the world, had been grumbling for a good while now. Even when she tried to keep the world running by using every trick at her disposal, even going as far as to freely use various emergency operations in a corner of her mind that would very likely burn its circuits, every last one of the processes kept failing. That means, no matter how much we struggle, it's useless. The first one to throw in the towel was the former Beastman supervisor who had been ordered to do the same job as her. Maybe he was like this because of the Beastman, whom he had supervised, Or maybe the beastman race became like this because of their supervisor's character. It was unclear which came first, but he was impulsive, had shallow thinking, and gave up too quickly. We're absolutely lacking resources here. No matter how much we gloss it over or go round, if it were just a processing issue, we might be able to keep this going somehow even though we'd end up vomiting blood, but we've got no means to deal with the lacking amount of resources. The former human supervisor was starting to get pissed off in her mind at the attitude of the former beastman supervisor who deliberately put something she completely understood into words, but she immediately switched her thought process, soothing her thoughts which were about to run rampant. Right now it's a waste of time to get angry at his attitude. However, I'm going to convey to him my feelings that he should just shut up and work in silence by sending a fitting glance his way. Seemingly realizing the meaning behind the glare directed his way for an instant, the former beastman supervisor shrugged his shoulders, and immediately went back to focusing on the processing. Even without the whole thing being spelt out by him, that fact had been plain as day for quite a while now. As long as the status quo remained the same, the limit would be reached, sooner or later, although even she didn't know when that would happen since she currently didn't have the leeway to spare thinking power to calculate the timing. It wasn't as though a breakthrough solution didn't exist. Since it was a world designated to have its resources replenished to begin with, all would be fine as long as it could receive that refill. The preparations for that sake were already finished, and all that was left was for their master to infuse the resources. As long as their master, who was an almighty being in their eyes, poured resources into this world, fixing it wouldn't be that much of a problem. In that case, the question would be why master hasn't done so already. When her thinking had reached that part, her expression distorted faintly, as if she had swallowed a bitter pill. The reason is obvious. The elven and dragonoid supervisors have already died. Going by the situation, Master is hesitating to refill the resources of this world because of the demon supervisor who has likely descended into the lower world. Even the former human supervisor understood why her master couldn't pour in the resources necessary to save the world in the current situation, where the whereabouts of the demon supervisor were unknown. There was naturally no other method to resolve this situation other than to find out where the demon supervisor was hiding and what he was scheming, and then take him into custody. She had been using a small part of her thought capacity for that mission as well. But in the end there was a decisive discrepancy in faculties between her, who was continuously working on maintaining the world, and the demon supervisor who was likely using all his power to hide while neglecting that work. Now that I recall, the game we had been playing originated from him. Assuming that he had already anticipated the current situation back then, I wonder exactly why he is defying Master by abandoning his management domain, and where he is hiding right now and with what intentions. As she was brooding over the matter, the former human supervisor was bothered about it as if it were an intense headache, which she shouldn't be feeling normally, just like that of a normal human. Anyway, the highest priority right now is to maintain the status quo. It was a job that would definitely fail at some point. However, that didn't mean that it wasn't possible to delay the failure as far into the future as possible. One means of doing this was the young human man sent into the world from another by their master who had grieved over the current state of affairs. Thanks to getting him, who had a large amount of resources attached to his soul, to aimlessly wander all over the world, his resources had been scattered around, albeit thinly, over a wide area, which had helped the former human manager maintain the world. Moreover, she had decided to pick an option which she would have probably never selected under normal circumstances. Let's abandon the maintenance of the demon territory. Oh oi. That's the former Beastman supervisor obviously became flustered due to the former human supervisor's words, which she had deliberately voiced out with a cold voice, but his protest was thwarted by her glare and further cold words. The highest priority is to avoid the destruction of the world. Just think of that. Bearing the demon supervisor's conduct in mind, there's no need for us to go out of our way to take care of the demon's continent, is there? Even she felt sorry for the demons living in the world. If it had been a situation where they had some leeway with the resources available, she wouldn't have chosen to openly forsake them. However, currently they didn't have such leeway, and they couldn't replenish their resources because of the demon supervisor. Moreover, although she was making full use of her abilities, even going above and beyond her limits, there were absolutely no signs of the situation improving in any way. Hence the former human supervisor decided to abandon the maintenance of the demon territory, while having the demons understand that it was just bad luck that they were managed by such a supervisor. Due to this decision, the aggregate amount of resources needed for the world's preservation would decrease, and moreover, it would result in some leeway because she wouldn't have to assign any of her own power to the demons any longer. If they are removed from our supervision with the supply of resources being cut, the demons will easily go extinct, no matter how tough they might be. The former Beastman supervisor's opinion was reasonable. At this point, it wouldn't be a matter of the race's strength anymore. No matter how much more powerful or sturdier than the other races the demons might be, if they fell out of supervision and were cut off from the resources supply, they would definitely perish, whether it be a quick or a slow process. I believe that they won't actually perish, though. The former human supervisor muttered while harboring something like a strange conviction. Assuming that the current situation is within the range of the demon supervisor's forecast, it's not hard to anticipate that the resource supply and the ongoing management of the demons under his supervision would be stopped. I'm not sure how attached to the demons he is, but he probably isn't so unprepared that he wouldn't have any countermeasures at hand, she believed. It could be expected that the current situation came to be precisely because he was weathering this, waiting for a specific moment while possessing some countermeasures. But, if asked how he planned to get through the current situation, the former human supervisor didn't have an answer at hand either. After all, she wasn't able to come up with any method other than to beg for forgiveness while prostrating herself when she found herself in the same situation. Just how is that annoying demon supervisor planning to overcome this predicament? She had a bizarrely deep interest in the answer to this question, but since now wasn't the time for this, she switched her line of thought, and immediately started to work on stopping the resource supply for the demon territory. I see. Well, I don't care since they're not directly related to me anyway. The work itself wasn't anything that difficult or time-consuming. Connecting a path was a fairly difficult task, but her current job was just to destroy existing paths. It should be easy to finish it without any problems at all. It followed the same logic as a road being easy to destroy even if it was hard work to build one. The former human supervisor, who continued to thoroughly and artlessly sever every last path providing the demon territory with resources she could spot, heard the former Beastman supervisor's mutterings without actually listening to them. However, putting aside the stuff he's done, that guy's really amazing. It's not something I could ever imitate, you know. Why's there so much of a difference between us even though we should be supervisors created by the same master with the same abilities? The Dragonoid supervisor had been killed through some kind of technique. No one had witnessed the final moments of the Elven supervisor, but going by the state of affairs and the fact that they couldn't track his response anywhere, they believed that he had been killed in a similar way. No supervisor was made inferior or superior to the others. After all, it would have been pointless to set it up like that. The 5 supervisors, who had been dispatched to this world, should have possessed the exact same set of abilities, albeit there might have been slight differences in their experiences and thought capacities. When she had thought about it up to this point, the former human supervisor, who had been working, slowly decelerated her thinking. What started to rear its head in exchange was doubt. The demon supervisor being able to kill 2 of his peers is very likely due to him launching a surprise attack or something similar against the 2. However, would a being, who possessed the exact same abilities as himself, really get defeated one-sidedly, without any resistance, just by being taken by surprise? I'm pretty sure that guy must have anticipated that stuff would turn out like this a long time ago, and gotten ready in some kinda way. Is it what you call foresight? It's something I can't really imagine, though. Wait a moment. Prepared a long time ago. He looked mystified at her, who finally stopped her work and inserted those words that sounded like a complaint, after prattling about something that was inconsequential to him. That's what he did, alright. I mean, that's not something you can prepare in a day, is it? Ah, your hands have stopped, you know. Damn it, it was you who told me repeatedly that I should move my hands before my mouth, wasn't it? Seeing the state of the former human supervisor, the former beastman supervisor continued the work she had been doing while laughing and saying, "Can't be helped then." She grabbed his shoulders in a panic, feeling that it would be wrong to allow him to keep going, while still looking as though she hadn't completely gathered her thoughts yet. What is it? It ain't anything difficult. Even I can handle this much, okay? It's just severing the paths, you see. That's not it. Wait a moment. You telling me to work and stuff, but I'm already done, okay? He smiled at her, unable to understand her point. While the 2 supervisors watched, the complete shutdown of the resources supply to the demon territory finished, and in the next instant, all information about the demon territory, which had been managed by them, blacked out. Huh? What happened? Did I break too much or something? While listening to him, who had begun to investigate the current state in a fluster as he would get severely scolded when Giliel came back, she harbored the vague feeling that this was very likely yet another of the circumstances the demon supervisor had foreseen. Anyone could have predicted that in the case of a critical drop of resources to maintain the world, the first supply chain to be cut off would be the one to the demon domain, which is clearly opposing master. A difference in abilities, game, resource shortage, preparations. The former human supervisor mumbled that array of words. What was reflected in her line of sight were the circumstances in the lower world, where some kind of abnormality had apparently taken place. The information about the whole demon territory, which had all its paths severed moments ago, was shown on the images and moreover by the data attached to the images. Damn it, just what the fuck happened here? The entire demon territory has been isolated from the world. Even when they tried to examine the barrier, which had suddenly manifested, and its contents, the effort ended up being completely futile. The barrier's interior repelled all interference, and not a single piece of information leaked to the outside. I've never seen such a tough barrier. That means even cutting off the paths to his territory because of a lack of resources was completely within his plans. Unable to do anything about it, the 2 supervisors could only watch it happening. Contrary to the former beastman supervisor who looked dumbfounded, the former human supervisor roughly tore out her long hair while her expression distorted in rage. That guy had anticipated it up to this point, and prepared long ago. What preparations? That barrier, you mean? Wrong. No, it's not wrong, but that's just a part of it. That guy has, having reined in her anger, her fingers pulled out several bundles of her hair with all her strength. Without even looking at the former Beastman supervisor, who reflexively backed away from her due to her behavior, she squeezed out words with a low voice that contained traces of her suppressed trembling. He suggested a game to us, and pretended that the chaos resulting from it caused a resource shortage in the world, but in reality, he probably snatched the resources that would have normally circulated, I think. He, who has lied to his master and his co-workers, has stolen resources for a very, very long time, all in preparation for this moment. I'm sure he has hid them away somewhere so that they won't be found, she assessed. An embezzlement of such a staggering amount of resources that it might very well trigger the destruction of the world. If he has that many resources, it should be easy to continue maintaining the isolated territory for a while. With her thoughts having reached that point, she couldn't help but admit her own scandalous foolishness, as she had been lured so easily into playing a game to stave off the boredom of a future where she would spend a long time working, and her own naive impression that someone, who would adopt the appalling measure of embezzling the components needed to maintain the world, couldn't exist among those who had been assigned to the role of supervisor. For what reason? There's no way that I would fully grasp the extent of his plans. Ask that guy if you want to know his objectives. Now that she had thought of all that, the situation had already developed to what it currently is. Even if she were to try to consider his reasons, causes, and goals, they wouldn't be able to do much. She was also fully aware that raising her voice here didn't serve any purpose, but in the end she couldn't stop her voice from taking on a fairly snappy tone. For now, get in touch with Master and Gilliel Sommer. Sure. What about you? I will devote myself to maintaining the world while using the resources we have freed up just now. Things have already developed to a point where we won't play much of a role anymore. We won't have any choice but to obey the orders from above. Even if they were to pile up shame on top of shame at this point, it wasn't as if they had anything to lose, but still, once she realized that they had been completely deceived, it was impossible for her to ignore it. Nevertheless, now that the situation had reached this point, she completely understood that it was not something they could handle by themselves. While persuading herself that she couldn't do anything now other than what she could definitely handle by herself, the former human supervisor concentrated her consciousness on the maintenance of the world once again, albeit partially against her own will. The news that the demon continent had been isolated by something similar to a barrier from the rest of the world appeared to have spread to all other continents far faster than Renia had expected, even if it wasn't at lightning speed. The only reason why it appeared to be so was the absolute lack of effort by the other races to publicize this piece of information. Renia also heard that the Beastmen and Elven higher-ups had only learned of this news to some extent through Keed and Krua. As for the Dragonoids, Renia had decided to not take them into consideration for the moment. The Dragonoids, who were reconstructing their order after losing the White Enajmo, didn't have the leeway to pay attention to anything other than their own matters right now. They seemed to be in a state where they were just barely able to deal with the monsters streaming into their territory from the miasma forest. With them being in such a dire situation, Renia had considered whether he should send Albert back to the Dragonoids continent as aid, but his offer was declined by the Dragonoids. They didn't tell Renia the reason they declined. Renia believed that it might be some silly reason that wouldn't fill anyone's bellies, like reputation or pride. While lowering his estimation of the Dragonoids, Renia increased the amount of food aid in a partly forced manner, thinking that they should accept at least this much. Going by the fact that this was unexpectedly accepted without any problems, Rinya got fed up with the dragonoids, labeling them as a pain. Not stopping the aid even while being sick of them, that's very like you, Rinya. It's not like. I want them to actually starve, and it's not that I can be bothered with them either. Returning to the matter of the demon continent, the elves adopted a wait-and-see approach, and the beastmen decided to completely disregard it. These two actions resembled each other in not being assertive, but were actually completely different. The elves reinforced their monitoring of the demon continent, increased their bases inside the miasma forest, and began to augment their military strength. For the sake of providing the new recruits with enough equipment, they were carrying out large-scale hunts that lasted many days to get their hands on monster materials without allowing the fires in their smithies to go out. Seemingly having wondered what else could be done, there was a notion to promote acts such as marriages, mating, and child-rearing which were to be carried out under a huge elven breeding plan proposed by the elven emperor in person. Thanks to his attendants who had most likely believed that this was going too far, whatever the circumstances might be, the initiative was apparently intercepted, barely stopping it right before it was going to be proclaimed. There was no need to even mention that Krewa was at her wits' end wondering, what's that idiot thinking? A genuine rebellion, I won't stop you, but wait for now. If even the elves fall into chaos, it will become impossible to settle the current issue. The other one at her wits' end was keyed because of the beastman's response, of course. They concluded that it was unnecessary to deal with an opponent that seemed to have secluded themselves in a shell with no intention of coming out. Thus they began to focus on the struggles between the powers led by the four kings. This much wouldn't be enough to cause Keed any headaches, but saying that this wasn't time for civil wars as they were still more or less at a war with the demons, even if the opponent might not be attacking at the moment, the women, including Lobelia, took up arms. The four kings turned pale in response to the Beastomen uprising as they believed that they mustn't make the women into their enemies. Of all things, the kings, who thought that they might get easily crushed by the women if each king were to be dealt with individually, stopped their quarreling temporarily, banded together, and for some incomprehensible reason in Rinya's eyes the whole situation developed into an army of men versus army of women. The army of men became desperate in their attempt to ward off the army of the enraged women as they feared the consequences if they were to lose. This resulted in a situation where both sides vied for supremacy quite fervently, and it appeared that it would turn into a prolonged war. Keed grumbled, seriously, just what are those people doing? But Rinya felt like it was his side that actually wanted to know that. I will borrow leopard for a bit, and annex all of it, stop it, as that will only lead to things getting even worse down the road. If we were to speak about the human continent's reaction, the majority of the nations stuck to remaining as spectators. There were many among them that believed that the threat of the demon continent was the demons and monsters attacking their continent while a demon king was present, and that there was no explicit need to deal with this if the demons and monsters not only didn't come attacking despite a demon king being present, but even remained locked up behind their barrier. Another reason was that many of the countries were exhausted. Although they had just reaped what they had sown, many countries were in such wretched states that they would fall apart like dominoes if they forcibly tried to replenish their soldiers, which they had lost in the heroes' battle, as it would negatively affect their industry and farming. They definitely couldn't be bothered with taking the demons into consideration. The Trident Principality continuously received requests begging for assistance from many countries. The Archduchess, who had gone to Clinch, was immediately dragged back to the capital. Rinya and others believed that it would be fine to just ignore those requests altogether, but if they were to actually leave the current situation alone with many countries collapsing as a result, the people fleeing from those countries would turn into refugees, and keep pouring into other countries. This would trigger a deterioration of the food situation and such in the countries swamped by these refugees. Furthermore, it wasn't unusual for such events to cause the public order to worsen as a consequence. Since the people affiliated to the country's army would turn into bandits after ruining themselves. Those bandits would then attack the refugees streaming into the country, or visit the neighboring countries to lay waste there. Being unable to get rid of the main cause behind all this, it wouldn't end with it being just one country's problem, but the effects would instead spread to the surrounding countries, which in lieu would trigger a chain reaction with the consequences continuing to spread even further. The Archduchess, with an extremely tired smile, explained to Renia before being taken back to the capital that it was necessary regardless of the circumstances to provide just enough aid so that the countries wouldn't collapse, thus avoiding the domino effect disaster. Since Renia couldn't do anything about it even after being informed, he stopped any further thinking about this matter. Somehow Renia felt the strong urge to, and you guys had really planned to go to war, but once he considered it thoroughly, it was only normal for the recovery rates to differ depending on the country's conditions and the on-site circumstances. A situation where the hero brings the world together to oppose the Demon King like it happens in some heroic tales, was the epitome of weirdness. He could only think that it was fairly reasonable for the current situation to be what it was, if you considered all that. If things proceeded as they do in stories, no one would need to suffer, though I kind of think that it's the common people that suffer more than you, Your Highness. Speaking of heroes, Renia ordered the 4 heroes, Katz and Grun who came back, and Albert and Leopard who had received treatment, to earnestly hold mock battles against Shen, Rona, Krua, and Frau. As Shen's new equipment, Renia gave her a set of armor that used the same design as her previous one but was made out of evil dragon hide, and after he got persistently and intently pestered by Shen, a single katana which was tempered with an alloy of mithril and steel. As katana were weapons from his former world, and because he felt it would be somehow misplaced for him to add an inscription on the blade in this world's language, Renia decided to keep the katana unsigned, but once he tried to appraise it with his appraisal skill, the result was rank 8. This was the highest rank an artisan living in the transient world could achieve. It was such a rare item that people wanting to buy it at any price would rush Renia's place if word got out, but without having a clue of this fact, Renia swiftly made a scabbard and a belt with the same mechanism as the one he was using himself, and handed the set over to Shen. Thanks to the mithril added to the katana, it wasn't a blade that would chip easily, but since it wasn't maintenance-free like Renia's katana, it resulted in Renia first teaching Shen how to properly maintain her new katana. The heroes were reluctant to hold mock battles with Shen and the others at first. Leopard's cocky words that it wouldn't be much of a battle was the commonly shared opinion among all heroes, and the surroundings, who had heard about this idea, harbored the same opinion, too. However, their way of thinking was easily betrayed after observing the first match. Shen was abnormally strong on top of having the ability to manipulate mana. Because she wore the equipment especially made for her by Renia, her defensive and offensive abilities got boosted, and to top it all off, she could even use Leopard's Roar. Thanks to being appointed as a saint alongside the steep rise of her art powers, Rona had rapidly increased her repertoire of divine arts by reading all kinds of scriptures related to divine arts which she had ordered from the capital. With the elf's characteristic abundance in mana as backing, Krua had developed her abilities even further by not shirking her training even after coming to clinch as an accomplished, excellent sorceress. And lastly, Frau, who had rumors surrounding her saying that her existence itself might be getting too nonsensical. If these four formed a party and cooperated decently when fighting, there was no way for them to lose so easily, even with the heroes as opponents. Those 8 people can't be handled by us anymore, Keith said feebly next to Rinya as they observed those 8 jumping and rushing around on the wide, flat field prepared outside the city for the mock battle from atop the city wall. At the end of his gaze were Frau, who was manipulating countless tentacles which she had created from the ground, and Katz, who intercepted them with countless tentacles of his own, created from black mist. The battle, where their respective tentacles devoured, tore apart, bumped, and smashed each other with their numbers being replenished in proportion to the losses, didn't seem like a fight between a hero and a fairy at all, no matter how you looked at it. In case something were to happen, I will ask you to handle it, Margrave Summer. Somehow I feel like the troublesome matters have increased even further. Rona's mace, which she had swung while using self-strengthening magic, powerfully hit Leopard's guarded arm. As a consequence, Leopard's large frame was pushed back several meters while raising a cloud of dust. Shin's frontal kick awaited him there, blowing Leopard another dozens of meters away despite the fact that Leopard had guarded against the attack. He's right, taking something like that on will be rather hard for common soldiers, Rinya sighed. In short, whenever Shin's group and the heroes happened to cause some kind of trouble in clinch, I would have to deal with all of it. Won't it somehow work out if you face them using around 100 people? It won't. Please do your best, Margrave Summer. Keith shot Rinya down curtly. It was decided that Killy would stay in clinch. On paper, she had the position of Rinya's observer on behalf of the Archduchess. Rinya's protest that Shin and Maria would be more than capable of that was rejected by the Archduchess with the comment that there were no signs of them accomplishing that duty at present, as both of them had ended up being tainted with thoughts similar to Rinya's. Rinya didn't try asking her about Killy's true identity. After all, it was obvious that she would answer that she was a member of the Trident Principality's intelligence unit who had disguised herself as a peddler, even if he asked. From the 2 pieces of information she had told him, Rinya decided to share the information about the Demon Continent with all his friends, but he hid the other piece of information deep within his heart. As far as Rinya could tell, it appeared that the residents of this world didn't know anything about the existence of a component referred to as resources. Thus he thought that it might be better to have them perceive the collapse of mountains and the retreat of the coastlines as nothing but an unusual phenomena. Rinya wasn't confident that he could fully explain these events even if he tried to. Therefore he assessed that it would be better not to worry his friends unnecessarily with this information. Instead, Rinya somehow managed to grasp Killy's true identity as she had directly informed him of these pieces of information while anticipating that it might cause quite a big shock if she let others know herself, but in the end he still had no desire to check whether he was right. So it wasn't possible for things to improve, at least to some extent, with me coming here. What might you be talking about? The decrease of resources went faster than anticipated. The reason, we just recently managed to identify the place that might be at fault, is difficult to deal with right away. Still, thanks to you, Rinya-san, it seems to be a situation where we still have some time until things become irreparable. This is what the electromagnetic waves, which I received, tell me. You know, that part about the waves is obviously weird if it's supposed to come out of the mouth of a resident of this world, okay? Don't tell me, a leading question. Killy widened her eyes while pressing a hand to her gaping mouth. Well, I don't particularly mind if you continue insisting that you're the peddler, Killy. It would be a big help if you could go along with that. It wouldn't be a very cool story to tell the people that the new supervisor of this world willingly came to the lower world as your guardian angel, Rinya-san. I guess you don't have any intention of hiding it anymore, Rinya thought, but didn't retort audibly. He also pretended not to have heard the inappropriate term of guardian angel. Although he ended up thinking, it's no more than a protection that lacks any kind of divine favor. While at it, he also thought that it was her who had stood by the pillows of the priests all over the country, but he avoided pursuing this matter any further either. Even if he were to disclose it to the public, no one would benefit, and Rinya himself decided to flag it as trivial information. He felt that the little girl goddess would tell him everything, even the parts he didn't need to know, if he asked her directly. Though I had thought that this world would be a place where I could spend my life more easily. When Rinya grumbled this, there wasn't anyone nearby that could answer him. Spending several days in such a mood, one day something unexpected happened. Emil Raja disappeared from Clinch. Rinya had been sitting at his office desk and brooding over the two things placed in front of him. One was a letter signed by Her Majesty the Archduchess, the highest authority in the Trident Principality. The letter, which had accompanied a massive and excessively secured case, had a wax seal with the crest of the Archduchess family imprinted on it, and was elegant at a glance, but in Rinya's eyes, only the contents mattered, no matter how wonderfully decorated a letter might be. He ended up thinking that she might as well have told him while they took a bath together if the contents were so important. The letter contained a notice that 2,000 soldiers of Trident's army had been dispatched to Clinch, and an order for him to allow them to set up camp in the city. Moreover, it stated that the soldiers' provisions were to be fully provided on site, which was quite a troublesome matter. The Archduchess, who brought the information that the demon continent had been isolated by an unidentifiable barrier forward, immediately decided to send reinforcements to every territory adjacent to the miasma forest in preparation for any unusual phenomena. The letter, which Rinya was staring at with a displeased expression while shuffling it around atop the desk, notified him of this fact. In Rinya's eyes, the Trident Principality's army not only couldn't be counted on as combat asset, seeing how they got annihilated when Frau was holding the fort before, but they even gave him the impression that their presence alone would already become a nuisance, but unexpectedly they were highly rated by the nobles other than Rinya. For an instant Rinya considered whether he should politely refuse the dispatched soldiers. However, he immediately revised his train of thought. If he only thought about Clinch, Rinya's current military forces were endowed with sufficient abilities that allowed them to defend the city. Thus, if he only thought about Clinch, the story would be over with at this point. The problem was the fact that Clinch wasn't the only place in Rinya's domain where people lived in large groups. Rinya's territory also encompassed the area outside Clinch, and that area was dotted with smaller and bigger villages. Rinya didn't concern himself with this part much since it was exclusively handled by Maria. If he believed the information Maria brought up, within Rinya's territory, once he had thought up to this point, Rinya stopped recalling all the detailed information. Anyway, there existed settlements which were somewhat difficult to protect completely with the number of soldiers he had at hand. Considering this fact, the reinforcements sent by the Archduchess were suitable assistance, and there was no reason to turn them down. The soldiers' food, which has to be delivered to them, and a place to station them might be necessary expenses, Rinya made a clear decision. But then again, it was set in stone that Maria would file a mountain of objections since the increase in paperwork accompanying the fundraising would put an additional burden on her. I guess I'll ignore it. Rinya made a cruel comment that would have made Maria and her civil officials speechless while crying tears of blood if they had heard it. He carelessly tossed the letter from the Archduchess onto the bundle of documents to be carried to Maria's office. Losing all interest in the letter as the rest would probably work itself out one way or the other, Renier shifted his attention to the other object laying atop his desk. It was something that had been discovered in Emil Raja's private room after she disappeared. Emil had 2 rooms inside Renier's castle. One was her private room she used to lodge at usually, and the other one was a laboratory used for her research. The one who had noticed Emil's absence first was Frau, who often worked with her. When Frau went to wake her up in the early morning, Emil wasn't in her room, and she hadn't come to eat breakfast either. Even the soldiers patrolling the city as a security measure hadn't seen Emil. At that point, Frau suddenly understood that Emil might have disappeared. At first Renier had taken the news lightly, thinking that she might be working hard on some kind of shady experiment again while secluding herself in her laboratory, but once Frau began to suspect that she might have disappeared, things changed. It wasn't a simple feat to avoid Frau's eyes inside clinch. Of course, based on the precondition that Frau felt inclined to look. Still, if this Silky, who perceived the whole of Clinch as Renier's home, felt like searching for a target for real, she had enough tracking ability that even Grun, who was regarded as a master in covert operations, wouldn't be able to stay hidden from her for more than an hour. And that very same Frau had declared that Emil wasn't in Clinch. It was considered that she might have wandered outside Clinch to observe something that had caught her interest. However, that hypothesis could be disproven as the door to Emil's laboratory, which Renier had visited on a hunch, wasn't locked. Moreover, he also noticed that not a single one of the traps was active, with the laboratory having stayed as it was, when usually swarms of various traps should be planted behind the door to repel any uninvited guests. By the way, after this came to light, Frau, who had become as white as a sheet, decided to immediately seal off Emil's laboratory. Given that Renier had only taken a glance at it, he didn't know much of what was left within the room, but according to Frau, it was full of extremely dangerous objects, laying around in there really casually. Even if there wouldn't be an issue as long as Emil was present, it would become very dangerous to the point where it could even put Frau in a tight spot, if Emil was absent. Renier was conflicted on whether he really wanted to hear what might have happened from Frau, who said that it would have almost certainly ended in a disaster if they had been just a little bit slower in realizing the problem while wiping the sweat off her forehead. What was delivered by Frau just when Renier returned to his office after pushing those complicated feelings away by using the proverb, "Curiosity killed the cat," was the object which he was brooding over right now while rolling and nudging it around with his index finger atop his desk. It was a very small, simple, violet metal pipe with engravings added to it. While turning it over with a feeling that he had seen this somewhere else before, Renier searched his memories. After a brief moment, he remembered that it must be the pipe which had been tied to the root of Emil's side ponytail. Once he wondered about the individual called Emil Raja. Renier thought it very unlikely for her to have been kidnapped without leaving any kind of traces behind. Even assuming that I had been the one doing the kidnapping, I'm not confident at all that I could disable Emil while preventing her from putting up a fight. Even if I tried to take her by surprise, I'm positive that she has already prepared some kinds of countermeasures. Precisely because she's a researcher, whose calling doesn't lie in combat, it's completely incorrect to look down on her very careful preparations and her senses that are close to cowardly, Renier felt. But then again, Renier had only fought against Emil once. Moreover, because the opponent was a remote-controlled terminal, her true abilities remained hidden to him. Thus, her being unexpectedly weak was also a possibility. There won't be an end to it if I keep thinking about it. At present I don't have any basis or evidence. And yet Rinya was convinced that Emil was probably a fairly formidable opponent. Considering the situation in lieu of that train of thought, the idea that Emil had left Clinch out of her own free will wasn't unreasonable. Now then, in such a case, it'll bring up another question. It was the question of why Emil had left her hair clip behind, which she always wore as far as Rinya knew, in her private room. If you said that she dropped while resisting a surprise attack, things would be easy. However, seeing as no traces of a battle could be seen anywhere in the room, it was only natural to consider that she had left the clip there on purpose. In case I assume that Emil left the hair clip there intentionally, what's the meaning behind doing so? The clip itself isn't overly gaudy, and it's not like it uses some rare metal either. Since it doesn't look like a valuable object, I doubt that she intended to have it serve as settlement money, Rinya assessed. In that case, what about the line of thought that the act of leaving a hair clip behind might mean something special for demons? Rinya asked himself, but immediately rejected the idea. There's no way to confirm something like customs and traditions characteristic to demons. In the first place, there's no way that a human would be able to understand it even if Emil tried to use that as a sign. It was hard to imagine that a researcher, who would likely place logic above emotions, would do such a pointless act while knowing that the recipient wouldn't understand it to begin with. If she decided to disappear anyway, it was very unlikely that she'd act in a completely meaningless way that only relied on suggesting things, even if one were to consider Emil's character of liking to pull off such pranks. Rinya, who tried to think about other possibilities, stared into the air for a while, but then stopped thinking about it altogether. No matter how much I think about it, predictions will never stop being just predictions. Rather than that, there was one thing Rinya had to admit first. I'm hesitating. Once he clearly expressed his feelings in his own mind, he could quickly agree that this was the crux of the problem here. Rinya had been hesitating. If Emil were a human, Rinya would have taken some kind of action right away, regardless of whether she had a couple loose screws, or a lacking understanding of the concept called morals. The reason why he hadn't done so yet was solely because she was a demon. Considering the timing of her disappearance, there's a fairly high chance that Emil was in the demon country, which was locked up behind that barrier. It wasn't as though he had completely discarded the possibility that she had wandered off somewhere completely unrelated to all this, but based on the information he had obtained regarding her origin coupled with the time of her disappearance, Rinya didn't think there was much room for error here. In which case, if it comes to looking for Emil, I'll be forced to extend the search in that direction, and if I'm asked about the reason for doing so, I'll need to expose Emil's background. The part where I get blamed for not saying anything sooner isn't a problem. Rinya had the resolve to accept any consequence, no matter how he was blamed. However, Rinya was afraid that honestly putting everything he was feeling right now into words would end up destroying the environment around him. I'm going to have to admit it, Rinya pursed his lips. That I might lose someone among those currently at my side, and that I'm very afraid of that happening. Emil might come back eventually, but if I don't take any measures right now, it's also possible that I'll lose her forever. However, if I do such a thing, it might result in someone else leaving me. On top of being well aware that there was no way to make everyone happy, he couldn't take the next step out of fear. Now then, what should I do about this? Rinya muttered, giving voice to a question with no answer. And just then, the door to Rinya's office was attacked by a considerably rough knocking. Even before Rinya could reply after he stopped contemplating, the door's hinge, which couldn't endure the repeated knocking impacts, split apart, and the beaten door transformed into splinters as if using the hinge's surrender as a signal to give in. The one that appeared in Renier's line of sight, who was thinking that Frau would get very angry if she saw this, and stepping over the splintered door was Shen. "I'm entering, Renier." Without waiting for Renier's reply, Shen rudely stepped inside the room, walked up right in front of the desk where Renier was sitting, and slammed both hands on its surface. This produced a fairly loud slamming sound which reverberated across the room. However, unlike the door, the desk didn't shatter into splinters since it had apparently been built more sturdily. "It looks like she's pissed off," Renier guessed from Shen's words and attitude. However, he had absolutely no idea what she was angry about. "I have a question, and I'd like you to answer it, Renier." She bent herself forward across the desk, using her hands as supports, and stared at Renier fixedly while bringing her face close to his. Renier couldn't do anything else other than to silently nod at Shen's words. Even though being overpowered by an angry Shen was a fairly novel experience, Renier acted as if it was nothing special on the surface. "The fact that I was overpowered isn't a big deal. After all, it's been a common rule since ancient times that a woman's anger easily surpasses a man's. The problem here is that she would run her mouth, even if I don't listen to what she says, going as far as to talk about unnecessary stuff until I finally cave in, resulting in me being unable to do anything after getting cornered." Right when Renier was leaning across the desk, about to ask what had caused Shen to angrily charge into his office, trying to make the conversation proceed in a calm and composed manner, Shen's right hand grabbed Renier's head in an eagle hold. Oh! Renier had made his friends thoroughly experience his iron claw so far, but he perceived that he would be on the receiving end this time. At the same time, probably so that Renier wouldn't get away, Shen put some strength into her grip. Going by the pressure transmitted through Shen's fingers to Renier's skull, he was convinced that Shen might be able to crush his skull with the pressure she was applying, which made a slight shiver travel down Renier's spine. If Renier was injured to some extent, he should be able to pull through one way or another due to the high recovery skill which he had received from the little goddess. However, Renier speculated that even he would die if his skull was crushed. As Renier brooded over thoughts in his mind that were close to escaping reality, such as, if it's possible to recover from having my head crushed, contrary to my expectations, it might remove me from what would be considered as a human, no matter how much it might be a blessing of the skill's function. Shen started to talk slowly in a deep voice. "Renier, right now I feel like I could even crush an ogre's head. You won't hear any arguments from me. No matter how strong you might be, your head isn't as tough as an ogre's, right Renier? I agree if we base it on the skull being physically crushed. If it's based on psychological crushing, I can be pretty stubborn," Renier assessed. This nuance had apparently gotten through to Shen as well, even if only somewhat. At the edge of his sight, which was mostly blocked by Shen's palm, Renier faintly saw Shen's mouth slacken a bit. Renier wondered whether he should seize the opportunity and try to free his head from Shen's hold, but when he saw Shen's mouth tighten again, he reconsidered. Things will likely become complicated if I act imprudently here and offend Shen. Based on the fact that I don't want to get violent with you, I'd simply like you to answer a question of mine. Very well. I shall do my best to give you a truthful answer. Hearing Renier answer with an obedient tone, Shen took a deep breath, and asked Renier, "Why don't you give the order to search for Emil?" Although it's said that there's no point in crying over spilled milk, I must admit that her question is very valid. Renier realized his own blunder. Even if it's going to give Shen a bit of a bad impression, I should get Shen's hand off of my face for now. Completely hiding the intense ups and downs of my emotions will be extremely difficult like this. Even so, if it were limited to what he showed on his face, Rinyu was confident that he would be able to remain expressionless throughout this. However, that was ultimately limited to his facial expressions. No matter how much he subdued them, he wouldn't be able to completely stop his muscles from moving or his skin from stiffening, as they were instant reactions. Even more so since he had only thought about the matter at hand moments ago, and had been forced to realize that he was still hesitating without being able to reach a conclusion. I guess you have your reasons. So I'd like to hear them. Shin had apparently noticed the faint changes in his expression through her palm. Considering the situation, of Emil having disappeared from in front of us, it's very likely that she did so voluntarily. I don't believe there's a need to chase after someone who left on her own accord, at present. He couldn't afford to pile up blunder upon blunder. That's why Rinyu gave the reply, which he had prepared in advance, while making an effort to keep his voice as flat and as calm as possible. He didn't lie. Considering only the parts that were clear at present, it was a very natural conclusion and the only answer he could come up with while being confident of it. Having misjudged that he probably wouldn't get exposed because of that, Rinyu ended up widening his eyes, albeit faintly, underneath Shin's palm as he listened to her. That's a lie, isn't it? You're denying my words, with quite the confidence there, aren't you? Rinyu asked himself whether he had overlooked something. He reflected on whether he might have missed something crucial, seeing as Shin had been able to see right through his lie. Rinyu wasn't a poor talker, but he wasn't silver-tongued either. It wouldn't be odd if he had made a mistake somewhere just because of this, but no matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't determine where he had made a mistake that would be so obvious to Shin. There's no reason for Emil to leave your side, Rinyu. That's something you don't know for sure, do you? Although it's me who's saying it, I'm well aware that I haven't treated her very well. It wouldn't be surprising if she ran out of patience with me, don't you think? Rinyu felt complicated as he kept saying things that seemed to abase himself, but there was no lie in his words either. However, Shin easily denied this as well. Such things don't matter. At the very least, Emil appeared to have enjoyed her time in clinch. It also seemed as though she felt something akin to a debt of gratitude towards you. Otherwise she wouldn't have helped you in so many ways for free, right? Rinyu admired Shin for having properly registered those things, albeit seemingly not having paid them any heed. Certainly, Rinyu had gotten Emil's help on various occasions. And although Emil complained about that every now and then, she never refused to give him a helping hand. Moreover, although Rinyu had taken advantage of Emil to quite the extent, he never gave her some sort of reward, as an employer would normally give his subordinate, so far. It's not like I only exploited her for manual labor, you know. I'm aware of that. Once Rinyu added, I had to spell it out, just in case. Shin nodded with a wry smile. Since I'm not in charge of brain work like Maria, I don't understand the complicated stuff, but there are two things I do understand. First, I share a relation of having crossed fists with Emil. Even when being told so, Rinyu couldn't make heads or tails out of it. After thinking about it for a while, he remembered that Shin and Emil had a scuffle in his office a while back. Rinyu believed that what happened couldn't be described as crossing fists, but since it had apparently transformed into something like that in Shin's mind, he decided to remain quiet about that part. It's not like Emil had complaints with the current situation, and even if she had dissatisfactions that I didn't know of, she isn't the type of woman who would silently leave. She would have definitely told you something, Rinyu. even while Rinya was thinking that they would have likely been able to sort it out with a short chat, in case Emil really had some sort of issue with him. He urged Shin to go on. Seemingly having judged that Rinya had no intentions of escaping, Shin released her iron claw, removed her hands from the desk, and faced Rinya straight on. The second thing is something I heard from Frau. Emil's hair clip was left behind in her private room. You mean this, I suppose? Rinya pointed at the metallic pipe left laying on top of his desk with his eyes. Following his line of sight, Shin nodded shortly after spotting the clip. I also use a hair clip. It's nothing expensive, but I cherish it. Shin's hair clip wasn't metallic like Emil's. She gently placed her right hand on her clip, and swiftly unfastened it. What remained on her palm was a cloth hairband similar to a plain ribbon. Mother often told me to wear something slightly cuter, but for someone aiming to become a swordswoman like me, this was the maximum. Even so, it's undoubtedly something invaluable for tying one's hair, which is important for a woman. That part was something Rinya couldn't really understand very well. And most likely there'll never come a time where I'll be able to understand such things, he assessed. Shin tied her hair together again with the same hairband she had removed, remaking her ponytail. She then placed her hands back down on the desk, without slamming them down this time, and leaned forward again while staring deep into Rinya's eyes. She deliberately left the hair clip behind. There's no way it's meaningless. It's incomprehensible to me. Honestly, Rinya couldn't give any other answer. Although he wondered whether he would be ridiculed for that, Shin kept staring at Rinya with a serious expression, showing no indication that she would laugh at him. You don't need to understand why she did it. I will tell you. Emil has left her heart with Clinch, or rather, you, Rinya. However, she had to leave this place against her will due to some kind of circumstance. I don't know the reason, but I think she couldn't ask for our help. Her leaving the hair clip behind is an expression of those feelings, I think. That's absurdly difficult to understand, isn't it? But, it's also possible that your line of thoughts is wrong, right? Rinya was puzzled as to why Shin, who had made her statement rather cockily, was overflowing with so much confidence. Still, due to her having spelled it out so confidently to him, there was a part of him that could somewhat go along with her argument, even though it was a notion he couldn't understand himself. You can ridicule me if I made a mistake in my interpretation. I won't mind at all if you laugh at me. However, if we never get to reunite with Emil because we didn't go out to search for her, I'll regret the fact that I wasn't able to persuade you, Rinya. Even if you exclude the two things I said moments ago, she's still my friend. You're really enviable. Rinya began to feel stupid for having wavered after thinking about various things. The very simple argument that it was normal to search for a friend that vanished without a word was persuasive precisely because it was so simple. However, that was only the case if you omitted Emil's true identity, which Shin didn't know of. Rinya, what are you hiding? Something I can't say, want to say, and might end various things if I do say. Harboring the faint hope that she might deduct the truth with this, Rinya deliberately used a way of speaking full of implications. It was a comment that had the nuance that she wouldn't be able to double back once she heard it. Rinya thought that it would be a big help for him if he could get her to back off with this. In response, Shin looked mystified for just a moment. I don't quite get it, but, if that's the case, let's do it like this. First, spit it out. Now listen, in exchange I promise I won't do anything that might worry you, no matter what I hear. Shin pulled back the hand she had placed on Rinya's desk, straightened up, and hit her chest as if saying that he should leave it all to her. As Rinya made a doubtful expression, Shin became sullen and further added, "It's no matter what I hear. Even if Emil were to be pregnant with your child, if she were to be my mortal enemy, if she ran off with a good amount of cash after finding another man, or if you, Rinya, actually had a fetish for little girls. It's not such an erratic story." No, wait, I guess I can't say that it's not. Even while considering where to start, Rinya ended up wondering, now then, if I had to choose between divulging Emil's real identity or pile up various offbeat stories like the ones Shin has mentioned, which would I prefer? Rinya himself was aware that his understanding about just how much the people of this world hated demons was rather shallow, probably because he didn't really feel that much fear or have emotional views about demons. Even an elf like Krua, whom he considered to have a relatively broad-minded personality, disapproved of demons. Thus he couldn't make an educated guess as to how Shin, a human, would react. What is it that makes you hesitate so much? Just give it a try, Rinya. I'll keep my promise. Emil Raja is, faltering for a moment. Rinya fixed his eyes on Shin, who tried to not avert her eyes, and spit out the next words as if having partly resigned himself that whatever will happen anyway. She's a demon. Considering the current situation, it's very likely that she's headed to the demon country. If we're going to perform a search, I think we'll need to go beyond the miasma forest into the demon country. I have ordered those who know about Emil to remain silent on my own judgment. Those who know. Krua and Frau. I ordered both of them not to divulge the information. As Rinya waited to see how Shin reacted while filled with trepidation, Shin folded her arms and brooded for a while, and then declared without any hesitation, "Then it'll be okay as long as I make sure that it doesn't become a problem by properly talking it over with Rona." Rinya was confused, wondering whether he had misheard. Seemingly having perceived what he was thinking from his reaction, Shin cracked a smile. "Don't worry, Rinya. Rona might get slightly surprised, but it'll be all right. I'll explain it to her." "No. Hey. You understand what I'm saying? I told you that Emil is a demon, you know. I heard and understood that, but what about it?" Rinya blankly stared back at Shin, who replied with another question, with a dumbfounded expression, since he didn't know how he should answer her. "A demon, she's a demon. The ones that are underlings of the Demon King, you see. I'd like you to tell me if you know of any other beings called demons." Shin became bewildered instead, and Rinya was confused as to what the heck was going on here. Shin seemed to finally grasp from Rinya's expression what had made him hold his tongue in fear, and clapped her hands together. "Oh, you were worried that I'd go ballistic or something because she's a demon. It's as you say, but isn't your response to this way too casual? Doesn't your reaction make me look like a complete idiot for having worried so much?" Rinya wondered. "No, well, I hate demons, and it's unthinkable that I'll get along with them. I'll slaughter them if I spot any, and I also believe that it'd be better for them to get completely wiped out. Then, before being a demon and all that, Emil is Emil, right? Rinya, you judged there wouldn't be a problem if you ignored it either, didn't you? Isn't it a non-issue then? Rona might loathe them a bit more, but since Emil has gotten along with us without any problems so far, she should be able to understand if I explain it to her properly. Is that how it works? Isn't it? Even if someone might see it differently, isn't that how things work in clinch?" Shin broadly laughed at Rinya, who felt as if his anxieties had been cleanly and easily cut apart and dumped away. "That's the way it is with friends. Rinya, you overthink things too much. Without any words with which to retort, Rinya couldn't even groan. He could only keep staring at Shin's bright smile. In reality, Rinya didn't have much faith in Shin's ability to persuade Rona. Rinya greatly admired the part where Shin declared that friendship is unrelated to the other party being a demon or a human, since it exceeded his own expectations by quite a bit. However, saying that Shin might have suddenly become excellent just because of that, wasn't something Rinya would believe. Even under the assumption for it to be true, he couldn't ignore all the blunders she had piled up so far. The possibility that Shin simply didn't think things through always followed her around. Of course, regardless of the method, she had shown him the way to reach the most ideal solution, which Rinya couldn't reach by himself, so he thought that he should acknowledge her for that. Even a fool can stumble upon a truth that a wise man cannot attain every now and then. Considering it as such, Shin's speech and conduct lacked logical reasoning, and persuading others without this can be considered extremely difficult. Not to mention, the other person in question is Rona. Her role is to watch over Shin, and according to her position, she's capable of remonstrating Shin's speech and conduct. And, to top it off, since she has that calculative part about her, there's no way she'll agree to launch a search for a demon, which would only bring demerits. Moreover, since she's recently been granted the title of saint, she can't be seen cooperating with demons. Since it'd be quite a difficult endeavor even if one's silver-tongued, it probably won't work out with Shin's skills, Rinya judged. Shin won me over. In the early afternoon of the next day, Rona visited Rinya's office with a slightly gloomy expression and somewhat hunched shoulders. With the situation being what it was, there was no way to seek Maria's assistance for this case. While thinking that he would have to search for Emil with just Shin in the worst case, Rinya sat at his desk while pondering about the arrangements of the necessary goods, and racking his brain as to what kind of transportation he had to prepare, seeing as the search area alone would be ridiculously large. Additionally, the demon country was extremely far away, besides the fact that they would also need to cross the miasma forest and other tough terrain. When Rona suddenly rushed into his office, Rinya didn't understand what he was being told at first. For a short while he just stared at Rona's face, who returned his gaze with a somewhat glum and reproachful look. What puzzled him first was that he didn't know exactly when Rona had entered his room, and the fact he didn't lock the door. When he was focusing on it, Rinya was sensitive even to the faintest hints of people's presences, but otherwise was so inattentive that it surprised those around him. Even when you approach ferocious carnivores, their reactions will be especially weak when their bellies are full, but I wonder whether it's something similar to that. Rona thought while looking at Rinya, who was staring at her blankly as if unable to grasp the situation. They stared at each other like that for several minutes. After taking that much time, surprise slowly dyed Rinya's face as his thinking had finally caught up with reality at last. Won over. Eh? Who did? Shin did. You. Why? I'd like to at least add that it was against my will, but going by your expression, it appears that you hadn't expected this outcome at all. Rona said while sighing. Rinya immediately shot back, I mean, Rona is a Rona, right? My name has been completely registered as the definition of black-hearted in your head. Could you please stop using my name as a synonym for a malicious woman who doesn't listen to others? Rona demanded without even trying to hide her displeasure while massaging her own eyebrows with her right hand. Rinya nodded at her while believing that he hadn't said anything that terrible, nor had he intended to do so. Leaving that aside, I thought that you would definitely reject Shin's proposal, you know. That makes it sound as if I was deceived in a weird way, but normally people don't have something they are strictly opposed to. That basically means, you're scheming, Rona. Could you please stop talking about me as if I'm incompatible with human society? Sensitively grasping how anger had started to dye Rona's tone this time, Rinya just nodded. He didn't have the slightest intention of teasing her. Since he was just pursuing his own curiosity, he didn't want to rub Rona the wrong way. Even I told Shin that I'd like her to stop getting involved with Emil any longer when I heard of Emil's true identity. Rinya thought that this might have been a very natural response for a human. But with just this much, he couldn't tell how Shin had managed to persuade Rona. Shin took my hands, and said that demons were beings that deserved to be hated by us since they are a threat to humans, but that Emil was our comrade and friend, and that she hadn't harmed any humans at least after becoming our friend. She added that we should treat her as our friend and comrade, and asked whether it wasn't only natural for a human to help a friend who might be in trouble. What cliched lines! Those are splendid words. But, they're too splendid and instead sound like an empty slogan. At the very least, they don't sound like words capable of touching Rona and making her way of thinking do a 180 degrees turn. Shin's words were trite, but once I considered how Shin had become capable of using such words, it made me all teary, even if it was a blunder on my side. You're really easy, no, even I wouldn't give in with just this much, so I firmly endured, but, seemingly recalling the conversation, Rona pressed both hands against her cheeks, and let out a short breath. Once she obstinately stared at me from up close with those pure eyes full of trust while saying I'm sure you'll understand me Rona and you're going to agree with my view, right? You're really easy. There's no way I could do something so cold-blooded, atrocious, terrible, and cruel like rejecting Shin's words while she stared at me with those eyes, is there? Even when she raised her voice to emphasize her words, Rinya found it difficult to agree with her. If it had been a man who got cornered instead of Rona, Rinya might have understood why they agreed, but Rona's behavior was impossible for Rinya to understand, since it was a conversation between two women. I would rather die than betray Shin's trust. Even if I have to feed my title of saint to the dogs. Wait, isn't the title of saint way cheap then? A sound similar to something loud falling down in the far distance reached Rinya's ears as he wondered what the human's goddess might think about this if she heard Rona's words. Since Rinya heard screams that seemed to originate from the maids working in his mansion at the same time, he grasped that someone or something must have fallen over within the building, but Rinya only absent-mindedly wondered, now then, I wonder what might be going on. Even so, she had an extra method to get me to agree. I was told that she'd let her fists talk just like when she got to understand Emil, if she couldn't get me to understand her with words. It looked like physical persuasion was Shin's final means to get her point across. It was unclear whether Shin really intended to resort to violence. Still, in Rona's eyes, talking to the current Shin with her fists would most likely put her life in danger. I think it was the right choice to give in mentally before being forced to do so physically. That makes sense. Besides, Rona hesitated for an instant, but immediately continued, if not for the information about her true identity, I would have immediately supported the idea of going to save Emil as well. If you and Shin say that you don't care about her true identity, I have no reason to stay opposed to the idea. Sorry, that's a big help. Thinking that he should be proper about what he said or did, Rinya apologized and bowed his head towards Rona. In response, Rona flusteredly waved her hands in front of her chest. Please don't mind it. Seeing as I was persuaded, you have my consent as well. Please allow me to express my gratitude despite that. There was no way that danger wouldn't follow them around if they went to search the area between the miasma forest and the demon country. And since Rona had been forced to go along with that, it was only reasonable for Rinya to feel indebted to her. I shall gratefully accept your feelings. Though, in fact it would be much better if I could get you to lend me one thing. On top of black-hearted, you're really greedy, eh? It's a joke. Putting that aside, Rona approached Rinya a bit, and held out her palm. Not understanding what she wanted, Rinya wondered whether she might ask him for money, but Rona demanded something completely different to what Rinya expected. Please lend me Emil's hair clip. I don't mind, but what are you going to use it for? A curse. The idea of casting a curse on someone with their belongings as a catalyst was relatively popular in Rinya's former world. Rinya wondered whether Rona might curse Emil as safety measure while considering the possibility that Emil had only faked her friendliness so far, seeing as she was actually a dangerous demon. I'm a saint for whatever it's worth, okay? There's no law that says a curse won't work if it's done by a saint, is there? In the first place, I don't know how to curse people. Anyway, please hurry up and pass me the clip. Rona, who snatched Emil's hair clip away just as Rinya took it out, tucked it away in the pocket of her priestess garb. Since I was appointed as the saintess, I was blessed with the opportunity to read through various books, and the number of divine arts I can use has grown rapidly, too. If it had only been an increase of knowledge regarding divine arts, it shouldn't have resulted in what Rona described just now. The current Rona, having attained the foremost ability on the continent as a divine arts user, was due to Shin's rampage a little while ago. If Rona hadn't healed Shin to the point of fainting, the aggregate amount of her divine power shouldn't have increased. Considering it from a certain point of view, one could say that Rona's current abilities were owed to Shin, albeit in a very indirect way, but Rinya felt that it was very likely that no one was grateful towards Shin for that. Among the divine arts there was one that grants the ability to search for someone by using their belongings as a catalyst. You'll know where Emil is by using that. I will only know their general direction if there's a large distance between the caster and the target, but I think it'll get more specific the closer we get to her. On the one hand he considered it rather convenient, but on the other, Rinya wondered whether that wasn't actually a kind of curse as well. Of course, since he felt like he'd get into an argument with Rona if he mentioned those thoughts, he decided to keep them to himself. Because it will take a bit of time, I will leave the preparations of the necessary goods to you in the meantime, Rinya. The goods are one part, but the means of transportation is also a problem. It's definitely not like we can cross the miasma forest and head to the demon country by foot, right? Rinya didn't want to think about how many days it'd take to reach their destination if they were stuck walking. Moreover, there was no doubt that the amount of goods they would need to take would become ridiculous. Please leave that side to Shin. To Shin. Now that's an unexpected person to entrust with this duty, Rinya felt. Leaving Maria aside, I only feel worry assail me when asking myself whether it'll be alright to leave this in Shin's hands. Shin is currently explaining the situation to the heroes and Klinge soldiers. You do act quickly, don't you? Or rather, is she spreading rumors about Emil? Explaining the circumstances would result in exposing Emil's true identity. But then again, there was no way that anyone would understand why they were going to the demon country if they kept Emil's identity hidden. She told me that she would definitely convince everyone. That'll become a physical altercation in the end. Who knows, I can't tell you anything about that. Rona was evasive, but it was almost certain that Shin would use the troublesome way of persuasion called talking it out with her fists with those trying to persist till the end. I hope no one dies from this. Rinya held his forehead. While Rinya was in this state of mind, Rona further added, it looks like she's going to arrange for a means of transportation by asking Her Majesty, once she finishes her persuasion. The Archduchess, that'll cause an uproar, won't it? The other party was someone shouldering the fate of a nation. Rinya couldn't believe that such a person would shrug off the information that one of her country's noblemen was close to a demon as a trivial matter. The transportation that Shen would ask the Archduchess to prepare also drew Rinya's interest, but it couldn't be helped that the Archduchess' attitude currently worried him more. In that case, she's going to persuade her as well. Probably. Won't that easily turn into a coup d'état? If it led to something like Shen and the Archduchess talking it out with their fists, it would almost definitely end with Shen having replaced the Archduchess by the time they finished talking. In that case, it'd likely lead to Maria immediately succeeding Shen, but it would be extremely difficult to deny that Rinya, the Lord of Clinge where it all started, had pulled the strings in the background. Won't it work out somehow? It'll just end up being a simple quarrel between parent and child, right? Rona laughed out loud after saying this in a very casual and irresponsible manner. Although it might not be due to them having been infected by Rona's irresponsible attitude, Clinge soldiers succumbed to Shen's persuasion so easily that Rinya actually felt disappointed. This didn't mean that Shen actually had to go as far as using physical force. The soldiers, with Keith in the lead, were greatly surprised and slightly confused by Shen's words, but the majority of them accepted the news about Emil's true identity without causing a big commotion. To be frank, it's not like we don't have our own feelings about the issue, but if Margrave Sommer deems it acceptable, there won't be any objections from us as your subordinates. Keith said with a bitter smile after having been called to Rinya's office in secret to explain the situation at a later date. Thanks to his reply, Rinya felt somewhat doubtful of whether their trust in him wasn't way too high, but as this doubt apparently showed on Rinya's face, Keith added in a hurry, beginning with me, all of Clinge's soldiers have received help from Emil Sommer to a greater or lesser extent. Even if you deduct the part about her being a demon, the benefits we have received from her still outweigh it by leaps and bounds. The soldiers stationed in Clinge as Rinya's subordinates were mostly young folks who still had little combat experience, probably because Rinya himself was still a young noble with no history behind him. Maybe due to that, Rinya's soldiers hadn't personally fought against demons yet, and thus hadn't accumulated that much hate towards them. In addition, it was a simple fact that Emil had helped them quite often, and had also compounded highly effective medicines for wounded soldiers, who would always appear during training sessions, or the sick. In other words, the soldiers' impression of Emil ranged from her being a skilled doctor to a decent drug maker. Being told that she was a demon now after all this time didn't really change their opinion of her, at least for most of them. I think things might have been different if we had fought against the demon army that advanced on Clinge previously, but we simply devoted ourselves to launching ranged attacks from the batteries while Frau Sommer was the only one that faced the demons directly. So you're saying that demons kinda don't feel real to you guys, huh? Considering it from the perspective of danger awareness, it might be extremely bad, Rinya assessed. However, if the soldiers compare the threat of the demons, which they haven't experienced personally yet, and Emil's medical treatments, which they have received plentifully so far, it's no wonder that their internal scales lean in favor of Emil. Once it came to talking about this matter with the heroes, Rinya perceived slight differences in their disposition. The one who understood the current situation the fastest was Grun. Even without being persuaded by Shen, Grun accepted the reality of Emil being a demon, and didn't bring up any complaints regarding it. I didn't need Shinsan to tell me about this since I was already aware. Grun said, as if talking about today's weather, to the surprised Rinya. Rinya wondered whether heroes might also have a skill or something similar that allowed them to identify demons, but when Grun told him the trick behind it, it was something far simpler. I interrogated Krua. Oh, I see. Even though my situation is what it is, Krua is still my blood relative, so I'm able to somewhat grasp in my own way when she's hiding something from me. I don't think you can say it's the same for the other side, though, Rinya believed. No matter how I think about it, between Krua and Grun, I'm sure Grun wins when it comes to mastering the ability to sound out each other's inner workings. Krua, who had guessed that Grun would tell Rinya about the information he had gained from her, hid herself in clinch after repeatedly begging Frau not to look for her. She apparently ran away because she thought that she might be blamed for having told Grun something which Rinya had asked her to keep secret, regardless of whether Grun was a hero or not. Rinya asked Grun to search for Krua and pass on the message that she should come back since he wasn't angry at her. The ones that came after Grun in terms of having a good understanding of the circumstances were Kurtz, and unexpectedly, Leopard. Kurtz accepted it for a reason that was very much like him. In short, he had no interest in Emil's identity as long Rinya was fine with it. Just like Keith and the other soldiers, Leopard had apparently relied on Emil's medicines, and since his gratitude for that surpassed his hate towards demons, he came to the clear decision that there was no need to kick up a fuss as long as she didn't do anything evil. The one that showed the least sympathy, or rather, the most ordinary reaction according to Rinya's imagination, was Albert, who advocated that they should simply ignore Emil. It wasn't as though Rinya couldn't understand his reaction either. The humans, elves, and beastmen had all suffered from the demons more recently, but their losses were relatively small. In contrast to them, the dragonoids had sustained so much damage at the demon's hand that one could call it a catastrophe. Albert himself should have fought against the demons many times over, and as an actual problem, he had been forced to experience things like losing his friends or being made to experience grief by the demons. It was impossible for him to simply accept it without a hitch after being told that Emil was a demon, even if she herself might not have been directly related to Albert's suffering. Margrave Sommer, just what are you thinking? The demons are the underlings of the Demon King and beings hostile to all the people living on this continent. Not only have you kept one of them close to you until now, but now you're insane enough to go searching for a missing demon. That's completely crazy. Yeah, well, it's not like I can't understand your feelings on this. Margrave Sommer, you've seen it with your own two eyes as well, haven't you? All the agony those things brought upon my country. Albert shouted with his face bright red. Even Rinya could fully understand Albert's opinion. However, at the same time he couldn't. It was certainly a demon army that had attacked the Dragonoids' continent. Since that demon army had committed atrocities in the cities and lands of the Dragonoids that would make one avert their eyes, it was only natural for the Dragonoids to loathe them. However, Emil hadn't been part of that army. It wasn't as if Emil had annihilated the Dragonoid soldiers. Extending the feelings of hate even towards Emil after lumping all demons together into one pot felt to Rinya like barking up the wrong tree. But then again, the sense of being victimized was something that only victims could understand. Given that he believed that an outsider like him had no persuasive power by bringing up such logical reasoning, Rinya didn't even try to. You know, I won't force you to understand or accept it. If you can't stomach it, it's fine. I have no right to force you guys to act, and at the same time, you guys have no right to limit my actions either. You're saying you will be going to search for that demon, no matter what. I don't know about the other heroes, but I'd like you to at least expect absolutely no help whatsoever from my side," Albert declared bluntly. His expression overflowed with the determination of not giving way in the slightest, regardless of what he was told, reaching the point where he was even partially glaring at Rinya. "I hadn't expected it from the very start. In the first place, I don't have any intention of taking even one of the heroes with me." Rinya's answer was extremely plain and light-hearted. Albert apparently hadn't anticipated such a reply at all, seeing how his grim expression transformed into one of surprise. "You're telling me you're not taking the heroes along despite going to the demon's country, the Demon King's territory?" Barely managing to swallow the comment that they'd be a hindrance, Rinya pondered how he should answer Albert. "It's not like I'm actually planning to fight the Demon King this time. It's going to be a very simple mission of swiftly searching the demon country for Emil, and as soon as we find her, we'll quickly get out. Although we have to get through the huge barrier that seems to cover the whole demon continent while at it, I don't think it'll be a mission that requires that much combat power, assuming that I can somehow deal with the barrier using my katana or some kind of powerful sorcery." If it had been possible, Rinya wanted to search for Emil by himself, but Rona, who could detect Emil's location or at least general direction, had become someone he definitely wanted to take along, since it would speed up the whole endeavor. When he thought about how things would develop from there on out, there was no mistake that it would be much better to take Shin's group along, who wouldn't lose to the heroes in terms of combat prowess, and who would surely listen to Rinya's instructions unlike the heroes, who might or might not do so depending on their moods. "You guys are combat assets endowed with abilities to fight against the Demon King, right? Thus, there's no way for me to force you to go along with my selfishness, is there?" Once Rinya voiced out his answer, which he had somehow managed to come up with while also being the safest reply he could provide, Albert ended up speechless, seemingly believing that it was just as Rinya had said. "If you say that you feel bitter about staying in Klinge now that you've found out about Emil being a demon, you're free to go back to your home country, you know. I'll give you permission to use the transfer gate, and I'll promise you that I'll contact you if something happens. Please let me think it over." Albert bowed towards Rinya without saying anything else, turned on his heels, and left. While watching him leave, Rinya ended up thinking, I'm sure he'd be happier if he could take it a bit easier. With Albert having pulled back, filled with discontent, Shin's persuasion duty in Klinge could be seen as completed for the time being, resulting in Shin using the transfer gate to head over to the Archduchess next. For better or worse, Rinya decided to accompany her in this. This didn't mean that he was worried about the outbreak of a family fight that Rona had mentioned, but still, he found it difficult to let Shin go by herself since it was an internal issue concerning Rinya's territory. The two, who immediately requested a meeting with the Archduchess as soon as they arrived in the capital, ended up being surrounded by soldiers on the spot and dragged to the audience hall for some reason. Margrave Kunujai. Are you still sane? What awaited Rinya and Shin, who had entered the hall with the Archduchess sitting on the throne, were insults and slander thrown at them by the large number of nobles standing close to the Archduchess. Moreover, they only targeted Rinya. Shin was the Archduchess' daughter, but she had abdicated her succession rights. Since she currently held the position of being under Rinya's care, the nobles' interrogations and insults were all directed at Rinya, the one in charge. Even screwing around has its limits. The cat's out of the bag. We've heard you've been conspiring with a demon. Margrave Kunujai, Could it be that you've been planning to harm the human nations after siding with the demons? Your Majesty, you should strip Margrave Kunujai of his power and territory for having sheltered a demon while hiding it from you. If you let him keep his status as a noble, it's not clear what harm he might bring to the Trident Principality. Damn youngster! You're not even begging for forgiveness by prostrating yourself in front of Her Majesty. Renia, who had been called a youngster, frantically resisted his urge to burst out laughing. The noble in question was a skinny, fairly old man with a physique close to that of a dead tree. Going by his appearance, you could even describe him as very advanced in age, being in his 60s or 70s. On the other hand, Renia definitely had an outward appearance that would justify him being called a youngster, but his inner self had now lived for almost a century. Even with his memories erased and him being unable to recall his experiences, the time he had lived, there was no reason for him to reply in any way, no matter how many people, who were only 60 or 70 years old, barked at him. Margrave Kunujai, you've stayed silent for some time now, but if there's anything you ought to tell us, go ahead. The Archduchess, who had let the nobles say whatever they wanted for some time, suddenly addressed Renia as her surroundings had run out of complaints. No blame could be sensed within her words. With all due respect, there is something I would like to ask you, Your Majesty. Very well, I shall allow your question. Voices crying, Your Majesty, tried to hold her back, but the Archduchess ignored them, and looked at Renia with eyes full of anticipation as if she was waiting for something funny to entertain her. Even while thinking that he wouldn't be able to cater to her expectations, Renia voiced out the question he had prepared. It doesn't matter whether it's this city, the Farkukrika, or even my Clinch, but criminals are bound in the prisons of all of these cities, right? They are imprisoned there, aren't they? Not grasping the aim behind Renia's question, the audience hall stirred. Shen, who stood behind Renia, didn't understand why Renia was asking something like that, and even the person the question was addressed to, the Archduchess, had put on an expression as if questioning what the point would be in trying to answer. Those people, the criminals, about all of them are humans, aren't they? An atmosphere of puzzlement about that obvious fact spread within the hall. Renia's party had visited places all over the world, using the transfer gates. However, ordinary citizens never used transfer gates. Not to mention that the idea of deliberately using a transfer gate to commit crimes on another continent wasn't very feasible. In other words, it was only natural for the criminals arrested for perpetrating crimes to belong to the majority race ruling a continent. On the human continent it was extremely rare to find criminals of any other race. Margrave Kunujai, just what the hell are you, oh? It was Shen who lightly cried out. Widening her eyes somewhat as she had apparently understood something, Shen glanced at Renia in front of her, and then looked at the Archduchess on the throne. After spotting how the Archduchess gestured something similar to a light nod, a vicious smile formed on Shen's lips. The nobles started to fuss due to the sudden change in Shen's expression, wondering just what was going to happen next. With a voice drowning out the nobles' noise, Renia stated, if you're saying that my friend Emil Raja is a bad person who harms humans because she's a demon, is it okay for me to consider the race of the criminals, who are bad people harming others, in other words, humans, to be an evil that harms humans? Stop playing word games. What word games? I shouldn't have said anything wrong if we're talking about the good and evil when it comes to races, or have I? After silencing the noble, who had shouted, by looking at him and indifferently giving such an answer, Renia turned his eyes towards the Archduchess. Behind him, Shen suddenly invoked her body strengthening at full throttle through mana manipulation. The mana blowing out of Shen's whole body turned into a physical gale, raging throughout the entire hall. The nobles screamed while laying face down, and the Archduchess held up a hand as if to protect her face from the wind, but she continued to stare at Renya and Shen without moving an inch from the throne. "I'd like to hear your answer to this, Your Majesty. It's not wrong for me to interpret it in such a way, is it?" Since they were in the audience hall, neither Renya nor Shen were armed. The soldiers guarding the palace, on the other hand, were completely armed. Even so, the soldiers intuitively grasped that they'd experience the misery of annihilation if they were to act imprudently, and take on Renya and Shen. Whether they had weapons or not, the soldiers had never witnessed such a powerful body strengthening that it'd create a gale of wind in the surroundings like the one Shen was causing right now. The soldiers understood that the mana circulating through Shen's body was in a different league altogether. That unbelievable amount of mana was proportional to the magnitude of her body strengthening. "Margrave Qunujai, you're mistaken," the Archduchess calmly answered, while the nobles, who perceived from the obviously pale faces of the soldiers that this was the one answer that would end the lives of everyone present, watched with their faces going just as pale as the soldiers. Judging the act of a part to be the act of the whole is wrong. With that kind of thinking, this world wouldn't have a single being allowed to live. In that case, Your Majesty, my friend, it is a fact that demons like to act in a way considered evil by nature. Even so, if the person called Emil is just as Margrave Qunujai has described, she can be considered harmless. Judging an innocent person as evil is unjust. Thus, Emil Raja will be placed under Margrave Qunujai's charge, and the principality won't regard her residence here as a crime for as long as she doesn't commit any wrongdoings. Is that definitely going to be the case? After flashing a wry smile at Renya, who made sure, the Archduchess answered on the spot with a serious look, "Don't make me repeat myself, or are you doubting my words?" "I beg your pardon, Your Majesty." "Shen, you're in the presence of Her Majesty," Renya said while bowing his head. Shen cancelled her body strengthening, and bowed, copying Renya. As soon as the gale raging in the hall stopped, the soldiers understood that they apparently weren't going to die in this place today, and let out a sigh of relief. While still bowing, Renya was astonished in his mind. He had expected that the Archduchess would dodge his forceful reasoning in some way. However, he hadn't thought that she would go as far as admitting that not all demons are evil on an official occasion. If the Holy Kingdom still had its original authority, they would have immediately branded the Trident Principality as heretics, and come to overthrow them. You could say that the decline of the Holy Kingdom and the appearance of a new religion rooted in the Trident Principality was the reason why the Archduchess could say something like this right here and now. "Your Majesty, now that we clarified that my friend Emil isn't evil, I have something I'd like to request." Suddenly, Shen lifted her face behind Renya, and made a direct appeal to the Archduchess. Usually this would be an act that would be stopped by the surrounding nobles or soldiers. However, because they had been freed from a tense situation similar to facing their own deaths, the soldiers' minds had completely let down their guard, and none of the nobles tried to even move as they were too scared of the power behind Shen's body strengthening. "Request. Speak." "Because of my friend's disappearance, Margrave Qunujai has been planning to perform a search." Despite believing that this wasn't something that ought to be said to the Archduchess at such an official event since it was a personal matter, Renya decided to let Shen continue after he had somehow missed the opportunity to stop her, since the Archduchess showed no signs of stopping Shen's appeal. In line with this, I'd like to request permission to borrow the dragoon for the sake of the travel required for the search. I allow it. Take her with you. No, no, there's no way that you'll be given permission, Rinya believed, and so did everyone present in the audience hall. But the Archduchess' instant reply betrayed everyone's expectations. It's been allowed. Margrave, your wording, being told so by the Archduchess while letting her eyes wander across the vicinity, Rinya became flustered. With all due respect, gosh, it's a pain, so let's keep it casual. Her atmosphere relaxed all at once. Once the Archduchess instructed them with a wave of her hand as if saying that it'd be fine for the nobles not to hear the rest. The soldiers quickly carried the nobles, who had fainted, flopped down on the spot as their legs gave way, or had foam at their mouths, out of the audience hall. Since I'm going to lend you the dragoon, you can just use her to look for Emil-chan. Even though it's a normal occurrence, this difference in character is really intense. Since she can act properly during official duties, I'd like her to always act like that, Rinya thought. For some reason, he felt an extreme mental exhaustion from the difference between her proper and loose behavior. Get used to it. So, can you find out what's going on with the demon country and the barrier completely hiding the demon country while you're at it? That means, you're telling us to investigate. You don't have to try the impossible. Can I leave it to you? Giving permission to borrow the dragoon, who could be described as the country's strongest combat asset, for Rinya's very personal matter, who was no more than a noble, was unprecedented. At the same time, this in itself might be something like a reward for the requested information gathering, Rinya assessed. It's not a bad deal. The only additional workload will be to tell the Archduchess about what we observed during the search for Emil in the form of a report. After making that decision, Rinya informed the Archduchess, I accept, Your Majesty, in the audience hall that had become mostly deserted. Rinya and Shen's return from the capital took place at almost the same time as the dragoons' arrival to the city of Clinch. Due to that perfectiming, Rinya suspected that they might have prepared in advance, anticipating that things would turn out like this from the very start. No matter how ditzy her outward appearance, how stupid her look, and how slow her way of speaking might be, as someone acting as Archduchess, she does have the discernment and guessing ability befitting her station, Rinya was forced to realize. The arrival of a dragoon meant that her mount, the dragon, would come to Clinch. Rinya was worried that a dragon would cause chaos and fear among the residents, and regretted for an instant that he should have prepared a landing point for dragons outside the city, but contrary to Rinya expectations, the residents didn't panic at all, although there was a bit of a confusion when the dragon was about to land on a plaza in the middle of the city. They've grown accustomed to it, huh? Keith murmured calmly among the soldiers. He had rounded up as guards just in case. Rinya cocked his head, puzzled, wondering whether that's how it was, but after observing the residents, who were surrounding the plaza at a distance while full of keen curiosity, he revised his thinking that this might really be the case here. Even though they were the residents of his city, Rinya got slightly scared by their high adaptability. Completely unrelated to Rinya's thoughts, the Crimson Dragon, who had flown all the way from the distant capital of the Trident Principality, drew a circle above the city, and then began to descend towards the plaza in a straight line, seemingly having recognized Rinya, who was waiting for him. Rinya tilted his head once more due to the appearance of the dragon, which was gradually getting bigger. That's Drakan, right? I've heard no rumors about the Trident Principality's dragon having been substituted. On the plaza, where a cloud of dust started to blow up due to the wind pressure caused by the descending dragon, stood Krewa in a light green shirt and a flared skirt next to Rinya. Even the soldiers, who had been deployed in the vicinity just in case, grimaced due to the blowing wind or staggered after losing out to the wind pressure, but in the midst of all that, Krewa, who was far more slender than the soldiers, stood still like a rock. As always, your skirt is an impregnable fortress. The one saying so while mystified from the bottom of her heart was Shen. Going by her physique, Shen also entered the delicate category when compared to the soldiers, but she didn't budge at all either, even while being exposed to the wind which packed quite a bit of pressure by now. Her eyes weren't directed at the dragon alighting from the sky, but the hem of Krewa's skirt that didn't show the slightest hint of being blown up even while fluttering in the violent wind. I wonder, isn't it a curse in a certain sense? No. Frau uttered her impression. Probably because of the tininess of her body, Frau had been losing out to the wind pressure generated by the dragon's wings. She had been partly closing her eyes while enduring the wind by clinging to Rinya's waist. The hem of her apron dress skirt was violently fluttering. However, the fluttering never caused her skirt to roll up above her knees. This might also be a curse in a certain sense, Rinya thought. I think it'd be possible for it to be turned up if you removed the curse. This is the time for the saint to shine. Wait a sec. I'm supposed to use my divine arts to do something about her skirt. Although it wasn't clear whether she wanted to make Rona use her divine arts, or to use her as a shield against the wind, Killy tried to make Rona move towards Krewa by pushing her back, which she was using to hide. On the other hand, Rona started to resist while confused by the sudden pushing. Probably due to her body's volume, Rona kept a firm posture even within the raging gale. As a trade-off, her slitted priestess's garb fluttered in the wind. Given that she pinned it down with both arms so that the fabric wouldn't get turned up, she couldn't do much to resist Killy's insistent pushing from behind. How noisy! Rinya curbed his eyebrows while lightly sighing. Rinya had tried to round up all the personnel he could find since they were welcoming the Dragoon, officially the Trident Principality's strongest combat asset, but at this point he started to regret his decision, thinking that his judgment might have been mistaken. By the way, Rinya himself was regarded as the strongest unofficial combat asset. Even someone like the Archduchess took into account that they wouldn't be able to hide this fact forever, but there was no way that she could publicly announce that their country had a noble who was capable of annihilating the four heroes all by himself. After all, the existence of a man excelling the heroes by leaps and bounds would be like a nightmare for the ordinary citizens of all nations. Even Rinya himself didn't have the slightest intention of crushing this world's inhabitants' perception that the heroes were the strongest beings, possessing the power to save their world. While Rinya was indulging in such thoughts, the dragon slowly alighted on the plaza. There was a reason why Rinya had cocked his head in puzzlement at first, wondering whether the approaching dragon was really Drakan, and the surrounding people understood Rinya's confusion when the dragon landed on the plaza, causing a slight tremor. The dragon had obviously grown in size to an extraordinary extent. Even by the lowest estimates, the dragon in front of them was almost twice as big as the Drakan in their memories. The wingspread and thickness of the dragon's limbs had increased in proportion to that, and even his body had taken on a far deeper crimson color than before. While everyone was wondering if this was really Drakan, a figure nimbly jumped off the dragon's back. Befitting the dragon's increased body size, its back now towered quite high up in the air, but despite the deep crimson heavy armor apparently covering the figure's whole body, they displayed fairly agile movements, landing safely with the soles of their boots clacking somewhat as they touched down on the stone paving. Following the armored figure, a slender figure jumped off the dragon's back in the same manner. This figure wore a grey robe and held a twisted wand in their hand. Seemingly using some kind of spell to mitigate their equipment's weight, they slowly descended, landed silently, and lined up behind the armored figure. After having confirmed that the robed figure had dismounted, the armored figure removed their helmet. Holding the helmet at their left flank while exposing their unpainted face, they turned their eyes towards Rinya, and spoke to him. Dragoon Lyris Hound reporting in. By Her Majesty's decree, I have come here to enter under your command, Your Excellency Margrave Q Nujai. T/N, the illustrator failed with the color of Lyris' armor. There was no mistake in what she had said. But Rinya still frowned slightly, feeling that her words contained a piece of information he shouldn't ignore. The robed figure behind Lyris called out to Rinya as if to emphasize that piece of information even further, accompanying sorcerer, AZ Hound reporting in. Likewise entering under Your Excellency's command. Pleased to be working with you from here on out. Oh my, AZ-san, ha. Long time no see, but leaving that aside, both of you have the same surname. Shin interjected before Rinya could gather his thoughts. Her words clearly brought to light the piece of information that had bugged Rinya for a moment there. Both are Hound. Ah, well, you see, for the time being, it's just an engagement. AZ quickly became flustered upon hearing Rinya's question. Seeing his unsociable face take on a slightly red tinge and his eyes wandering around restlessly was a fairly amusing sight to behold, causing Rinya to unconsciously break out into a broad smile. With her face bright red while still standing at attention, Lyris couldn't move as she was stuck between the grinning Shin and Rona, who were standing beside Lyris while keeping a slight distance from Rinya and AZ. You're going to invite us to the wedding, aren't you? We'll put the Q Nujai Margraviate's assets and resources to use as thanks. That sounds like it'll become something dreadful, but, if I can have you go easy on us, you're obviously invited. Well, that's only after the battle has ended, though. While smiling wryly as he felt that saying only after the battle has ended was a jinxed way of phrasing it, Rinya changed the direction of his gaze, just to notice Frau and Killy waving small white flags in both hands with smiles plastered all over their faces for some reason while standing quite far away. As soon as Rinya glared at them with a single tongue clicking, the 4 white flags fiercely went up in flames without warning. Of course Frau and Killy's hands were directly affected by the heat produced by the flames. Letting go of the flags, which had turned into ashes, in a hurry, they began to wave their scorched hands. After seeing that, Rinya turned his gaze back towards AZ. Not understanding what had happened, AZ was surprised by Killy and Frau suddenly kicking up a fuss. Just what is going on over there? It seemed as if something caught fire. Who knows? They were probably punished for doing something silly. Rather than that, I think you should hold back on phrases such as after the battle has ended. Most of the people voicing out such things tend to run into trouble. Rinya thought that he should warn him just in case. Oh. Okay, if that's what you say, Your Excellency. Somehow being called Excellency by you gives me goosebumps. Feel free to use Rinya. Just like before. No, but, even after being encouraged to do so, it was obviously difficult for AZ to simply go along with it. Previously, when he had collaborated with Rinya, both of them were mere adventurers, but now Rinya was a full-fledged noble, moreover a fairly high-ranking one. Aren't you going to be way above me when you become the dragoon's husband, this country's strongest fighting force? We're not married yet, and also, even then that won't be true. Besides, the big shot is the dragoon Lyris, not me. AZ's attitude of not budging from his claim that he was ultimately just an extra of Lyris was very typical of him in Rinya's eyes. I see. Then I shall order you. You may treat me just like before. In case you go against this order, you will be punished. To be more precise, I will fully enjoy groping Lyris' breasts. Regard this as Margrave Kunujai's official order. That's quite unreasonable. For the time being, AZ protested against Rinya's order that he would be punished for defying orders if he didn't treat Rinya disrespectfully. But immediately shrugging his shoulders, he continued, I can't help it if it's your order. Not to mention that I can't really go against it with you taking Lyris hostage. Long time no see, Rinya. You look the same as before, although your position seems to have changed rather drastically. It's a full array of troublesome matters. I want to wrap up this incident quickly, and return to a carefree, prodigal life. I heard we're going to the demon country to search for a demon. Is that true? AZ's tone dropped faintly. Rinya answered his question smoothly in a calm tone, as if talking about today's weather. Indeed. Any problem with that? Considering it normally, AZ and Lyris should think according to their common sense. It wouldn't be strange at all if they were hostile towards demons, or hated them. People, who received training as professional soldiers, should be able to swallow their dissatisfaction to some extent, and follow orders, but Lyris and AZ were originally simple adventurers. As Rinya thought that it'd be troublesome if they refused to help because they disapproved of this whole endeavor, AZ slowly shook his head after thinking about it for a brief moment. No, not in particular. I don't plan to hide my dislike of demons, though. Still, somehow that's very like you. I guess it's a course of action truly befitting a lost. Rinya pondered on whether he should actually take AZ's assessment as praise or slander. This was meant as praise, you know. AZ added as if he had read Rinya's thoughts. It doesn't really feel like praise though. Well, whatever. The dragon you rode here is Drakan, right? When Rinya asked this, believing that he should make sure of this as well, the dragon, who had waited motionlessly on the plaza, lifted his head faster than AZ could answer, and moved his head up and down several times in Rinya's direction. It seems like he's nodding. A saddle for 2 riders had been tied on his back, but because Rinya had to secure a spot for all members when carrying out the search, Frau removed the saddle and began to affix a new one on Drakan's back. The members that would accompany him this time were Shen, Rona, Krua, and Frau, in addition to AZ and Lyris, in total 7 people with Rinya. You could say that Drakan carrying this number of people by himself was slightly unreasonable. However, now that Drakan's body, and consequently his back as well, had grown, it appeared possible to secure enough space for 7 people, and Frau swiftly proceeded with the preparations. That's without a doubt Drakan. In the first place, it's not like Lyris can switch to another dragon, right? He sure became big. Is he in his growth period? I've got no clue whether dragons have something like a growth period, AZ answered without confidence while watching Drakan, who was waiting obediently after having bedded his head on the ground again, apparently in order to make it easier for Frau to get her work done. I don't know whether it's due to better fodder or for some other reason, but either way, he's grown up quite remarkably recently. Must be the fodder, Rinya judged. There's more than enough examples of reptiles growing much larger as long as they get enough good food. Dragons might be a type of reptile as well. It was unclear to Rinya whether the categorization of reptiles existed in this world. Moreover, it was doubtful whether dragons could be labeled as such, but Rinya didn't care since he wasn't a scholar to begin with. Oh well, it's a big help either way. I'm sorry to bring it up right after you got here, but I'd like to depart as soon as the preparations are completed. Since we will hold back on hurrying the preparations, take a rest at my mansion for the moment. Rinya said after interrupting his thoughts about how great it was that he wouldn't have to call any other dragons due to lacking space on Drakan. In response, AZ asked with a curious look, "A rest is welcome. We'll fly as soon as you tell us to, but are the provisions going to be okay? It's not going to be a day trip, is it? Did you forget that I have a void storage? I'll simply store all the goods in there. You don't need to worry. We'll also prepare a tent for you too, including sleeping bags. We're not married yet, so sleeping in the same tent is a bit," when Lyris, whose face became redder than her armor, said so to Rinya in AZ's stead as he was at a loss for words. Rinya was puzzled for a moment, then his throat began to tremble right away with him muffling a laugh. The surrounding female group and soldiers crowded the frozen AZ and the bright red Lyris with broad smiles, fully intent on teasing them. The preparations and resting took a bit of time, but in the end, Drakan had Rinya's party get on his back, and then took off from Klinge's plaza. Before their departure, Rinya had asked Killy if she wanted to accompany them as well. However, Killy readily refused, volunteering to stay back to watch Rinya's home. Killy said that she would immediately fly over if necessary, and Rinya couldn't help but feel that she would literally do so if the need arose. Drakan's takeoff was quieter than his landing, but probably due to the large number of passengers on his back, he flew up with a speed that felt somewhat low. He gained altitude while circling in Klinge's skies, and before long, he departed towards the Demon Country, located in the central area of this world, at a laid-back speed. As expected. I guess we're heavy. Even Drakan, whose body had grown considerably, had to work quite hard to fly while carrying 7 people. His flight speed was a lot lower than Imidra and Rubidra's, whom Rinya had ridden before. Rinya thought that it might be due to the weight of their luggage, but Lyris, sitting at the front with the reins in her hands, looked back, and denied his assumption. Drakan's speed is always around this fast, you know. He's not slowed down. I feel that he's slower compared to the dragons that have carried me before, though. Weren't they of a higher-ranking dragon species than Drakan? Drakan's rank among the dragons isn't very high to begin with. Above all, I think it's because he got slightly too big. The rest of her words were mumbled, obviously trying to avoid spelling it out clearly. Rinya wondered what she meant with those ambiguous words, and immediately struck upon a possible answer. Is he slow because he got fat? Drakan skillfully managed to make only his torso tremble with a start while continuing to flap his wings with loud whooshing sounds. Lyris just gave Rinya a weak smile without saying anything else. Rinya thought that Lyris' response already counted as clear confirmation, but he decided not to deliberately probe any further as it was likely her kindness that kept her from voicing it out directly. In the first place, Drakan had been such an inferior specimen within his flock that he was chosen as a sacrifice for you, Rinya, so it's set in stone that his food situation shouldn't have been all that great until he was caught. While adding the unnecessary comment that Drakan might have been the only individual with inferior abilities when he was still with his flock, AZ followed up on what Lyris said with something that didn't sound like a follow-up at all. His food worries disappeared once he became the Dragoon's dragon, so it might not be all that strange that he grew up so quickly. Just be honest about it and call him fat tilde no. Frau resolutely cut down AZ's explanation, which AZ might have considered as supporting Drakan, with a short, decisive comment. She had balled herself up between Rinya's legs, who was sitting cross-legged on a seat. With her partially leaning her back against Renia's belly, Frau looked very comfortable, but the hurtful words leaving her mouth deeply penetrated Drakan's heart. While opening his muzzle as if crying out that he had received a tremendous shock, Drakan's body stiffened up, stopping even the flapping of his wings, which resulted in him starting to slowly lose altitude as he glided through the air. It's all right, Drakan. You might be big, but you're still cute. Lyris frantically began to soothe him. Since it wasn't as if a dragon flew by flapping its wings, Drakan wouldn't crash down right away just because his wings stopped moving. However, considering the fact that his altitude was visibly dropping, Frau calling him fat was apparently so devastating that it made Drakan forget to control his flight ability. Can't you just work out if it's so shocking to you? For a dragon, you sure have a weak spirit Nano. How about leaving it at that, you two? I mean, Drakan might actually be in his growth period. If this conversation resulted in Drakan crashing after losing the ability to fly, it could take a very bad turn for Renia and the others on his back. Thus Shin tried to stop her lord and his Silky as they started to gang up on Drakan, seemingly not minding that possibility at all. No matter how rapidly her abilities might have developed recently, she wasn't confident that she would come out unscathed if Drakan crashed down from his current altitude. Rona had been sitting next to Shin, but for some reason Rona maintained a vacant expression, looking completely exhausted, with her body wincing as a response to something every now and then. Fat. You are corpulent. You are drooping, gaining weight, out of shape. Ugh. Frau, can you stop messing with Rona? Somehow Rona's face is starting to look funny. Shin chided Frau with a sigh while patting Rona's back, who had started to repeatedly quiver in waves, being at her wit's end. In response, Frau stuck her tongue out without the tiniest sliver of guilt. Swinging between joy and sorrow over being a bit or very fat is foolish. Sitting next to Renia, Krua said something oddly enlightening with understanding dyeing her voice as she enviously stared at Frau monopolizing Renia's lap. A woman's worth isn't defined by the amount of fat on her. Krua put on a proud expression as if she had said something great. Everyone's eyes except for Krua's focused on a certain part of her body, and after averting their eyes all at once as if they had timed it, everyone besides Krua retorted in perfect unison, "Sure, sure, from your mouth to God's ears." Why? What's with that response? Renia. Why are you averting your face with a faint smile? Frau, stop with that cheeky grin. Shin, can I have you stop patting my shoulder with a pitying gaze? Rona, please stop nodding while grabbing my shoulder. You guys sure are lively. Such an impression spilled out of Lyris' mouth after she had somehow managed to pacify Drakan while looking at Renia and his female companions, who had started to kick up a loud fuss over trivialities. We're going to be entering into the demon country soon. Is it okay to be going at it in such a mood? You see, Renia might unexpectedly be in a mood to go on a picnic. Renia was obstinately gazing into the far distance as if to avoid looking into Krua's eyes, no matter what. Both Krua, who was grabbing his shoulder while trying to make him turn towards her, and Frau, who was trying to somehow prevent Krua from achieving this, were keeping at it. Krua, Frau, stop acting so violently. We're high up in the sky on top of Drakan's back, do you understand this? Just ignore them, Shin. They'll probably get tired of this sooner or later. Rona started to hold Shin back, who had been trying to separate the three squabblers, as she thought that it would just add one more squabbler to the mix instead. While such things were going on, Renia's party continued their flight. Although Renia had perceived Drakan as being relatively slow, they still kept flying above the miasma forest at a reasonably high speed. However, the miasma forest was extremely vast. Its scale wasn't so small that Drakon would be able to cross it in one stretch, even if he flew while boosted by a dragon's stamina. The forest's vastness, which had been isolating the demons from the other races' territories so as to make it impossible for either side to easily invade the other, went far beyond Rinya's expectation. Moreover, since flying after sunset would be accompanied by risks even for Drakon, Rinya decided to have Drakon land and set up a camp when the sky started to grow dark. It was only reasonable, but there was no way that a convenient landing spot for a dragon's huge frame would exist this deep into the forest. No choice but to clear a place by burning it down, right? Let me at least give you warning, Shin said with a deeper voice in response to Rinya's attempt to get confirmation. You're not allowed to have Drakon spit his fire after pouring your mana into him like you did with Rubadra the other day, okay? Ha! Having Rinya stare back at her with a dumbfounded look, Shin furrowed her eyebrows. We're inside a forest, you know. Did you already forget the disaster you caused last time? Rinya, do you wish to turn this forest into a barren land of smoldering lava? I thought we could burn it down neatly without the fire spreading, if we raise the heat. Think about after you burn off a section. There will be after effects, right? In the first place, how long do you think it will take for the temperature of a place that's been raised to the ground by a dragon's breath to drop down to a suitable temperature for us to camp? The heat of Rubadra's breath had continued to smolder endlessly on the soil near the Dragonoid's city, and it was only recently that the vicinity around there showed slight signs of recovery. Shin tried to make Rinya recall those events, but Rinya's reply widely deviated from what Shin had expected. If it's freezing magic, if Rinya used the magic art knowledge he had received from Imidra, and his own tremendous amount of mana, he would be able to quickly cool down an area that had been burned down by a dragon's breath. And if they were looking for an instant solution, it would also be possible for Rinya to flash freeze the ground after triggering the same downburst phenomenon he had used in the past right here and now. If you'd allow me to make a suggestion as a normal sorcerer, AZ humbly interrupted their conversation, albeit probably not fully understanding what they were talking about. I'd like to request that you choose a peaceful method, if possible. Do you have some kind of ingenious idea, AZ-sensei? Stop with the sensei, AZ made a very gloomy face, and then started to think for a while. I guess I'll handle it, he said while originally wanting to conserve his mana. However, he had apparently concluded that the most peaceful solution would be for him to use his own spell while making sure to create a place that could be used to spend the night, seeing how the forest would be likely burned to ashes by Drakon's breath if he were to leave this matter in Rinya's hands. Lyris, please have Drakon drop his speed and altitude. Sure. Lyris responded curtly, and passed on the instructions to Drakon. After confirming that their flight speed and altitude had slowly started to drop, AZ picked up the wand laying at his side, closed his eyes, and focused his mind. Rinya watched the whole process now that he had decided to leave it all in AZ's hands, seemingly because AZ had volunteered to do it himself. Congregate mind power, O Hellfire! Turn everything and anything into ash by devouring it in a maelstrom of raging flames. From the mana swelling up in AZ, Rinya knew that AZ was using a fairly powerful spell. The mana put into his chant immediately transformed into reality, rolling up a section of the huge forest in a tornado of large, crimson flames. A flame storm spell, eh? It sure looks pretty when seen from above. The spell's scale covered a fairly massive pillar of flames, even when compared to Imidra's magic art knowledge. Because it was for the sake of creating a landing site for Drakon, AZ had invoked the spell after pouring a lot more mana than usual into it so as to enlarge its range of effect. The flame storm brewing brightly within the dark forest was a beautiful sight to behold from the perspective of Rinya's party, since they merely watched on from above, and that was the end of the story for them. However, probably because he had abruptly expended a huge amount of mana to cast the spell, AZ leaned back against his seat while looking somewhat tired and worn out as he panted heavily. "How much did you enlarge it?" "I think around 64 times the normal size. I've turned a 4-meter circle into a 32-meter one. If we also consider that the fire should spread a bit, I think there will be enough space for Drakon to land. I leave the fire fighting and cooling to you." AZ answered Rinya, sighing at the weak reaction to his achievement of all those present, including Rinya. Except for Lyris, who didn't know much about magic art, the other members likely didn't think anything of AZ's words since they had been associating with Rinya for a long time, allowing them to personally witness his crazy manner. However, in reality, the number of sorcerers capable of pulling off what AZ did is fairly low, even across the vast human continent, and the true ability of AZ, which allowed him to cast the spell without fainting on the spot, would actually make it possible for him to claim the title of strongest sorcerer on this continent. But, since AZ had someone, who could only be described as outlandish, right next to him, he ended up completely vanishing in their shadow. "Okay, for the sake of cooling it down in one go, I'll use Ice Storm at full power. Won't that make it impossible for us to land, even if we ignore the need to cool down the area?" Shin grabbed Rinya's neck from behind and frantically obstructed him from instantly and chantlessly invoking a spell at the same level and scale as the one AZ had somehow managed to cast after using a wand, which was used to support the caster's control on the spell, and using the proper spell chant. AZ couldn't help but clearly feel the abysmally large difference in their abilities, but he also felt as if it was inevitable, seeing how the other party was Rinya. Having a dire need to take a break for now, AZ averted his eyes from Rinya, who was now being stopped by Rona from casting yet another spell of aberrant proportions, and let out a deep breath, allowing all the power to escape from his body as he exhaled. The spell, which Rinya used to extinguish the fire AZ created in order to secure a landing spot for Drakon, after being thoroughly cautioned about its power in advance, covered an area that was slightly larger than the one AZ had set fire to despite all the warnings. Neither Rinya himself nor AZ, as an expert looking at Rinya's spellcasting from the sidelines, knew whether it was an issue with the technique or Rinya's personality, but it was pretty obvious that Rinya sucked at using spells which had their fire power dampened. Even so, we're probably very lucky that things ended with Rinya just cooling the area I ignited, and freezing some of the trees around it, AZ judged. Although AZ had secured a fairly large area, Drakon's body filled a big part of it when he slowly touched down. Rinya thought that the remaining area might be a bit too small for 7 people to sleep in. He deliberated on whether he should expand the area a bit, but he gave up on the idea. Because it could take a bad turn, resulting in them losing their camping ground, if he burned the area too much, not to mention the area becoming useless if he were to freeze it completely. While persuading himself that they'd just need to bear with it for one night anyway, Rinya retrieved a tent, which had been rolled up to make it small, from his inventory. "Hey, what's that?" Due to the low, subdued voice he could hear coming from behind, Rinya, who had taken out their luggage, reflexively stopped working and lowered his eyes towards the object lying nearby. Its outward appearance was that of a plain, folded tent. However, for some reason a note was attached to the rope used to tie the tent up. "Exclusively for married couples" was written on it in red letters. Rinya couldn't help but get a bad feeling about this. It actually made him feel the urge to stop unwrapping the tent any further. However, with various goods being stuffed into his inventory, it wasn't as if Rinya had gone as far as to bring a spare tent with him. If he were to give up on using one of the tents now, it would result in some of the group members not having a tent to sleep in. While sensing AZ's intense gaze on his back, Rinya regretted not having checked his luggage more strictly if he had known that things would turn out like this. Still, going along with the approach that he couldn't help it at this point in time either way, he untied the rope, immediately setting up the tent. Once it was finished, it was no more than an ordinary tent. Quizzically in Rinya's case, and dubiously in AZ's case, who had gotten close to Rinya without him noticing, they both peered into the tent. It was definitely a tent that would feel somewhat cramped if two people used it. However, it was large enough that two people would be able to enter even without tightly clinging to each other. It gave one the impression that at most they might touch each other's bodies if they were to stir in their sleep. Even if he felt some resistance towards saying that the tent was catered towards married couples, it wasn't something that would justify a scolding. As this seemed to have caught AZ by surprise, he looked at Rinya with a complicated expression, a mix of apology and awkwardness. Rinya only shrugged at that. Rinya, who tried to open the next tent thinking that such anticlimactic things occasionally happened as well, suddenly had small letters appear in his visual field. Information, appraisal function confirmed effects, soundproof, stamina increase, concealment, and deodorization. These effects will be triggered upon detecting a breach of a fixed threshold for each effect. Once his sight went back to normal after getting startled, he realized that the appraisal target had doubtlessly been the tent he had set up moments ago. Even when he tried using his appraisal skill of his own volition, believing that something might have gone wrong since it had triggered on its own, he was shown the same exact text. Rinya spontaneously covered his face with his left hand, baffled by the opportune timing of appraisal's invocation, but it was too late. Next to him, AZ had realized that Rinya had noticed something from his expression and his re-examination of the tent. Rinya, did you find something? Why don't you tell me what you found? Rinya lacked the words with which to answer AZ, who was pressing him for an answer with a smile. The effects applied to the tent were way too blunt. The purpose behind all these effects was plain. As for the offender, there was really only one person that came to mind. With Emil being absent right now, the only one capable of casting so many effects on the tent was Frau. As for the person in question, she swiftly climbed onto Drakon's back as soon as her deed came to light, watching the situation progress, ready to flee at any moment. Even while Rinya thought, that damned, ill-minded cat Frau wasn't within arm's reach, and she was too skilled to be caught with magic arts. Only Lyris alone stood still, not understanding what was going on. The other party members somewhat guessed from the atmosphere that Frau had done something bad once again, and looked up at Frau from the side. Come on, please tell me Rinya, just what's wrong with this tent? Nothing. Having determined that he probably wouldn't receive any help from anyone, Rinya decided to plead ignorance. It might seem unnatural and fishy, but I don't have another choice here. Without a doubt it's absolutely impossible to be completely honest here, and tell him that they can fuck like rabbits since it's a tent with tricks set up so that no one outside notices. Your attitude is far too shady for it to be nothing. It's not good to keep secrets. Spit it out. Probably convinced by now that something was wrong, AZ closed the distance between them by taking a step forward, causing Rinya to retreat the same distance. It wasn't as if Rinya himself had done anything wrong. However, considering their conversation before their departure, it was pretty clear that AZ would hold Rinja responsible, even if he might suspect that all of it had been done by Frau. Hurry up, Rinja. You know that resistance is futile. It's really nothing. At the very least nothing will happen if you don't do anything. Rinja's remark, which indirectly hinted at something through a change in pronunciation and emphasis, caused AZ to get far more flustered than Rinja had expected. In the first place, the tent didn't have any effects that would harm the people staying within. It was merely equipped with a trick that would hide what was going on inside. As to how to use said functions, it had been entrusted to the judgment of the occupants. Once Rinja had realized that aspect, it wasn't all that difficult to escape AZ's persistent interrogation. When AZ was told that everything would depend on Lyris and him, even AZ couldn't press Rinja for an answer anymore. Rinja smiled as he tapped AZ's shoulder, who was at a loss for words with an expression that seemed somewhat vexed. In reality, it wouldn't be a problem at all, as long as AZ and Lyris were to sleep in different tents. However, since things had developed in the direction of them using the same tent going by the flow and atmosphere, Rinja decided to entrust the whole situation to its natural flow without saying anything. For starters, I think I should catch Frau and tie her up somewhere, Rinja assessed. There were no particular issues with the tent's effects, but he was almost 100% sure that the tent could be perceived as a trap. That didn't mean that it was furnished with some kind of contrivance. The problem with the tent weren't the spells cast on it but the ability to detect when a certain threshold was exceeded. Furthermore, when a threshold was breached it would be passed on to the enchanter. If something were to start inside the tent, Frau would learn of it through the activation of the spells. In other words, this tent. Rinja glared in annoyance at the tent he had just set up, isn't a place offered to Lyris and AZ for something to happen, but a trap created by Frau designed to lure them into doing it. As for what Frau had planned, Rinja didn't think he really wanted to know. He really didn't want to know, but AZ and Lyris were Rinja's friends. Rinja believed that he had an obligation to prevent something like video recordings of what the two were doing in bed spreading through illegal channels in Klinge before it actually took place. It's just for my own private entertainment ~nano. No matter how irregular Frau was as a silky, she had no means to escape Rinja once he got serious. Rinja swiftly wrapped her up in a bamboo mat without listening to any of her protests, and hung it from the branch of a tree close to the camp as if she was a bagworm. Rinja felt like she could get out of it right away if she wanted, but he believed that Frau understood the message he wanted to convey by doing this. Good work, Rinja. Shen greeted Rinja as he was looking up at the result of his work, a sullen-looking Frau swaying back and forth despite the lack of wind. Rinja wondered why he had to be so exhausted just from camping. No kidding. Well, whatever. I'll prepare dinner, and once we've eaten, we'll go to sleep. We'll most likely need to get up very early tomorrow. Regardless of what you or I might say, in the end this is still the miasma forest. Since a dragon was with them, the probability of monsters approaching was low. Even if the miasma forest was a trove of monsters, not that many were capable of dealing with dragons, and even if they were to approach, their presence would be noticed. While looking behind Shen, where Krawa was struggling after having her hands tied behind her back by Rona for some reason, Rinja continued, we'll have Frau keep watch for the most part. A fairy that has no problem going without sleep is quite handy at such times, isn't she? Frau raised her voice in discontent about being treated as an alarm, but Rinja heartlessly ignored her. If she has a body that doesn't need sleep, she should take a proactive approach and offer to stand watch, Rinja believed. The matter of it being a fairly savage method, if you just went by the fact that a being with the appearance of a cute fairy was being forced to stand watch while hanging down from a tree all night long, didn't even register with Renia as something to consider. To be honest, I couldn't care less about Frau's treatment. Shanaine Sommer. Frau screamed out in surprise and protest while swinging back and forth, but Shan completely ignored her as well. As if having something to talk about that was far more important than this, determination dyed Shan's eyes, and yet she let her eyes wander for a brief moment. But, before long she looked straight at Renia, and said, "Renia, tonight. I was wondering where you're going to sleep." "Oh, I'll sleep on Drakan's back. Considering where we are right now, I'll stand watch as well, just in case." If he slept on Drakan's back with its decent height and unobstructed view, Renia would likely know if something happened. Once Renia explained so, Shan's shoulders slumped and her expression became one of disappointment. Just muttering, "I see," she trudged away with her head hung low. As he was wondering whether she had prepared a tent for him, Renia noticed out of the corner of his eye how Kawa, who had stopped struggling all of a sudden, and Rona, who was still pinning her down, were looking in his direction as if they wanted to tell him something. "Master, you're too much of a herbivore, no," Frau said while still swaying back and forth. Even Renia would notice that her swaying wasn't merely due to her struggling, but that she was actually trying to snap the rope through friction or break the tree branch, if she kept on swinging back and forth. Of course Renia had foreseen as much, and had consequently chosen a sturdy branch and some strong rope so that they would endure such attempts. "If your behavior is too gentlemanly, you will be taken as good for nothing, no. Being a good for nothing is fine with me. At least in regards to this matter. Master, do you possibly have a seminal problem? If you wish, Frau will carefully examine you and apply the necessary treatment, no." Renia pondered for a while due to Frau saying weird stuff with a serious face, and then whispered, "Now then. I guess I'll build a bonfire here to keep the area well lit." Wait a moment, Master. Please stop, no. You don't need to pile up firewood beneath Frau's feet, no. A roasted fairy doesn't taste good, no. You've started to say crack crack, no. You're serious? Wait, it's hot. Hoo, no. Smooky, no. I'll apologize, so please let me off the hook, no. The firewood seemed to be moist. Once Renia started the fire with the ignition spell, a weak flame and lots of smoke rose up. The sound of the wood popping, smoke, and blended into all of that, Frau's screaming. While wondering whether the noise and smell might lure over all the monsters left in the vicinity, Renia watched over the state of the bonfire after driving this worry from his mind. The next day, after the big furor, Renia's party cleaned up the campsite, and got back on Drakan's back, who then kicked off the ground, slowly rising into the skies. The source of the furor, Frau, had stood watch along Renia all night long, but fortunately human-eating monsters hadn't attacked the camp, or heard Frau's screams. Following Renia's instruction to go to sleep with a peace of mind, all of them were able to get a good long rest last night. Renia had noticed that Az and Lyris had entered the same tent from atop Drakan, but he didn't say anything about it, pretending not to have seen anything. However, while Renia spent the whole night on Drakan's back as his chosen bedding, he also noticed that Drakan would stir every once in a while, or he would suddenly open his eyes, looking as if he was about to die. As he witnessed the very unusual expressions of a huge lizard being on the verge of death, Renia had been mystified, wondering exactly what might be going on that would cause Drakan to make such a face, but in the end he failed to come to a conclusion as to what could have caused it. He had also considered that Lyris, Drakon's mistress, might possess some sort of knowledge that could help solve the riddle, but since he somehow sensed that he mustn't touch on the topic with her, Renia decided to erase it from his memory. In regards to Frau, Renia let her dangle above the bonfire for the whole night, believing that she occasionally needed to be strictly punished. However, this fairy was truly terrifying. Even though she had continuously been roasted above a fire for hours on end, she didn't have a single burn mark when morning dawned. Given that she had fussed about it being hot and smoky the whole time, Renia thought that it might be a perfect punishment since it had somewhat hurt her. But Renia definitely hadn't expected her to get through the whole ordeal without even a single scratch. But when he considered it further, he realized that Frau was a fairy and, moreover, possessed knowledge about magic arts. Something at the level of preventing any kind of damage to her body if it comes to something as weak as a bonfire's flames might be a piece of cake for Frau. Renia realized his own shallow thinking. I guess I'll keep hitting her with spells all night long on our next stop. Master, even Frau would perish from something like that. No. Even if protecting herself from flames was trivial to her, it seemed to have caused a certain level of exhaustion as she had to keep it going all night long. Frau prostrated herself in front of Renia with a worn-out expression. Seeing that, Renia judged that Frau would likely tone down her mischief for a while. But then again, this while was a limited and vague period of time, and Renia was sure that she'd definitely revive like a phoenix from the ashes sooner or later. He gave up, judging that it might be impossible to deprive a fairy of its mischievous side, and shelved any further thoughts about the matter for the time being. Renia's mind couldn't be described as overly serene and peaceful, but contrary to his circumstances, Drakon steadily flew through the thickly overgrown miasma forest at a decent speed. While watching the scenery stream past and vanishing behind him, Renia suddenly voiced out something that irked him. It's fine and all that we're moving while riding on Drakon's back, but, pardon. Krua replied. The other members didn't respond since they were captivated by the scenery they rarely got a chance to see, remained unmoving due to being dead tired, probably because they had used up all their energy, or didn't hear Renia as they were fully concentrated on Drakon's flight. Normally, the heroes would have to cross this forest, invade the demon territory, and go all the way to the Demon King's castle located in the center of the demon's continent, right? That's correct. The Demon King himself appearing at the front lines has almost never happened, but what about it? Krua tilted her head in confusion, wondering why he was mentioning all this. In response, Renia tossed her a question. The humans and the beastmen's ordinary military forces would also take part in the battle against the demons, no? That means they'd move by foot, wouldn't they? Just how are they supposed to worry about something like a war, if they'll be totally exhausted just from passing through this huge, harsh forest? Assuming they cross the forest in one breath, your worries would be correct, Renia. No matter how powerful an army, the miasma forest was infested by many monsters, on top of being ridiculously huge. Renia regarded walking through such a forest while constantly dealing with attacks as something extremely difficult. That's why he also believed that the soldiers and heroes would be completely exhausted when they finally managed to exit on the other side. Moreover, it wasn't as if they would immediately stand in front of the Demon King just because they finally left the forest. The army would be forced to march towards the center of the demon country, traveling through land inhabited by the demons. It was an endeavor that didn't seem very feasible to him. Since they can't get through the forest in one go, they'd take it slowly. Slowly. According to Krua's explanation, the four races would slowly conquer the miasma forest, leading their respective armies once the Demon King's subjugation started. It'd turn into a very meticulous conquest where the races would slay the surrounding monsters, clear a path by felling the trees, and build military bases along the way. The longest Demon King subjugation recorded in history took 5 years from its start to its conclusion. That's way too long, isn't it? It looks like a hero passed away due to sickness on the way, or some such. Sounds like they were too much of a weakling. Even though Rinya gave such a response, he was sure that the hero in question had regretted passing away without being able to accomplish his goal. He had been preordained as the strongest combat asset of the Anti-Demon King army, and yet he had passed away after succumbing to sickness. It should have given him endless mortification and regret. There's a general trend that the damage done by the demons will increase the longer the Demon King's subjugation drags out. Even during the time of the oldest recorded subjugation, the reconstruction took many years until the four races had mostly recovered to the same level as before the war. Just what are the residents of this world doing? Rinya was baffled, but naturally didn't voice it out. However, if the people of this world had to pay with this many casualties and lost years of development, the Demon King could also be described as a being that had to be defeated by any means necessary. But, if they invaded for months and even years, wouldn't it have been fine just to keep the paths and bases created within the forest for later generations? The Demon King's subjugation was carried out many times in the past, but the paths and bases created during those times were never used again afterwards. Krua said while looking at the forest spreading out beneath them. Even if the miasma forest is cleared away at one point in time, the trees grow back at an absurd rate once you neglect it for a short period of time, burying any traces of it ever having been cleared in the process. Krua explained to Rinya that there had been initiatives to maintain the invasion routes for when the Demon King would reappear several times in the past. However, each time it resulted in the people abandoning the invasion routes after losing to the forest's growth speed. Not being able to frequently maintain the whole route as they were simply way too long became the reason why the people couldn't protect the routes or the bases from the forest's encroachment. If you allow me to say it from our standpoint, what we are doing right now could be called abnormal. We never even considered the idea of crossing the forest by using dragons as a means of transportation. Dragoons existed in the past, didn't they? Currently Lyris was the sole existing dragoon. But, even if there had been an incident leading to the dragoons' destruction a long while ago, it still didn't negate the fact that they had existed on the continent. You're right about that. But it's not like you can invade all the way to the Demon King's castle only with dragoons, right? Even if every dragoon were mobilized, the dragons would still run out of stamina before reaching the castle since they would be flying while carrying the heroes on their back, explained Krua. If the dragons ran out of stamina, the dragoons would be deprived of most of their combat strength. Then the heroes would probably get ganged up on by the demons after being stranded in the midst of the demon country. No matter how powerful the heroes might be, anyone would give a negative answer if asked whether the heroes would be able to fight their way through all the demons, and then defeat the Demon King at the very end. Ultimately the whole war was about allowing the heroes to stand before the Demon King in a somewhat secure setting. And that was the very reason why all the races would mobilize their armies and march into the demon's territory. We are doing something similar right now, aren't we? Considering it normally, it's crazy. Krua didn't voice any objections towards Emil's search, but she thought that there might have been a somewhat smarter way of handling it. Still, the saving grace is that we don't need to fight the Demon King this time. If we manage to locate Emil's whereabouts and kidnap her, this whole endeavor will become a success, even if we have to run for our lives afterwards. Since we can have Rona search for Emil with her divine arts, I think we'll be able to locate her without too much trouble, Krua estimated. However, considering all these conditions, this whole trip would normally be labeled as extremely difficult to achieve. Giving others the impression that this crazy endeavor might work out one way or another is due to Clinch's people having outlandish combat prowess, starting with Renia. But then again, I'm counted as one of them as well. Krua flashed a bitter smile. It was a story she wouldn't have believed during her student days in the elven country. Well, it's because elves grow up very slowly. I'm sorry to bother you, but do you have a sec? Lyris suddenly cut into their conversation after having concentrated on steering Drakan's flight so far. Having their conversation interrupted, Krua and Renia faced Lyris, wondering what she wanted to talk about. Sensing something from her behavior, Shin and Rona also stopped gazing at the scenery and focused on Lyris. Without them noticing, Drakan had stopped flying in a straight line, as he had been doing up till now, and had now shifted to a flight path similar to circling. It looks like Drakan has sensed something like a wall. Everyone looked in the direction Lyris was pointing to, but from what they could see, nothing that resembled a wall was visible anywhere. Still, if a dragon with its sharp senses said that there was something, there was a very high probability that the wall Drakan mentioned existed. And it was very feasible that it'd be the barrier Killy had mentioned to Renia alongside the information that news from the Trident Principality's intelligence unit in the Demon Territory had stopped coming in. Now then, all that's left is the matter of how we're going to break it and get inside. The best option would be to sneak in and sneak out in secret, I'd say. Shin commented, but it didn't take a genius to know that this would be the hardest option. You could say, they wouldn't be in such a bind if something like that were possible in the first place. To begin with, judging by Renia's knowledge of dragon sorcery, a barrier like this had functions to repel invaders, and to inform the caster in case the barrier was breached. In other words, whether they do it sneakily or flashily, the caster would suspect an invasion the moment the barrier got broken. If that's the case, then we should go all out and put on a flashy show. No. Frau stood up on Drakan's back and declared loudly after having revived at some point. After everyone except Frau exchanged glances, they all nodded at almost the exact same moment. In the end, using force is the simplest and most promising option here. Also, it's the way of handling things that suits us the most, Renia assessed while staring in the direction that the wall was supposed to be in. If we're talking about destroying a wall with brute force, it's definitely my turn. Renia places a hand on the katana at his waist. Just as he was rising to his feet, Rona's voice stopped him. Please wait, Renia. Once Renia looked in Rona's direction while still half standing, since he didn't understand why she stopped him. Rona added with an expression teeming with fighting spirit, it's something else if it comes to battle, but the target this time is an immobile wall. Wouldn't it be the perfect moment to leave this to us while preserving our strongest combat asset if possible? Renia carefully deliberated Rona's question in his mind. He concluded that she hadn't said anything too unreasonable, but still felt doubtful about the fact that Rona was the one making such a request out of everyone here. If someone brought up a topic that they would usually never touch upon, it was only natural to believe that there must be something behind doing so. Renia was sure that this time was no exception, and thus frankly confronted Rona, who looked rather complacent as if she had said something quite decent. And what's your real intention? Not only do I want to try releasing my divine arts at full power every now and then, now that I have become a saint, my repertoire of arts has increased as well. Rona bluntly declared something reckless and dangerous with a smile plastered all over her face, reflecting her confidence, while throwing out her chest. Not knowing how he should answer her, Rinya helplessly offered a prayer by clapping his hands twice to her magnificently protruding twin hills. "What's this about? I just felt like it." Anyway, this time it was Krua who interrupted Rinya as he was about to say something. "It might be a good idea, Rinya. That wall might be a good target to have you learn about our current powers before we charge into the demon country." "You sure are a smooth talker," Rinya thought, but couldn't find any objection that could be made against Krua's argument and the idea in general. She's right. Seeing how we're going to enter enemy territory soon, an opportunity to witness the abilities of those following me is necessary. Even if it developed into a situation where Rinya had to destroy the wall himself, it wouldn't affect their circumstances in any way. Assuming they'd fail altogether, hitting the wall from the outside would draw the attention of those inside, but it was difficult to imagine that the person who was refusing entry into the demon territory by setting up such a large barrier, wouldn't notice a dragon flying around close to the wall to begin with. If they had planned to make some kind of move, they'd have done so by now. All that's left is how long it's going to take, but if it looks like it'll take too long, I just need to wrap it up myself, Rinya judged. But then again his judgment was based on the assumption that he could destroy this wall with his own hands, and in the current situation, even Rinya couldn't say for sure whether this was true. "If you're fine with it, Rinya, I don't mind either, but what's your take?" Shin asked Rinya as he was absorbed in his own thoughts. However, as her tone revealed that she wasn't all gung-ho about going along with Rona and Krua's suggestion, Rinya said while looking confused, "How unusual. I was pretty sure that you'd immediately jump on this opportunity, Shin." "Rinya, I'm at a disadvantage here. What I can do from atop Drakan is fairly limited." It appeared that Shin wasn't very eager to join this because it took place under circumstances that wouldn't allow her to make full use of her abilities, and not because she believed the idea itself to be wrong. Rinya felt relieved as it was a very normal, Shin-like way of thinking. But she's correct. A swordsman can only exhibit their full strength by using their sword. Slashing the sword atop Drakan is difficult, and it's not like the attacks would reach the wall either. Rinya had the option of relying on his huge mana pool and the dragon knowledge to launch magic art attacks. But, even if Shin had learned how to manipulate mana recently, she'd only be able to fire spells that would be considerably inferior to any of Rinya's magic arts. Having considered things up to this point, Rinya stumbled upon a single truth. Shin's current weapon was the katana Rinya had forged for her. And it goes without saying that Rinya's weapon was a katana as well, or in other words, there was almost no difference in their combat range. There's no way for a weapon that doesn't reach the target to hit, regardless of whether Shin or I wield it. Rinya's reach might go a bit further. However, the difference between Shin and Rinya could be labeled as a measurement error when compared to Drakan's huge body. In short, Rinya didn't have any effective way to make his strongest attack reach the wall either. As a last resort, he could get down on the ground, approach the wall by foot, and cut at it from down there, but in comparison to having flown all the way here on a dragon, it'd be a rather lackluster, plain method to choose. "So, what's it going to be, Rinya?" Krua asked. Rinya immediately answered, "All right, I leave it in your hands then." If Krua and Rona managed to somehow handle it with their methods, it would be the most stylish approach. "I suppose I'll serve as the opener then." Az got up, holding Rona back as she was about to move now that she had received Rinya's permission. While Shin was soothing Rona, who was trying to object with a terribly unhappy expression, Lyris cheered on Az, who had started to concentrate while holding his wand. "I believe in you, Az." "Sure, I got this." Rinya muttered, "Damn lovebirds," at Az, who lifted the corners of his mouth as he gave his short reply. But that only earned Rinya a slap on the back of his head from Shin and Rona, who were behind him. "Offering mine power, what I desire is a jail of crimson flames." Hearing Az chant, Rinya immediately tried to look up the corresponding spell within the draconic magic art knowledge he possessed, and was startled. He couldn't find anything. "Twist, rage, ravage, O world, scream as you shall become a blazing field of fire." The red brilliance, which had converged onto a single point in the air, completely dyed everyone's visual field crimson red an instant later. The explosion, which was kind of difficult to classify as a sound, became a shockwave that jolted Drakan's big frame. 50 points nano. Frau gave a very harsh assessment as she was tightly hugged from behind by Rinya while he braced himself so that they wouldn't be knocked off Drakan's violently shaking back. Panting, with one knee on Drakan's back, Az smiled bitterly after hearing Frau's scoring while the red gleam and the shockwave kept fading away. "That's a fairly harsh grading system. I didn't expect that you could use the fire attribute's extreme spell, Roaring Fire, no. But, it's a spell with the purpose of causing wide area destruction, which means you have misused it here no. The fact that the dragons don't know about this spell probably means that it's been hidden from them by the people after developing it on their own," Rinya assessed. Even if that in itself wasn't anything extraordinary, it still bore the question within Rinya as to why Frau knew all about it, but the question vanished in no time. Because he realized that this kind of question would quickly be repelled with the argument that it was Frau they were talking about here. By the way, it goes without saying, but Rinya's own assessment was identical to that of his party members. "So, what's the state of the wall?" "It seems to be going strong no. But," Frau pointed at a single point in the sky from within Rinya's arms. Once all of them looked at the spot Frau indicated, the space which ought to have been empty seemed distorted over a fairly large area at roughly the same altitude as the one Drakan was flying at. "I'd say it worked up to the point of distorting the wall's structure no. Drakan, ready your dragon's breath." Immediately after Lyris' command, a red light dwelt within Drakan's muzzle. The light was condensing while flickering, and flared up as Drakan put even more power into it. "Aim. Drakan, fire your dragon's breath." A straight line of fire ripped through the sky upon Lyris' command. Compared to Az's spell moments ago, it was somewhat inferior, but it was still the breath unleashed by a dragon. The flames crashed into the distortion, causing it to distort even further, but unable to destroy the invisible wall, the flames dispersed. Third shooter, Krua. Krua started in no time. Even while it wasn't clear whether Drakan's flames had completely vanished, her mouth began to spin a chant. "Beloved forest, pay heed to the voice of the one worshipping you, and please grant her wish." This spell had no equivalent within Rinya's sorcery knowledge either. "Frau, what's this?" "I don't know no. Frau only possesses the knowledge of humans. Frau doesn't know the techniques characteristic of the elves no." As might be expected, even Frau hadn't absorbed the elven knowledge. And even if she had obtained that knowledge without Rinya knowing, he felt that the spell Krua was using right now wasn't known by many elves. This was very obvious from the vast and mighty power Krua's chant set in motion. "Clench thy fist and spur thy anger at the folly blocking mine path, smashing apart anything and everything without distinction." Compared to Az's spell, Krua's sorcery lacked flashiness. However, the enormous mana concentration, which had been given directionality by Krawa's chant, turned into a gigantic, physical fist, punching the distorted space created by Az, Lyris, and Drakan. Without an explosion or even a sound, the sky shook from the impact, and Drakan screamed as he was unable to endure the turbulence. A correct choice of technique ~nano. But, it has resulted in a terrible aftermath ~no. Frau said with her eyes spinning while watching the space warp drastically. Even Rinya leaked a small groan from the shockwave that seemed to pierce his entire body, albeit soundlessly. Among all the commotion, only Krawa sharply clicking her tongue could be heard very clearly. Although the mana fist had greatly extended the distorted space, it wasn't powerful enough to penetrate the wall. Fourth shooter, Rona Chevalier. Standing up and looking towards the sky, Rona sonorously began to sing while extending her arms high into the sky. I beseech thou, O Lord whom I worship, heavenly guardian of this world, thy name is Giliel. Startled, Shan, Lyris, and Az stared at Rona. Krawa fixed her sitting posture on Drakan's back with a bitter expression, and Rinya didn't understand why they reacted like this. The name Rona ain't Summer said just now. Frau was gazing at Rona with a somewhat dumbfounded expression as if she had heard something unbelievable. What do you mean? Normally it'd be considered disrespectful to call upon the name of a higher-ranked being than the caster when using divine arts ~no. That's why priests never use the name of their deity when using divine arts ~no. Frau continued, well, even if they wanted to, none of them knows the name in the first place ~no. Rona boldly continued her chant, which seemed to do away with what had been considered common sense so far. Exhibit thy great might to these inferior lands, and make thy grace known through this body of thy humble apostle. Light was cast down from the sky. And even while thinking that he might be hallucinating, Rinya felt as if he saw the figure of a certain black-haired twin-tail girl within the light that quickly transformed into what seemed to be many wing-like shapes. Bless the lands with thy light. Heaven and earth were connected by a pillar of light. If seen from afar, this whole spectacle might look mystical and sublime. But, it wasn't something so simple for Rinya's party, who experienced it up close. Isn't this kinda dangerous? Besides the noise and impact, an unbelievable heat assailed Drakan and those on his back. Sensing the danger in an instant, Rinya deployed a defense barrier at full power, but they were hit by a shockwave so strong that even Rinya's barrier looked like it could break at any moment. Drakan, who didn't even have the power to scream, single-mindedly concentrated on flapping his wings while looking as if he had somehow resigned himself to fate. Given that things had turned out like this just from the aftermath, it wasn't difficult to imagine what would happen to the part directly hit by the light. Did it manage to pierce through? Rona shouted while covering her face with an arm, since she would probably go blind if she looked into the light directly. But as the other party members were in a similar situation, none of them could tell her what had happened to the wall. Only Frau alone stared at where Rona's divine art impacted while squinting her eyes within the dazzling light. It looks like it endured ~no. Frau muttered with annoyance written all over her face while neither the light nor the shockwave had died down yet. Rinya fully grasped that the 4 attacks hurled at the wall had enough power that they might have been able to destroy a country in the worst-case scenario. He was partially amazed and surprised at the wall's abnormal toughness, allowing it to persist. While at it, he also harbored the extremely rude impression that Giliel wasn't of much use for being the goddess of this world. In response, Rinya felt like he could hear a woman sobbing somewhere. Shanae Summer. It needs one more push ~nano. It's your chance to steal the spotlight ~no. In front of Rinya, who wondered about this ridiculous way of cheering, Shan unsheathed the katana at her hip. Frau released a spell towards Shin, who held the katana in both hands as it glossily reflected Rona's still gleaming light. Lightning. Shin brandished her sword, aiming at the surging lightning attack. Of course Frau had timed her spell so that Shin would be able to intercept it, but once Shin's slash hit the lightning strike, the katana was clad by the lightning as it coiled itself around the blade. Mana enhancement, full power. As soon as Shin's mana and Frau's restrained spell combined, the lightning gushing out of the blade increased in intensity, glittering whitely. Watching how the crackling electrical discharges began to violently strike against Rinya's defensive barrier from within, he hurriedly cancelled the barrier, changing it to a barrier protecting his, Kwa, Az, and Lyris bodies. Shin, the lightning is leaking. Hurry up and release. Goo. A lightning blade flashed as it tore through the atmosphere from the katana which Shin had swung down with all her might. Rinya thought that it'd be his turn next if this didn't finish the job, but at the end of his line of sight he could see how the warped space was completely ripped apart, following the cut line of Shin's sword flash. It's open. Drakan. Charge in. Upon Lyris' command, Drakan turned his head back for an instant, seemingly wanting to protest about plunging in there, but succumbing to the pressure exerted from the gazes of everyone on his back, he did as told, and dove towards the breach in the wall. Okay, good work everyone. No. You should use this opportunity to replenish your mana from the magic stones Master created. No. Just as Rinya fired himself up again as they would be facing the demon country from now on, Frau began to scurry around between Rona and the others after having slipped out of Rinya's embrace, distributing fist-sized magic stones to everyone. Recovery was certainly an important job, but Rinya somehow felt how his motivation, which he had just boosted, plummeted again due to a lack of tension around him. Now, it's how we handle things, right Rinya? Shin intervened while laughing, seemingly having guessed how Rinya felt. Thinking that she was right about it on the one hand, and that it was fine like this on the other hand, Rinya faced forwards, straight ahead, where Drakan was flying in order to remain cautious for the time being since he didn't need to recover any mana. A flash burning one's eyes, and a thunderous roar reverberating in one's ears, followed by a red flame, seemingly covering the whole sky. A single ray passing through the crimson sheen, plunging onwards while cutting through anything and everything. A single dragon danced through the sky, keeping its huge body aloft by powerfully flapping its wings. Its appearance as it calmly flies through all this is a sight similar to one you'd find in panoramic paintings. You could truly describe the dragon as a symbol of absolute power in this world. Beautiful. With a running start, I deliver a drop kick at full power against the back of the Archangel's head, who's leaked such a voice with her knees on the ground, obviously overcome with weird emotions. Through my soul's I feel how the mighty barrier, usually protecting her body with multiple layers, breaks apart like tissue paper, and I see how she turns my way with her face dyed in surprise and horror, apparently having noticed what I've done after having her barrier destroyed. The soles of my feet, which have been neatly put together, drive directly into her face. Hebya. Having faintly bent my knees before kicking her face, I boost the power of my blow by stretching my legs the instant my feet touch her face. What reaches my ears as I jump backwards, using the recoil of my kick, is a scream similar to a bizarre groan. After pulling off a somersault so as to show off my agility, I land splendidly, thrust my left hand out to the front, and clench my right fist. Adopting a martial arts posture, I see in front of me how the Archangel's figure is blown away while repeatedly bouncing off the ground, just like a stone skipping across a lake's surface, while her twin tails are funnily thrown around as she wasn't able to defend herself after having been taken completely by surprise. It's a much more magnificent flying style than I had expected. Contrary to people, angels have a broader contact area thanks to the wings on their back. I had wondered whether they wouldn't be perfect for a nice stone-skipping performance, but in the first place, the ground over here doesn't consist of water, and neither is it soil. Now, if you were to ask what the ground is then, I'd be troubled to give a precise answer. It's not that I don't know what it is to such an extent that I can't describe it, but rather, I don't know how best to explain it so that you'd be able to understand. For the time being, it's not all that wrong for someone with a limited, petty lifetime to think of it as a fantastic God field. Well, then again, it's not like such a being would be able to tread on this ground. I take a breath, and release my posture while staying alert. The body of the archangel has eventually stopped with both knees, both hands, and her forehead on the ground after bouncing 256 times, and then tumbling 1024 times. In the eyes of a human, dying from this would be the foregone conclusion. However, as might be expected of an archangel, I don't think this much would be enough to kill her since she frantically healed herself over and over again in the midst of bouncing and tumbling. Probably. Still, I'm surprised. Not about the way the archangel flew just now. No, wait, I'm slightly surprised about that part as well, but it's not like that's anything extraordinary either. What surprised me is how that wall got destroyed without Rinya-san having to step in. That wall was created by using the power stocked up by that idiot, the demon's former supervisor. If you put it in layman terms, it's a wall formed through divine power. That's definitely not something that ordinary people should be able to easily break. Well, of course, it'd be impossible for me to break it with one blow as well. Although that only applies when I'm using a human body as an intermediary, like in this case. That was a divine art called God's Domain, and it's actually not something that can be shot so readily. It's the kind of spell where it's unclear whether the caster will barely be able to fire it in exchange for their life. And it's an area of effect divine art that has the potential of annihilating a country in the worst case scenario, if it's fired by several people coordinating their efforts. Even if the lack of information about it has become extreme as a result of hearsay being passed on over many, many years, notes stating that this was a dangerous art should still remain. Having carefully unleashed such an art because she felt like giving it a shot convinced me that the big-boobed, blonde priestess must be missing several dozen screws in her head. But, given that it's also an issue on the archangel's side for responding so readily to her overly short chant, which also lacked any kind of ceremony or offerings, it'd be wrong to one-sidedly blame that big-boobed priestess. Still, it has some parts that are a major pain for me, the general administrator. Nevertheless, because even that one shot had used her human body as an intermediary, the spell didn't have the firepower to break through that barrier. Even the two attacks launched against the barrier beforehand were at a level that one could call crazy for an elf, and quite well done for the human, even if they also lacked the power to break the barrier. As for the dragon's breath, you can only describe it as average. The problem lies with the last attack. What was used there was just a lightning spell, and a mana enhancement skill added on top of it. You can also look at it as a blow to make doubly sure that the attack has enough power to break the barrier. Certainly, the 4 attacks before it had probably lowered the barrier's strength. But there's definitely no mistake in saying that the slash had cut apart the root of the barrier's power source. I feel like asking, hey, are you really human, when I get the opportunity to do so? If I remember correctly, one side was taken care of by a silky But usually a being like that should be in the range of measurement error, or be slightly inferior to humans. To be brutally honest here, this result is a lot more fucked up than if the barrier had been cut apart by Rinya-san's special katana. These circumstances were something so extraordinary that they would excuse me from having kicked the archangel's head that was in front of me with all my power. But then again, you could say that this is a rather reasonable outcome since it was done by the two people closest to Rinya-san, who has been in possession of a huge amount of resources, the underlying energy of all creation, and has been scattering them left and right. It might be indispensable to reconsider various matters once the whole situation has been completely resolved. From the point of view that it'd be for the world's sake, including Rinya's party. There's actually one more matter I ought to reconsider. Master, my thoughts are interrupted by a somewhat tattered, filthy, and disheveled archangel. For an instant I've completely forgotten who this archangel is supposed to be, but then I recall that she's called Giliel. Would it be all right for me to inquire as to the reason why I was kicked by you? Because your head was in front of my eyes at the moment. Upon my careless, instant reply, Giliel becomes speechless. In the first place, I wonder, why do archangels have a head attached to their bodies? I mean, I feel like they don't need one in the first place since the angels, my personal terminals, only move according to my orders anyway. Wouldn't it be enough for them to simply possess ears with which to hear my orders and eyes with which to look at things? However, just when I had started to think that this might actually be a good idea, I immediately discarded it. It's because that, which I had clearly imagined down to the details within my mind while using my imaginative power as a goddess, couldn't be regarded as anything but a creature, a so-called abomination, rather than an angel. Conclusion: angels need a head as well. Well, mainly when considering it from the visual impact side of things. What have you been thinking about, Master? Giliel asks me as I've been silently brooding. Given that it's painfully obvious that she believes that I'm probably thinking about something stupid again, I ponder on whether I should drive another kick into her face, but since she's right, I make an effort to endure the urge. Resorting to violence a second time wouldn't be smart, as it'd likely expose the fact that Gilly's assumption was right. Therefore, let's talk about the other matter of concern. About the barrier breaking just now. That was truly amazing, wasn't it? It might have been the first time that I've witnessed something so awesome in my long life as an angel. Although she calls it long, it's at most a few thousand years. Events like this during my lifetime, which is on a totally different scale, might not have happened very often. No, wait, that's not what I want to talk about. I slap Giliel's head. As I've apparently put a bit too much strength into it, Giliel's head hits the ground like a basketball, and returns to its former position after bouncing once. Master, somehow I get the feeling that I'll be destroyed by you, sooner or later. It's because you derail the conversation, okay? Ha, so what kind of matter is worrying you, Master? Going by the way she's asking, Giliel apparently hasn't noticed anything. Though I can't tell whether that's due to her lacking ability, because she's simply slow-witted, or her having been so spellbound by the spectacle that she hadn't paid attention to anything else. I feel like all of the above are correct, and then again not. Though, maybe all of them are actually correct. There was a space fluctuation when the barrier broke. Figures. If they go all out like they did, it's only natural for a fluctuation to occur. Ah, that's not what I mean. I'm saying that it felt like a hole to some other world opened up and blended into the fluctuation as the barrier was broken. Ha! While suppressing the urge to tightly wring Gilliel's neck because of her exceedingly dumb reaction, I decide to explain things to her from scratch. It's something I have to do since I suspect simply telling her to guess is kind of impossible. It looks like something was summoned from another world, using the space fluctuation as a cover. I had thought that this barrier was just a wall to protect the demon territory from being invaded, but that might have been a camouflage for its true purpose. Maybe he wanted to perform a summoning ritual without being noticed, but the idea of it slipping past me is way too unreasonable. Since Gilliel's eyes are not holes, she easily missed it, though. While at it, he might have also aimed for the instability of the demon territory's space caused by Renya's party trying to take down the barrier. Once space becomes unstable, it's easy to open a hole to another world, making it possible to carry out a summoning ritual with little effort. Just who would do something like that? And for what reason? Let's see, if it's regarding the one responsible, someone like a former supervisor would likely be capable of pulling something like this off, right? Actually, it's hard to imagine someone else being able to do something like this. The hero summoning ritual might have been handed down on the human continent, but the demons have never called upon heroes in the first place. That means, the problem would be what was summoned. This is something even I don't know. Even if I can sense the existence of an open dimensional hole in a world, the power I can currently exert on the world isn't enough to know what might have passed through it. Of course there's no way I'd fail to notice a being on the level of a different world's god passing through this hole, but it'd be far too difficult for me to sense a far smaller animal or human. If it's a being so small that you can't sense it, it won't pose much of a danger, will it, Master? I don't think you can say so with certainty. And even if I'm wrong, that former supervisor is suspected to have embezzled a huge amount of resources. If he boosted whatever passed through that hole, it might grow into a considerable threat, no. The former human supervisor's assumptions have reached my ears as well. Regardless of whether they're true, it'd be a worst-case scenario. However, it's quite possible that the former demon supervisor possesses significantly more resources than what Renya-san is retaining at the moment. But, Renya-san and the others have already invaded the demon territory, right? I'm sure the former demon supervisor will be able to handle the time issue one way or another. If he accelerates the training time by drawing out the soul from its body, he can easily nurture someone in a month or two, even if it's an accelerated training method that won't alter the soul. What am I supposed to do then? Gilliel asks for instructions regarding her future course of action. Just as I thought, these guys really might not need a head. That thought rears its head in my mind once more. You don't have any other choice but to keep monitoring, do you? It's going to be a front row seat, so I'm going to prepare popcorn and cola. I headbutt Gilliel, who leaned over with sparkling eyes, between her eyebrows, the glabella. With a voice as cold as possible, I tell Gilliel, who's started to writhe in pain without even being able to scream, "You're Renya-san and his party's support, aren't you? But, if you've forgotten, I've no problem reinitializing you, and carving it into your brain anew, you know." No, I remember. I remember properly. Then hurry up, and go. Once I lift my chin a bit, flashing an insincere smile, and obviously looking down on Gilliel, who panics while holding her glabella, the color of Gilliel's face quickly changes, and she scurries away at full speed. Given that I'm tracking her anyway, I will bring her to my side and scold her properly if she doesn't return to her workplace straight away. Good grief, just who does she take after? I acutely sense the surrounding angels thinking, "You, right," but decide to stubbornly ignore them. Sure, I was the one who set all of Giliel's parameters, but since I hadn't tampered with her personality in particular, she should have the usual settings. I want to clearly state that it's not my fault. I really want to. But, all angels have been created by me. If I'm told that their personalities and actions have traces of my own personality, I won't be able to deny it. Considering it like that, it means that you can also say that the actions of the former demon supervisor are partially my responsibility. I sure want to think that it's not so, though. It's a pain that I can't fully deny this. Given that I've lived for an infinitely long time, there are some aspects of myself I can't confidently say I fully understand. I sure want to think that it's not so, though even when I try repeating myself, it's not like there's someone who would give me an answer. Since it's impossible for an existence, who understands me better than I do, to exist, no matter how much I look for them. It is only in these moments that I feel somewhat envious of humans and such, who have people that can understand them since they can understand each other. The city of Klinge in the Kunujai Margraviate of the Trident Principality could be labeled as exceedingly abnormal when compared to the world's common sense. In regards to its location, the city was the closest human settlement to the miasma forest, lacking even one reason as to why it should prosper. The city was established in an area where even the principality's patronage wouldn't necessarily guarantee its continuous existence, while at the same time being in constant fear of monster attacks and bad public order. That's how it should be, but in reality, Klinge flourished to an extent probably unequaled not only in the human lands, but all over the world. Despite being a city located at the edge of the human continent, trade was going strong, which resulted in extremely unusual goods occasionally drifting into the city where the coming and going of people and goods was fairly intense. For some reason, it had become common practice to immediately contact Frau whenever items, which were especially rare among all the unusual goods, entered the city. Why did it turn out like this? Renia asked Frau when they were in a certain warehouse located in the city's outskirts. Various goods that had flowed into the city were temporarily stored in the warehouses directly managed by the Margrave Kunujai House, and were only allowed to enter Klinge's markets after going through various checks and examinations. Of course, it wasn't like they could perfectly manage all the goods flowing into the city through this system. However, it was still regarded as quite an effective security countermeasure, and played a major role in preventing the entry of dangerous goods to the markets of the Kunujai Margraviate. Because of its practical reasons, and since it's a hobby of mine _nano. After receiving a message from the examiners, Frau led Renia, Shen, and Kwa, who looked bored, to the warehouse in question. Along the way, Renia received an explanation about the system, how the reports would be delivered directly to Frau, the warehouse's specific roles, etc., and when Renia confronted Frau with what he considered questionable, she readily answered him. Leaving practical reasons aside, just what does she mean when saying that it's a hobby of hers? Frau's answer only gave birth to more questions, but since Renia hadn't the slightest intention to ask Frau about this any further, he somehow ignored it altogether. Frau, your hobby means, stop it, Shen. There are some things in this world better left unknown. Renia slowly shook his head as he interrupted Shen, who was about to ask Frau the question Renia had avoided. Seeing Renia's gesture, Shen nodded with a somewhat stiff expression, holding her tongue. Master. Just what are you imagining Frau's hobbies to be _no? You really want me to ask? No, please forget that I asked _no. Receiving Renia's serious, inquisitive gaze, Frau withdrew her question, obviously having no interest in Renia digging any further into the matter. Frau's choice was probably based on her hunch that she'd probably be forced to say things she didn't want to talk about, if he had asked, but, the moment she declined any further questions, it became plainly clear to Renia and the others that Frau had several things she didn't want to reveal. Renia sighed, Shen smiled wryly, and Krua stared at Frau with an expression full of keen interest for some reason. Rather than that, I had you come along this time because there's something I want you to see. No. Seemingly accepting Frau's attempt to shift the topic, as he knew that nothing good would come out of pursuing the current matter, Renia turned towards that which had been placed on a work stand, located in a section of the workshop he had been led to, while stored away in a wooden box a single sword. At a glance, it wasn't clear what metal had been used to forge it, and overall the blackish sword was longer and bigger than the katana Renia used. Going by the hilt's length, it seems to be somewhat usable when held with two hands. It's obvious that it's what you'd call a great sword. However, although it looked like it would fetch a good price as elaborate decorations had been added all over its frame, it seemed to be a sword that one could easily find on the market if you just invested some cash. Renia didn't understand in the slightest why Frau would receive a report that it was something particularly rare. Hey Renia, is there something special to this sword? Assuming that it was impossible for Frau to drag them all the way here just to show them some great sword whose only redeeming trait was its price, Renia, apparently having lost interest in the item he was shown, looked at the item Shen had pulled out of a nearby, unchecked package, and announced the item's name while being slightly surprised. It's a Horizon 1, isn't it? More or less, it's a sort of weapon. A blunt weapon. Yeah, pretty much. While wondering why something like a Horizon would be mixed among the goods stored here, Renia received the Horizon from Shen. In case of a normal Horizon, it'd be made out of several layers of paper, but the one he got from Shen seemed to be made out of some kind of leather, as far as he could tell, and was heavier than he had expected, turning it into a fairly sturdy item. As its damage output should rise in proportion to its toughness, Renia wondered whether it couldn't actually be used as a real weapon by accident. Next to him, Frau complained, "That's not what Frau wanted you to take a look at. No. Well, I get as much, but even if you scream, that over there is just a simple sword, isn't it?" Frau raised her index finger at Renia, and moved it left and right while clicking her tongue. Feeling somewhat extremely irritated by that gesture, Renia pondered whether he should wallop her one with the Horizon at hand. Meanwhile, Frau announced the sword's true identity: "This is no normal sword. No. Perk up your ears and be astonished. This is a magic sword. Nano. A magic sword. This." It was Krua who raised her voice in surprise. Shen only stared at Frau's face with a blank expression, and Renia lowered his eyes on the great sword laying on the stand, clearly lacking any interest. That's a rather weak reaction there. No. What's the point in even bringing out some fantasy item like a magic sword at this point? Besides, I won't use it anyway. Compared to the katana I got from Renia, this one seems to be of a bad make, looking like it'll break easily. Perceiving from Shen and Renia's impressions that she made a big blunder, Frau got completely flustered in her mind even while keeping up a smile outwardly. Now that I think about it, Renia's weapon is that katana. Most other weapons will likely dwarf in front of its abilities. And above all, the option to use a great sword doesn't really exist for Renia's way of fighting in the first place. On the other hand, considering it from Shen's point of view, the katana given to her by Renia was already hanging at her hip, and going by its workmanship, something like the magic sword discovered by Frau was far inferior. Same can be said about the idea of having the heroes use it. Well, they have their exclusive equipment either way. Gnu nu tilde nano. A magic sword was an extremely rare item. In ancient times, the production techniques were carefully passed down, and there existed a considerable number of blacksmiths and sorcerers capable of making magic swords. However, nowadays, the techniques to forge magic swords were mostly lost, and hardly anyone was capable of forging one. There were some smiths who barely managed to produce some low-quality items, but the magic swords generally available on the markets today were relics that had been forged during ancient times. Frau immediately wanted to show Renia and the others the magic sword she had managed to find, because of its rarity, but considering it calmly, it was only natural for Renia's group not to show any excitement over it, since they'd only consider it as an oversized, useless piece of junk. But, Renia, if this is a genuine magic sword, you'd be able to buy a noble's mansion including servants in exchange for it, you know. Maybe wanting to patch things up with Frau, who had succumbed to despair, or possibly because she was actually surprised by such a rare item like a magic sword, Krua thrust her hands into the wooden box, grabbed its hilt with both hands, and easily lifted it up. Renia hadn't expected that Krua would be able to lift the great sword, which should be quite heavy, so easily with her slender, elven arms, but contrary to his expectations, Krua took the sword out of its box as easily as picking up a twig. Ah, Krua ain't summer, wait a moment tilde no. This is quite light. It looks like even I could handle I. In the middle of her sentence, Krua's body trembled with a start. At the same time, a vortex of air had started to form inside the warehouse, centered around Krua. While Shen put herself on guard after sensing the abnormal phenomenon, Renia glared at the pale Frau, as if saying, now you've done it, while tapping his shoulder with the horizon. Frau, do you have any excuse for this? This is Frau's fault tilde nano. It is a type of magic sword that is slightly cursed since it attempts to dominate the wielder's mind tilde nano. Okay, I got it. You'll get your spanking later. Please don't be too hard on me tilde no, leaving Frau, who hung her head in disappointment, alone for the time being. Renia checked on Krua's state, who was standing in the middle of the steadily intensifying air current. Q ha 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 ha. Finally. I finally obtained a body. Krua's voice, who was laughing with her head bent backwards while holding the great sword with both hands as it emitted what looked like black flames from its blade, sounded shrill, broken and full of uncontainable joy. Last time I suffered a crushing defeat, but this time I won't allow that to happen. The feeling of cutting through flesh. The warmth of the blood flowing down the blade. Everlasting battles. I guess it's one of those, the ones that were sealed away. Krua, who had been laughing loudly, turned her face and unfocused eyes towards Renia because of his fed-up voice. Krua's movements somewhat reminded one of a marionette, giving Renia a bad feeling. Perfect timing, how unfortunate of you to be present during my release. First I will have you appease my thirst with your blood. I suppose the development from here on out can be easily predicted. The most unfortunate one is Frau tilde nano. Apparently having no plans to assist Renia in handling Krua, Shen watched the situation while squatting down next to Frau, who was cowering on the floor, at her wits' end. Even while puzzled by Shen's reaction, the thing possessing Krua's body charged at Renia with the great sword at the ready. Krua, while accompanied by the wind which had swirled around her so far, rushed towards Renia, pulverizing a stand that was in between them, producing a thunderous crash on the way. Krua's movements didn't resemble the elven fighting style at all. With a twisted smile plastered on her face, the thing, slashing at Renia, while anticipating the moment the blade would sink into his body, seeing how he didn't seem to react at all. Kurwa's smile became even more warped, but while having such a crooked expression, Kurwa's head furiously moved up and down. Without even the time to wonder what had happened, the body it should have been controlling lost its strength, and crashed onto the warehouse's floor, sliding across the tiles with the momentum of the charge still in effect. Frau, make sure to apologize to Kurwa later on, okay? Isn't it Kurwa Summer's fault for picking it up carelessly? No. It sure looks like Kriya is unexpectedly weak on the mental side. While listening to their conversation, the thing possessing Kurwa's body squirmed, trying to get up, but Kurwa's body showed no response, not even twitching once. It's useless, you know. I struck the chin and the crown of the head. Having jolted the brain, the body won't listen to anything you tell it, regardless of whether you're conscious or not. While shouldering the horizon which he had probably used for those attacks, Rinya kicked the magic sword out of Kurwa's powerless hands. Rinya slowly walked over to the magic sword, which slid across the ground, and picked it up. Shin, who was about to nurse the unconscious Kurwa, dropped Kurwa's body while she was partially lifting it up due to what Rinya was doing. Frau caught the back of Kurwa's head with her stomach after sliding across the floor in a panic to stop Kurwa's head from hitting the hard floor, raising a somewhat crude groan. Rinya. If you get possessed, who's going to stop you? No need to worry. There's no way I'd get manipulated by something like this, right? As he lifted the great sword up with both hands, Rinya could hear the magic sword's telepathic voice, very likely the same one that had taken over Kurwa's body. No way. You're telling me that you won't fall under my domination? There's a limit to messing around. As if the likes of a tool could manipulate its wielder. Impossible. Shut up. I don't know what kind of magic sword you are, but in my eyes, you're even below this horizon here. You're saying I'm beneath that toy? Yeah, you got it. In a bystander's eyes, it might look as if Rinya was simply talking to himself. Rinya casually tossed the great sword into the air, and while it whirled around, he unleashed a flash with the horizon the moment the sword had fallen to his eye level. A sudden gust of wind violently swept across the warehouse, probably triggered by the horizon. While Shin pinned down her hair and the hem of her skirt, the magic sword split in half after having the middle of its blade cut, and both pieces dropped to the ground with slightly dry clanks. You gotta be kidding, Shin could only stare dumbfounded as she witnessed the reality of a leather horizon severing a metallic sword. Not to mention that the sword in question wasn't just a normal sword, but a magic one. Once it was so easily turned into pieces of trash, she couldn't help but go beyond being surprised, gazing at the spectacle in wonder. Make sure to remember this, Shin. Rinya warned Shin as he put the horizon away, which didn't have a single trace of having cut through a magic sword, into the package where Shin had taken it out from. In the end, it just depends on the ability of the one who used it last. No, isn't this an exception at this point? Shin's reply didn't mean that she didn't understand what Rinya was trying to tell her, but even if she tried to copy what she had seen moments ago, it'd be impossible for her. And even if she were to try to recap the experience, she had no choice but to laugh it off as it made Rinya's abnormality all too clear. It's a digression, but the theft of the magic sword, which had been sealed away a long time ago as it had caused many victims while constantly changing hands, from where it had been sealed was discovered a good while later. Being treated as a stolen good, the investigators followed the route taken by the magic sword. The investigation was carried out very carefully by the Trident Principality, which feared the possible damage the magic sword could cause, but it was discovered that sword's trail suddenly ended at Clinch. The Archduchess, who received a report from the nobles claiming that she should get Margrave Kunudai to cooperate in the investigation, issued the following order to the nobles after hearing that the sword's trail was lost in Clinch. I'm sure that was a disaster for Magic Sword Khan, too. That's why you can stop the investigation afterwards. No more stories regarding that magic sword were ever to be heard again. In exchange, a blunt weapon called Horizon, which possessed an exceedingly high damage output while also being clad by an abnormal aura of mana, was found in Clinch, and while passing from one hand to another, it kept spinning all kinds of tales, but that's a story for yet another time.